If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 1, Prologue I. Amidst the icy mountains of Russia on a tranquil night, peace is a foreign concept for one man. A man wearing a mask and a wig is tearing through the streets in his sleek black 911 Porsche. But he's got some serious company. A convoy of beefy SUVs is hot on his tail, unleashing a hail of AK-47 bullets at his ride. The good news? They suck at shooting. Goddamn, persistent bastards, he mutters. With a swift flick of his fingers, he drops the car's gears and yanks the wheel hard, executing a mind-bending maneuver that sends his Porsche careening around a tight corner. Vroom. Vroom. The throaty roar of his car's exhaust is music to his ears as he drifts along a narrow cliffside road. Yet, those SUVs are still doggedly chasing him. Like a scene from a blockbuster flick, a small explosive device emerges from the emblem on his car's rims just as it skids around a turn. Kaboom! The lead SUV flips in mid-air, an explosive spectacle of twisted metal and mayhem as it collides with its partner and takes a nosedive off the cliff. Epic! Ain't that a sight, he mutters, calm as a cucumber, as he pops open a briefcase with one hand. That sleek box contains juicy tidbits of dirty laundry, bribes, murders, corruption, the works. These idiots couldn't even stash these papers in a safe. They're practically begging for trouble, he chuckles, shedding his disguise as he guns the engine. That guy's wife, though. Smoking hot MILF. Missed out on some action there. Damn plot twist, he mutters, his foot jamming the pedal as the engine roars in response, gears shifting up. In the rearview mirror, you catch a glimpse of a good-looking 20-year-old guy. He's decked out in a sharp suit, silver hair, piercing crimson eyes. His face, a mix of Russian and a few Asian features, exudes dangerous air around him. Beneath that tailored exterior lies a well-muscled body marred by battle scars, a testament to a life less ordinary. 17 years of this shit. Can't believe I woke up in this mess. No chance to even meet my new mom, forced to play the villain in my own damn Bond movie, he grumbles, eyes narrowing into a dagger-like glare, his gaze fixated on an unjust past. What's his deal, you ask? New mommy issues, that's what. Let's rewind, shall we? Turns out, he's a reincarnated soul in this twisted world, denied even a glimpse of his parents' faces. He popped into existence as a 3-year-old on a plane. Life seemed oddly generous at first until a baby-sized oxygen mask slapped onto his baby face as the pilot soothingly announced the catastrophic loss of both engines. Captain here. We've lost an engine or two. Please fasten your seatbelts. Leave the flying to us, he recalls with a frustrated sigh. Damn smooth talker. The plane met a fiery end, as predicted. Survival of the fittest kicked in. A criminal outfit scooped him up, a lucky find among the wreckage. And guess what? The world at large presumed him Grizzly Chow. Nobody gave a damn about his little ass. This nameless man is renowned only by his underworld code name, 001. A damn cool handle, sure, but his life's a mix of suave Bond and dumpster fire. He's got the looks to charm the pants off a nun, betting chicks and married dames left and right. But deep inside, he aches for normalcy. Ring. Ring. XXXXXXXX. HUD blinks, displaying an unknown, encrypted number. He answers, nonchalantly. Sup? Hey, is this Yanagi Minoru's line? The voice? A high-pitched chirp, Japanese origins for sure. Who the hell is Yanagi Minoru? He racks his brain. Oh, right. One of his aliases, maybe? A favor for his flings, a secret hotline for cash requests. Sure thing. Long time, Minoru-kun. It's Hoshino AI. Ring a bell? Your EX. Bam. Recognition slams into him. He remembers her, all right. 4 years back in Japan, an idol on the rise. He crossed paths with her backstage at some company event. His target was a big-shot congressman, and once he was done with the mission, cue the classic run-in with a girl. So, just because she's cute, he decides to mess around with her. Of course, the girl was totally up for it too. They're both the same age, which makes it even better, a one-night stand kind of deal. But he always had this feeling that her name and face were like echoes from a past life, though he couldn't grasp much of it because of his messed-up existence as a hitman, constantly hounded by shadows. The memories flood back, and he grins. Long time indeed, AI. How's life treatin' you? I'm good, Minoru-kun. But why's it been a hassle to reach you? I couldn't dial your number all this time until I found this old flip phone with only one digit in its contacts. Naturally, he'd given her that phone for emergencies during his Japan stint. Can't just leave her hanging after a night of fun, right? No runaway dick in his dictionary. Handled his business, and gave her reassurance. But being the ultimate control freak, he always kept a safety net, it's a condom. Of course. That phone number was my lifeline for a week when I visited Japan. Figured I'd pass a new one in case you needed something. He's also curious about her persistent attempts to reach him. Haha, I was so silly. Here's the thing, Minoru-kun. I've got twins, and they're almost 4. Yours too. Wanna meet them? Squeak. He stomps on the brakes. The car screeches to a halt. Eyes like saucers, he processes her words. What in the hell did she just say? Twins? His? Could you say that again? He stammers. Sure thing, twins. I had ours. Are you up for a family reunion? He exhales, incredulous, and finally manages to muster a response. All right. Hang tight. I'm on my way. Looks like it's time for him to ditch the code name 001 and step up as a good daddy. Chapter 2, Prologue 2. Back at his headquarters outside Moscow, he rolls in and steps out of his car. Striding into the Dmitri mansion, he's welcomed by the boss himself, who's picked him up like a stray kitten back then. The mansion is deserted, with everyone except the butler, banished by Dmitri to keep his identity covered. Only a few individuals know his true face and identity as 001, as he's perpetually concealed behind a mask and wig. In the underworld, they dub him Baba Yaga, or the Ghost. Good to see you back. Have a seat, rasps an old man sporting a snazzy suit, speaking in Russian. I've got the documents, 001 reports, settling into a chair before Dimitri's commanding presence. Just as I knew you would, 001, Dmitri smirks, nodding in approval. You've got that poker face, again, even when facing your father, Dmitri chuckles, rising and grabbing a bottle. Plop. He snags 2 glasses and fills them with a drink. Heard you wrapped up your PhD last year. How about stepping up to lead the outfit? He slides a glass toward him and another for himself. Honestly, there's no one better suited for the job. What's your take? He takes a swig of whiskey as he speaks. I'm just a stray kitten you've taken in while you've got a flesh and blood son fit for that throne, 001 retorts, his indifference to the organization plain. No one, damn it. Dmitri sighs, frustrated. Not even my good-for-nothing son, Iosif. He's my flesh, but I won't let incompetence ruin this place. He slams his glass down, finishing his drink. So, what's your? I'm out. 001 cuts him off, feeling he's repaid the debt from the past when he saved him. Dmitri, cool as ever, holds his composure as if he knows. That's why I'm handing you my chair. Don't worry, your place is solid in Ruska Bratva as the heir. I don't need that. I've given all I could to this place, as one of the numbers. The numbers, the elite group within the organization named Ruska Bratva, are answerable solely to Dmitri. Going by the code name 001, he's the top dog in this wolf pack. Fine. Dimitri's unexpected agreement momentarily throws him, but he maintains his poker face. What's the old man up to? If you want outta here, complete this mission and you're free. Dmitri tosses a dossier his way, and he begins to read. Shinomiya Kaguya. He mutters the name, scanning the target's details. Shinomiya Kaguya, the youngest daughter of Shinomiya Ganon, chairman of the Shinomiya Group. Given the mission's objectives, it's likely about a family inheritance, as the current chairman is old and nearing the end. The document claims the client believes Shinomiya Ganon's will is in her possession, but the proof is elusive. A mission that messes with his principles. See, he'll refuse missions where kids and helpless women are in the line of fire. Plus, the Shinomiya powerhouse is no joke, a global titan. This mission won't be a cakewalk. Then there's the personal stake his kids and their mommy could get dragged into harm's way. If I didn't have kids, this wouldn't be this damn complicated. He silently curses his dick himself, not his innocent kids or Hoshino AI. Your job? Take Shinomiya Ganon's will and eliminate her. Say no, and you're my successor. Dimitri waits in silence, but he's not pondering the answer. This old bastard won't hand me an easy way out. Sneaky son of a bitch, he thinks to himself, but he's in. It's his ticket out of this inferno, and he'll figure out a way to wrap up this mission without violating his principles. I'm in. Mission accepted. Dash. Cruising high above the clouds, 001 was en route to Japan, 9 hours deep into the journey. He was going by Yanagi Minoru, gearing up to meet Hoshino Ai, his heart brimming with anticipation. As for his kids and her, he kept it all under wraps, far away from Dimitri. These hidden cards were destined to be his soft spot. The mission had a floating deadline, a twist of fate waiting around any corner, which meant he couldn't simply coast along and neglect his purpose. He knew the deal, an open contract not exclusive to him, to take down Shinomiya Kaguya, and he wasn't alone in this crossfire, there are numerous eyes fixed on her head. Pushing aside the mission, who would have thought I'd end up a dad, he mused, a wry grin playing on his lips. For someone who thrived on flawless executions, life's glitches stung. Turns out, he was just as human as the rest, vulnerable to mistakes. Blunderings, like a missing condom or one that decided to bail midway. But then again, Aqua and Ruby, their names, man, Aqua's a bit. He reflected. The guilt gnawed at him, realizing he'd brushed them aside for 4 whole years, a complete scumbag. Thoughts wandered to their faces and personalities, but names were all he knew. It was their essence he craved, not mere phone pixels. Maybe they'll take after their old man, huh? Can't blame him, a smile tugged at his lips, quickly tucked away. Oh, you're in high spirits, sir, the flight attendant chimes in, her smile practically painted on. She's over here, offering snacks with the politest smiles. Nat, I'm good, he tosses back, a sly smile painting his lips that's got her blushing. She's got blonde hair, a uniform that's showing off more than it hides, and the man himself is thinking, should I give this a shot? But then the reality check lands. Whoa there, pal. Remember those kiddos of yours? Yeah, priorities. He's nodding to his dick himself, thinking it's a no-go. He's got a new life, and it's not the type that fits a romance narrative. Minoru kept himself engaged during the flight by immersing himself in reading. His attention was fixed on a newspaper headline that read, Luxembourg's civil war is ending. He wasn't just skimming through, he was absorbing every piece of information, diving into the turmoil that had gripped the nation. It was a power struggle between the first prince and first princess, a throne conflict that had finally reached its conclusion. But what intrigued Minoru most was the plot twist that had rocked the monarchy 6 months earlier, the shocking murder of the first prince during a meeting with the USA Embassy. The geopolitical aftermath had been messy, but with the ascension of the first princess, the new queen had managed to regain control and stabilize the situation. Yet, there was one enigma that continued to puzzle the world, the identity of the first prince's killer. A wry grin formed on Minoru's face as he pondered the scene he had just read. Well, it was me, he thought, recalling the moment he aimed for the prince's head with a sniper scope. You see, the mastermind behind this regal assassination was none other than Yanagi Minoru, going by the code name 001. Flip. With a casual flip of the page, the newspaper unveiled another gripping narrative, USA monetary crisis. The ink on the pages detailed a financial upheaval that had recently settled in the early months of 2014. The historical backdrop of this world was familiar to Minoru, mirroring the one he had lived through before, yet certain crises had unfolded differently, like this very monetary cataclysm. Ever the opportunist, Minoru hadn't let this diversion from the past go to waste. While he was already raking in a substantial income under his alias, he still found time to dabble in stock market gains and other avenues of wealth accumulation, subtly augmenting his financial status. The rhythmic rustling of paper caught a girl's attention, and a voice remarking, "You look like an old man if you're reading a newspaper." Glancing at the source, he discovered a young girl seated next to him. In his business class seat, conveniently by the window, Minoru found himself internally amused at her audacity. It seemed she was more concerned about her view than striking up a conversation, but he simply shook off her judgment. "Why the newspaper?" she inquired further, her tone curious. "You could just read it on your phone." Minoru responded, his voice laced with self-assured nonchalance, "There's a comfort in reading it this way." "Can I help you, ma'am?" The girl scoffed playfully, rejecting the title. "Ma'am? Do I look like an auntie to you? I'm only 16. And as for your question, I'm just bored, sorry. His lips curled into a subtle knot as he accepted her explanation. I see. Wow, so cold, she sighed, her attention returning to the article. It's Luxembourg again. Minoru's patience was tested by the girl's chattiness. He had hoped to delve back into the news in solitude. Nevertheless, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had seen her somewhere before, a fleeting recognition in her features. Her short brown hair, arranged in quirky pigtails, and her seemingly out-of-place hairstyle sparked a hint of past life memory. Resuming his reading, "What's your take on the situation?" he inquired, all while keeping an eye on the newsprint. She shrugged, unfazed. Well, it's a power struggle, sure. But it's made things worse after the assassination. His smirk was audible in his voice as he teased, "Quite the knowledgeable 16-year-old, aren't you?" "I catch things on TV. Nothing special," she replied nonchalantly, her pride intact. Minoru was tempted to dismiss her as a mere news watcher, but he pushed that thought aside. Instead, he reached for his bag, pulling out a book that caught his interest. The girl's gaze flickered to the book's title, "100 Ways to Become a Good Daddy." An eyebrow arched in amusement at his unexpected choice. She let out an indignant HMMPH, turning her head away like a tsundere. His retreat to the book seemed to wound her pride, the serious expression on his face hinting at a genuine curiosity for the topic. "Hey, how about we become friends? My name's Shijo." Just before Shijo could spill more beans, the guy's eyes turned laser-focused, and he pressed a finger to his lips with a shush that could rival a librarian's. You see, it's not that he's turning down the girl, it's more like his instincts are going berserk, red alert style, like a bloodhound on steroids. His radar was picking up something wicked from the economy class row. And yet, he's got these next-level senses that let him pull off that smooth silent gesture. A quick scan of the scene told him what was up. Every other passenger? Knocked out. And Minoru's not buying the whole "they're just napping" spiel. Hey! There's suspicion written all over her face. Meanwhile, she's trying to enjoy some snack time, but guess what? Mr. Stealth Mode snatches the goods right from her grip. Cue the frown of disapproval. Now, don't get me wrong. No matter how good-looking this guy is, his attitude seriously needs a tune-up, as per Shijo. So she's got her arms crossed, mentally giving this dude a seriously look. But, Minoru isn't raining on the parade just to mess with her. He's got a sixth sense for segs and a fifth sense for trouble, a whiff of those snacks and he's on full alert mode. Those innocent-looking munchies? Well, they've got a hidden secret, pumped-up doses of knockout juice. Sniffed it out like a drug dealer's nose, and he damn knew that the situation was dead serious. And then, out of nowhere, the curtain behind him rustles. Yeah, that curtain separates the fancy section from the rest of the plane. Minoru's probably thinking, oh come on. Here we go again. Chapter 3, Prologue 3. This chapter is R18. Minoru didn't waste a moment, springing up from his seat with purpose. He leaned in close to the girl, whose demeanor turned fear with a mix of confusion. With a hushed tone, he muttered, "These snacks have been tampered with. Don't eat them. Pretend to be asleep and stay put." The urgency in his voice caused her eyes to widen as she watched him retreat, a mixture of shock and anxiety painted across her face. The plane was a realm of quietude, passengers lost in slumber. As he advanced toward the economy class, a determined air hostess wrestled with the curtain partition. Then, like a thunderous clap disrupting the tranquil ambience, bang! The gunshot reverberated through the cabin, a jarring interruption to the peace. Quick reflexes kicked in, and Minoru intercepted the raven-haired air hostess mid-motion, freezing her attempt. His thoughts briefly to the blonde girl's safety, only to be hastily shelved. "Susch, retreat and take cover," he breathed to her, his voice a low, assuring whisper. Though trembling, she nodded in agreement, her resolve pitted against fear as she recognized her responsibility to safeguard the lives on board. A firearm within an aircraft? The sheer audacity of the situation left him momentarily dumbfounded. What the fuck was transpiring? The thought that such a scandal could devastate the airline's reputation flickered across his mind, though that was overshadowed by an eerie sense of déjà vu. This? Again? He should have been proud, yet he wasn't. This marked his second entanglement in a commercial airline incident, once as an infant and now this. The assailant surged forth, the metallic gleam of the weapon capturing the scant light. A dance of survival ignited. Sidestepping the attack, Minoru moved like flowing water, a symphony of precision. His elbow struck like a piston, driving into the assassin's ribs, breaking his momentum. Swift as thought, he seized the wrist and contorted it, compelling the weapon's relinquishment. The sudden torque caused the gun to slip from the weakened grip, clattering to the ground. Damn, why? Thud. Undeterred, the assassin rallied with a spinning kick aimed at Minoru's skull. He leaned away, narrowly evading the strike, then turned the aggressor's leg into a lever to unbalance him. The assailant crumpled, and in an instant, Minoru was astride him. A swift maneuver led the hidden blade knife to emerge from the assassin's back. Stab. Slash. The blade struck with uncanny accuracy, silencing the assailant forever. The first kill of the day. Sensations rippled through the aircraft's structure, vibrations revealing the approach of another. The curtain peeled back, revealing a formidable adversary poised, and armed. Minoru's gaze fixated, dissecting every detail in an instant. As the blade danced through the air, it found its mark, the opponent's chest. Stab. Arg. The cry of pain erupted, but Minoru was relentless. Striding forth with unwavering determination, his footsteps soundless, he seized the knife with purposeful swiftness, forcing another surge of agony from his adversary. Stab. Slash. The blade knife was an extension of his arm, each motion a calculated yet deadly ballet. Precision strikes honed through experience and battles unfurled, targeting vulnerabilities with ruthless efficiency. And then, a twinge of self-awareness, damn it, my habits. Minoru always ensured his blade brought silence to his foes. If circumstances shifted, he muffled their cries. Screams unnerved him deeply, cries of the dying wrenching at his core. A Glock 43 rested in his hand, liberated from its owner's lifeless grip. His gaze swept the plane, two adversaries down, or so it seemed. Yet, sudden turbulence shifted his focus. Kya? Nu. Oh God! I don't want to die. The cacophony of terror gripped him, though these screams weren't of this moment, but echoes of haunting memories. Gritting his teeth, he clung to a seat for stability, resolutely forging ahead. Each step led him closer to the cockpit, a realm clouded in uncertainty. Help! The scream sliced through the air, jolting him from his place. It was the girl who had been sitting beside him, seized by a man wearing a pilot's uniform. The way he eyed her, horny bastard! Aiming for his head, a sharp retort followed, a gunshot splitting the tense silence. The man who had emerged from the cockpit had let his guard down, unaware of Minoru's presence. Over here, he commanded with an intensity that demanded immediate obedience. Shijo, the girl's name, darted toward him, her steps faltering as the plane trembled beneath her feet. Find cover, he instructed, snatching another firearm from the floor. His fingers danced across the gun's contours, a dance of familiarity and readiness. Gazing out the window, Minoru watched the clouds creep by, his stomach lurching as the plane lost altitude. That pilot, damned bastard! This is a suicide mission, wiping out all evidence with a plane crash, his thoughts seethed. The cockpit door creaked open, revealing a blonde air hostess brandishing a gun. I see, she's a bitch. Her stance exuded a distinctly different air, contrasting the man he'd eliminated earlier. Fingers coiled around his handgun's grip, the tension tangible as both combatants readied themselves for the impending clash. Minoru's fingers quivered, and in a flash, his weapon was drawn. Concussive gunshots reverberated, a relentless volley fired in rapid succession. The woman twisted, her body bending and weaving, using the plane's erratic swaying to her advantage. Bang! 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 Damn it! Amidst his expletive, he lunged toward the cockpit. His past threatened to resurface, but urgency surged. It wasn't the time for reflection. A chance emerged, he closed the gap, discarding his empty gun as his fingers found a fresh grip. A showdown unfolded near the cockpit door, a frenzied display of brawn and strategy. Each maneuver radiated raw power and calculated finesse. Minoru's movements were a master class in brutal precision, each strike and block a testament to his prowess. Useless. He hummed, deftly evading a flurry of strikes with controlled grace. Your skills are impressive, he conceded, his voice laced with respect, deflecting her onslaught. The struggle raged, showcasing Minoru's increasing dominance. With a calculated maneuver, he disarmed her, her weapon crashing to the floor. Seizing her moment of disorientation, he ensnared her arm, using her own force against her. A twist, a pivot, her body met the ground with a resounding thud. Turbulence intensified, adding unpredictability to their clash. Minoru capitalized, his moves orchestrated chaos, calculated strikes and grappling artistry in symphonic harmony. He maneuvered deftly, leveraging jujitsu mastery to immobilize her, while keeping the cockpit door in his sights. Undaunted, she waged a determined struggle, seeking to break free from his grip. Yet, his determination remained steadfast, his movements precise and unwavering. Swiftly transitioning, he ensnared her, his legs coiled around her neck, imposing a stifling restraint. "Checkmate, bitch," Minoru's voice dripped with composed assurance, his gun aimed at her head. In response, a reluctant grin tugged at her lips. "Kuek. You're fucking good, but it's too late to stop the plane." Her voice, breathless, carried admiration and mockery. A defiant laugh barely escaped before Minoru smacked her with a bonk to her forehead using his gun's barrel. Dragging her to the cockpit, he secured her with a seatbelt. With the pilot deceased, Minoru slid into the pilot's seat, determination burning in his eyes. Yanagi Minoru's perspective. Darkness enveloped my vision, like a void of nothingness. I ain't kidding when I say I couldn't see a damn thing. Call me a fool, but I'm telling you, it was a pitch-black abyss. Hang on a sec though, there's something, a glimmer. A shard of light. Nah, it ain't some mystical tunnel's end glow, it's just me cracking my eyes open. But seriously, what the hell is this mess? I'm staring at titans, giants that shouldn't even exist in a world of sensible proportions. And this airplane? It's like it's been pumped up on steroids, breaking every standard of reality. Legroom's a dream now, even in the economy. Not gonna lie, that's a silver lining, but the timing's all off for a freakin' review. Where the hell am I? Wait a second, what happened to my voice? I sound like a toddler on helium. And my hands? Tiny, puny little things that'd embarrass a baby. But the kicker? These damn hands move exactly how I want 'em to. Well, ain't our baby just a bundle of energy? Some woman's leaning down, peering at me with those eyes of hers. I must be microscopic for her to be bending like that. Hold up, did she just call me baby? You mean to tell me that little munchkin is, me? And what in the flying reincarnation is going on? I want some goddess-like explanations before anything else. This is some next-level soul kidnapping, I tell ya. Brrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr plane shakes like a wet dog. Legroom might be workable for a rugrat like me, but did someone forget to give the engines a checkup? Baby, it's all right, Mommy's here. The lady, who seems strangely familiar, wraps me up in a bear hug. But even she's trembling from the fear gnawing at her. A beefy hand slides in to buckle me up. Safety first, little man, the guy grumbles. He's got his wife and kid secured too. Crap, this is some foul situation. I just popped into existence and now I'm staring down death's gaping maw again. The shaking rages on, and then... boom! It blasts from the right. I look, and the wings tearing off like a bad breakup. Boom! The left's joining the let's fall off the plane party. I peer out the window, clouds racing by like they've got a date with doomsday. Dash! The memory from 17 years back suddenly snaps into focus, merging with the chaos. The day that plane crash took my parents, the family I had only recently learned about. And here I am, facing a fresh disaster, just as I was about to meet my kids. Beep. 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 Shut up. Beeps flood in as the plane nosedives, the ocean blue racing up to greet us. The engines might be napping, but the plane itself? No bruises. Those third-rate assassins not botched it. The cockpit's still intact, cause breaking it would have been too easy. Alrighty then, I muttered, flipping the engines back on like Bond. Why am I even doing this? Turns out the pilot got taken out by that blonde bitch air hostess yet, the one who turned out to be a fox among sheep. My guess? They were aiming to put the bullet on me or some poor ass here. But now ain't the time for sleuthing, I gotta get this Leviathan back on track. Whoosh! The cockpit clatters as jet engines roar, dragging this massive bird's tail back to the heavens. This Bond-worthy stunt is gonna guzzle more fuel than a pyromaniac at a gas station, and sure, I'm gonna be tardy to my fatherhood meeting, but better late than never, right? Man, finally. I pulled off the stunt, thanks to my license to kill, or rather, my pilot's license. Commercial jets are uncharted territory for me, though. I fix my eyes on the control panel, keying in on the radio switch. I clear my throat and lay it out for air traffic control. Tower, it's flight 237. We're in the middle of a major emergency. There's some serious sabotage going down on this plane. The cockpit's missing a pilot, and I'm stepping up to take control of this big-ass plane. I need directions, and I need em pronto. The tower erupts in a panic. They're used to talking to pilots, not passengers turned makeshift aviators. They're peppering me with questions, a chorus of annoyance that grates on my nerves. They lecture me about approach vectors and such. Leave me alone. I know what I'm doing, I muttered. I've got this. I alter the course, swapping Tokyo for Incheon, since it is closer and safer given the mess we're in. Flight 237, maintain heading 2-5-0. Cleared to approach runway 32R. Tower guys wheezing like a marathon runner's long-lost twin. Silence hangs as I engage the autopilot. Clouds drift by, and here I am, solo in the cockpit. Well, not entirely alone. I've got the corpses back there. The pilot, co-pilot, and the air hostess assassin, tied up like a holiday turkey after I gave her a good old-fashioned nap. I rise from the pilot's seat, eyeing the blonde assassin with a simmering disdain. Today is supposed to be special for me, but the jerks who sent her have managed to grind my gears. Up and at em, I mutter, meeting her gaze with a predatory glint. You're finally awake. I level a devilish stare at her, sending shivers down her spine. She doesn't utter a word, even though I haven't bothered to gag her. This pair, this damn duo, they're nothing but a waste of my precious time. Listen up, pal. You've got a choice to make, spill the beans like there's no tomorrow, or I'll carve a nightmare into your brain that'll stick with you till your last breath. And don't get it twisted, it's not because you're a feminist bitch that I'm holding back. My methods are all about equality, just hang tight and experience it firsthand. A ferocious fire dances in my eyes as her trembling intensifies. My words might not be laden with threats, but the sheer weight behind them suffices. I seal the door tight, and this cockpit, it's a soundproof haven courtesy of the jet engine's deafening symphony. With a sharp smack, I pistol whip her. What the hell were you doing on this plane? I lean in close, gripping her jaw in a vice-like hold. She stammers, swallowed by fear as she locks eyes with my bloodshot gaze. But oh, she's got guts, or maybe it's just plot armor, because she returns my glare with gritted teeth. HOH. HOH. You've got a sliver of pride left, I'll give you that, I chuckle as I recline in my seat. Who are you, really? Your moves, your skills, are you here to play guardian? She retorts, her eyes never leaving mine. Her? Ah, that triggers a memory, the name Shijo by my side. Sure thing. Let me share with you how I've managed to survive up until this point. I believe everyone possesses weaknesses, and those weaknesses can become tools for your enemies. I utilize every weapon and approach at my disposal, as long as it doesn't violate my principles. I hoist her onto my lap, her posture putting her ass in the spotlight. Keep talking. My Glock rests against her head, a chilling reminder of her vulnerability. As if I'd spill a shit. She spits. Gloved fingers ready, I steady myself. Smack. Smack. Bonk. Bonk. My slap connects with her butt, her reaction a curious blend of surprise and something else. Hiya. What the hell are you playing at? Ha. Ahem. She snaps, her expression a mix of irritation and pleasure? Seemingly deriving satisfaction from my heaven-slap torture. Nonetheless, I maintained my professionalism, poker face, remaining unaffected by any excitement or sexual interest. Seems you're quite fond of my little spanking, hey? This isn't torture, it's a good-for-nothing punishment for a masochistic bitch. The minutes tick on, a bizarre interrogation. She pleads for release, but I continue my methodical slapping. Don't worry, her uniform is still intact. Trust me, I'm only going through this to mine the information I need. For the record, I won't indulge in this road again, finding chicks and so on. I've vowed to ensure my children's happiness and also that of their mother, the only one for me. Being a man of focus, commitment, and sheer fucking will, even in this situation, my dick remained controlled. Only the gods and this individual understand my true intention. Ha! Ha! YVEU stopped. She pants, her demeanor transformed from assassin to a whore one. I finally pull out my Glock 43, its slide racked back. A swift pull of the trigger ends her life, and with a meticulous sweep, I erase my trace from this aircraft along with any trace of my unconventional heavenly interrogation. Reclining into the pilot's seat, I let out an exasperated sigh, my mind still racing from taking down the assassins and prying intel from her tight grip. With a meticulous scan of the cockpit, everything appears copacetic as the plane eases into South Korean airspace. I punch in the numbers and make the call. Hey there Minoru-kun, how's the journey treating you? Just touched down already? AI's voice chimes in, her tone a mix of curiosity and warmth. Let's be clear, I hadn't shared the minute details of my flight, merely shot her a text saying I was Japan-bound. My lips curve into a smile, a thin veil over my racing thoughts. Apologies, gonna be a bit late. Damn airport delays. Looks like I'll be rolling in tomorrow. I was spinning a web of lies here. No way I could tell her that I was the one in the cockpit. And for some damn reason, guilt was clawing at me. All I wanted was to wrap my eyes around my kids, but now it felt like I was letting them down even before I met them. Gotcha. Don't worry about it, Minoru-kun. Also, I apologize as well, yahaha, since I won't be able to pick you up at the airport. Yeah, I get it. Catch you later. Waiting for you at home, Minoru-kun. Take care. Home. Cute choice of words, I guess. Maybe it's her idol training that helps her say all the right things. Still, it's kinda hollow. Then again, who am I to point fingers? I'm sitting here hiding the biggest secret, even though she's the mother of my flesh and blood. Screw it all. I'm sorry, kids. Looks like Dad's gonna be fashionably late for our grand meetup. Chapter 4, Chapter 1, The Gods Were Against Me. As Minoru takes command in the cockpit, Shijo Maki's heart races, a surge of fear coursing through her veins. Regret gnaws at her, her carefully laid plans now appearing reckless. This was supposed to be a trip of healing, a respite from the turmoil caused by her crush, Tsubasa Tanuma, who had shattered her hopes by declaring his affection for her friend Nagisa. Yes, her frustration simmered with the intensity of a burning fire. She yearned for a reprieve, a temporary escape, but being underage, she couldn't drown her sorrows in alcohol. Thus, a vacation seemed like the perfect remedy. Hi. Why is this happening to me? Her voice trembled with a mixture of desperation and disbelief. She clung to the notion that this journey was meant to be a soothing balm for her emotional wounds. This was supposed to be a good trip. What do I do now? Arg. I don't want to die. I just wanted a break, a chance to heal from the pain. Hayek. She vocalized her anxieties, her pleas echoing through the cabin. Suddenly, a jolt shook the aircraft as Minoru guided the plane into a steep climb. What? Maki's gaze snapped to the window, her wide eyes capturing the scene before her. Miraculously, the chaotic situation normalized, dispelling the looming specter of doom she had felt moments earlier. Could it be him? But how? Her thoughts raced as she tried to comprehend what had transpired. Maki's perception of the man had undergone a metamorphosis. She had initially pegged him as a mere handsome face with little regard for propriety. Yet, his aura had shifted, revealing a keen intuition and an unwavering poise in the face of adversity. His silver hair and imposing demeanor held an uncanny allure, both captivating and unsettling. He had navigated the crisis with the ease of someone accustomed to such challenges. No. Perhaps this is his true nature, she contemplated. Her mind embarked on a juxtaposition between Tsubasa, the source of her unrequited affection, and this enigmatic individual. No, Tsubasa can't even compare to him. But wait, why am I drawing parallels between them? Could it be that I've finally moved on? A flicker of joy danced within her as the notion of her mended heart brought relief. No, this is absurd. Why am I even comparing him to someone I barely know? Maki caught herself, recognizing the absurdity of her internal debate. His uniqueness was undeniable, his silver hair a rarity, his countenance strikingly handsome, and his physique exuding an aura of protection. His character, though imperfect, had left a lasting imprint on her. Then there was his competence in combat, surpassing that of her bodyguard, an arena with which her affluent upbringing had familiarized her. But wait! I doubt they could handle a situation like this. No way, a newfound clarity graced her thoughts. Her mind underwent an intellectual transformation, dissecting the dynamics at play. Why am I even concerning myself with him? A surge of sudden realization dawned upon her. Why indeed, she mused, connecting the dots of her recovery. No, this can't be right. He must have been assigned to protect me, surely. A wave of skepticism washed over her, a defense mechanism against embracing her feelings. However, with time, the truth crystallized: the silver-haired man was not a family employee. Maki's disbelief turned to indignation. That. Don't lie to me, father. She retorted in her mind. Why would I lie? But don't get too excited. Although I'll pick you up in Korea, don't expect pocket money for the next month, Maki. Wait. Dad, I'm sorry. Her remorse reverberated within, the sudden gravity of the situation accompanied by a sense of humility. In this whirlwind of emotions, Maki discovered the depths of her feelings and the strength to confront her past. This turbulent flight had inadvertently become a journey of self-discovery, one that had shed light on her capacity to heal and grow. Yanagi Minoru skillfully landed the plane and parked it, a feat that demanded precision and expertise. Knock. 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 An insistent series of knocks echoed, disrupting Minoru's moment of accomplishment as he prepared to exit the pilot's seat. The impending investigation loomed over him, promising a day filled with exhaustive questioning by the authorities. What a bother, he muttered, acknowledging the forthcoming ordeal but choosing not to dwell on complaints. Opening the door, he was met by the girl who had been sitting beside him during the ordeal. He tried to recall her name, but she didn't give him the chance to complete his thought. Are you okay? She asked, her voice tinged with concern as she held her waist. Despite her seemingly cold exterior, the dark circles under her eyes revealed her true fatigue. I'm fine, thanks. And you? Did you get hurt? Minoru's query swept the cabin, now devoid of passengers save for him and this enigmatic girl. Amid the hushed aftermath, one question remained unanswered: who was she? I'm fine, thanks to you. But don't think I'm grateful or anything. Let's just go. A mixture of annoyance and embarrassment colored her words, her gaze evading Minoru's as if she were a fragile bird trying to flee. Truth be told, Shijo Maki found it difficult to express gratitude, especially to a handsome man like Minoru. After that brief conversation, she had an inkling of his less-than-stellar personality traits. Nevertheless, her circumstances had become complicated after he saved her life. His actions had an uncanny resemblance to those of a secret agent, although she was aware of his womanizing tendencies. Go where? And why should I? Minoru's eyebrow arched as he quizzically posed the question. Minoru, however, recognized this type. He saw through her veneer, identifying the pattern. A girl accustomed to control, probably from a privileged background. There was an unexpected charm in this predictability, especially in how it manifested in her amusing reactions. Just follow me. My dad wants to meet you. Ugh. She stamped her foot in frustration, her cheeks turning crimson. It was a reaction he had anticipated. I'm sorry, but I can't. Stepping out of this airplane will trigger a barrage of questions from the authorities. They'll want to know who landed the plane and who thwarted the sabotage attempt. Minoru stepped out of the cockpit, his gaze shifting suspiciously towards the girl who wore a proud smile, despite the weary circles under her eyes. Rest assured, my family will make things easier for you. You won't have to go through all that hassle. Did you already forget my name? She pointed her thumb towards herself. Shijo? Oh, right. Minoru pretended to ponder, a sly grin dancing on his lips. Her reaction was exactly what he'd expected. That's just my family name. Ugh. You stopped me mid-sentence, of course, you didn't catch it, she groaned, her hand covering her forehead. I'm Shijo Maki, and you are. Minoru connected the dots. Shijo, the Shijo Corporation, known adversaries of the Shinomiya. This added a layer of intrigue to the situation. He now had a chance to make progress in his mission. I'm Minoru, Yanagi Minoru, he introduced himself, seizing the opportunity to delve deeper. So, why did you choose an airline, Shijo? And why travel abroad without any bodyguards around you? What's it to you? And it's Shijo, not Shijo. Her frustration was palpable. I see, so you're a bit of an airhead? He asked. An airhead? Me? No way. I was ranked third among my peers last year. Minoru hit a nerve. He wasn't wrong, anyone who knew about her had an ulterior motive. Her unguarded travel, without security, was an obvious target. Yes, you are. Aren't you aware that people around you usually have an agenda? And here you are, no bodyguard in sight. Are you mending a broken heart? Or just being the rebellious daughter? His words pierced through her facade, hitting her heart with an arrow where it hurt most. Her trip was, indeed, an escape from the pain of unrequited love. What are you saying? Do you think I care about that? And no way. She vehemently denied it, her blush betraying her true feelings. Minoru's smile softened. I apologize if I was too blunt. Let's change the topic. As I said, it's nothing. She retorted, her embarrassment growing as she unconsciously opened an airplane snack and began eating it with annoyance. Humph. She huffed, crossing her arms. Quite the tsundere. However. Wait. Sigh. Minoru sighed, a blend of exasperation and amusement. Watching her consume the drugged snack was like observing a playful kitten chasing its tail. This girl is incredibly stupid. Who would have thought that someone from her background could still embody such innocence? With a mixture of acceptance, he cradled her as she drifted into slumber, the consequences of her actions leading her to a peaceful sleep, blissfully unaware of her misstep. After a while, Minoru found himself aboard a private airplane headed for Tokyo. Serendipitously, he had a chance encounter with the daughter of a wealthy family. Although he had no intention of rescuing her or anything, he couldn't ignore his bad luck for getting into trouble, alongside the stroke of luck that had landed him in this situation. Minoru could hear Shijo Maki slumbering soundly in the seat behind him, despite his prior warning about what she had just consumed. He picked up a glass of water from the tray in front of him and took a sip, a wry thought crossing his mind, women. He knew exactly what had transpired. Thank you for saving my daughter and the other passengers by safely landing the plane. I'm Shijo Makoto, chairman of Shijo Corporation. A man with short brown hair, sharp eyes and a slight beard spoke with relief, bowing respectfully to Minoru. Yanagi Minoru. Thank you for handling the troublesome aftermath for me. I would have been stuck dealing with their investigation. Please, raise your head, sir, Minoru responded, resolute in his determination. He wouldn't let the plane crash his ass again, and he held on to his resolve to survive and safeguard his interests, driven by his responsibility to his children. After I extracted information from that bitch. He reminisced about the interrogation he subjected the assassin to after thwarting their suicide mission. At first, he was likely the prime target, but with his face and hair hidden, it seemed improbable. Perhaps Dimitri had orchestrated this plot to eliminate him, wanting out of the organization. Yet, Minoru dismissed such a third-rate scheme as ineffective against him. Turning his thoughts to the girl seated behind him, she was likely the real target due to her connection to the Shijo family. However, this wasn't truly his problem. She was just fortunate that he happened to be on the same plane. This is merely a gesture for someone who saved my daughter. Given the continuous rise of Shijo Corporation, there have been many targeting my family members. But now they seem to be taking it to extreme measures. Shijo Makoto offered a helpless smile, not boasting of his wealth but merely explaining the gravity of the situation. Minoru nodded in acknowledgement, conveying his understanding without words. May I inquire about something, Yanagi-san? Shijo Makoto began. Of course, but I'll need to hear your question first. Shijo Makoto was impressed by Minoru's composed demeanor. Few could speak so casually to him, yet Minoru's confidence wasn't arrogance, it was earned. However, it seemed almost too good to be true for someone of his age. Do you have any plans at the moment? A career, perhaps? The enigmatic man before Shijo Makoto, sitting gracefully after his daring feat, was a puzzle. How could someone stay so composed? His speech implied that this was just routine for him, indicating substantial experience in the field. Shijo Makoto pondered his motives, finding it unlikely that Minoru had targeted Maki, especially after he had killed her potential assassin and prevented a plane crash. Makoto marveled at his daughter's luck in being seated next to Yanagi Minoru. Yet, Makoto's main question lingered: what were Minoru's true motives? I'm still contemplating my career path, as I recently completed my studies abroad. However, I'm interested in improving education in my homeland and becoming a teacher, Minoru shared, aligning his answer with his fabricated identity. His name, age, and background all fabricated, save for the real PhD he held. Despite his identity as a hitman, he hadn't forsaken his education. Still, that PhD, even attained under an alias, was a paradox. After all, he was officially deceased following the plane crash 17 years prior. I see. That's an honorable ambition, Yanagi-san. If you're interested, I can help you find a suitable starting point. I have connections with Shuchiin Academy, known for its exceptional educational standards, Shijo Makoto offered, already thinking ahead. Placing him in my daughter's high school might help foster a connection between them. It appears that he's only turned 20 this year, yet he possesses remarkable talent at such a young age, he thought. Anyone capable of dispatching armed assailants and seizing control of an unstable plane wasn't to be taken lightly. While Makoto had reservations about Minoru's true identity, as long as his intentions didn't harm his children, Makoto was prepared to invest in him. I'll consider your offer, sir. Naturally, I need to discuss this with my family first, Minoru replied, his approach measured. He didn't wish to rush, and he believed his application alone would secure the place he sought, which was the high school his target attended. But feel free to contact me if you are interested in my assistance. And may I ask where you graduated from? I graduated from Oxford, sir. Shijo Makoto was taken aback, he had expected a different response. Even without my help, you could easily secure the opportunities you desire, Makoto chuckled, impressed by Yanagi Minoru's capabilities at such a young age. For Minoru, he suppressed an internal chuckle. Makoto was cautious at him, but his trust as the chairman of Shijo Corporation was a valuable help. Damn, why am I so damn nervous? A strange sensation courses through him. This emotion is foreign, never experienced in his second chance at life. Yet, facing his children ignites a flurry of nerves he can't quell. He's at a loss for how to act or what words to utter in their presence. The circumstances only exacerbate the turmoil within. He's forsaken them for nearly 4 years, and while AI bears no blame, she did try to reach out him. It turns out she forgot about the secure phone he had given her. But then again, AI isn't like him, casually changing identities, she's a normal person. Moreover, he's breaking his promise by arriving a day late to this first reunion in 4 years. My luck's just a laughing stock. Wonder if the gods have a personal vendetta against me or something. Behind the wheel of his 911, he steals a glance at the collection on his left, a trove of gifts he's bought. Well, hope the red roses strike a chord and the toys make them smile. Yet, even with all his preparations, the sharp suit, the sleek sports car, the thoughtful tokens, he's still as anxious as a rookie on their first date. After a while, he arrives at the address AI sent him. This the place? Cozy digs. Did she manage to secure this apartment on her own? Credit where it's due, AI's become an unrelenting single parent, a testament to her determination. Feeling more of a scumbag as time ticks. Should have done this sooner. Wanted them to have a decent home. No use hesitating, time to step inside. With a newfound determination, he mounts the daunting staircase, every step an affirmation of his intent to bring happiness back. Yet, fate has other plans. He spots a hoodie-clad figure, a bouquet similar to his own, positioned at the entrance, a figure that reeks of suspicion. He doesn't think twice, his grip on the man's shoulder is relentless. Arg! Pain echoes through the stranger's yelps, his feeble frame easily dominated by Minoru's grasp. What the hell's your deal? Minoru's gaze transforms into a fiery, bloodshot glare, an epitome of fury. So it's true, she's had kids all this time? How dare she spin that web of lies, and shack up with Eichmann scums like you? The words are spat out between gritted teeth. Minoru tightens his hold further, annoyance evident. Keek. Arg. The hooded figure winces in pain before unleashing a maniacal laugh. Ha ha ha. Just as a door creaks open, a voice inquires, yes? Who's this? The owner peers out, locking eyes on the peculiar sight before her, leaving her frozen in place. Dai, you liar. A concealed knife, unveiled in the depths of the hoodie, slithers toward AI, poised to strike. Yet, it's Minoru's right hand that intercepts the blade, protecting her. However, the intensity in Minoru's bloodshot eyes radiates a terrifying pressure, potent enough to extinguish a life, leaving him with a quivering shiver down his spine. Minoru finds himself uncharacteristically consumed by this overwhelming rage, engaged in a battle against his real nature. Minoru tames his fury masterfully, though the incongruence troubles him. It's a version of himself he doesn't recognize. But now, he's incandescent with rage, his reasoning obscured by an overpowering emotional storm. However, one pair of eyes witnesses it all, and he'll be damned if she sees this side of him. Am I? Mino, are you? AI's timid voice compels him to glance at her. She's taking a step back, wide-eyed, staring at the blood trickling from Minoru's hand, where the blade grazed his flesh as he shielded her. AI. I'll step out for a moment, okay? Sorry for yet another broken promise. Minoru closed the door in front of him, leaving AI inside. She looked at him with those eyes filled with regret, confusion, and guilt. That hoodie-wearing guy, whose name ain't worth mentioning, sure messed up big time by crossing a line he shouldn't have touched. Well, he's about to become fish food, a fate he's undoubtedly earned. In other words, he's royally fucked up. As Minoru walks away, hauling the guy along, his internal turmoil rages on, a battle between the fury that seems to consume him. Chapter 5, Chapter 2, AI's Feelings. In the dimly lit living room, a pair of twin children sit on the sofa. An aura of peculiarity surrounds them, making them truly intriguing to behold. Their silver hair, finely adorned lashes, and brows mirror their father with eerie precision, hinting at their shared destiny as reincarnated souls. Amidst the global buzz, an enigma lingers over the aftermath of Flight 237. The plane's salvation from a sabotage attempt remains a puzzle shrouded in silence. Yet, an ominous sentiment whispers that this incident marks a decline in airline security. Whoa! This is beyond belief. I hope everyone's okay, Aqua muttered, fixated on the TV broadcasting the plane incident. Hey, Unai-chan. I heard you've got another acting offer. Ruby's voice entered the conversation. Yeah, it's no easy task for a toddler like me. But I'm keen on helping AI, so there's no other choice, Aqua responded. Since venturing into the entertainment industry, Aqua's ascent has been meteoric, largely propelled by a pivotal movie role. That moment seemed to serve as a stepping stone, enhancing his career. With an uncanny blend of mature disposition and childlike charm, Aqua had an air of distinctiveness that intrigued adults. Coupled with the endearing looks inherited from his parents, he swiftly rose in prominence in the world of cinema. Amid his musings, Aqua's contemplation turned to his biological father. Ruby, have you ever wondered about his appearance? Aqua inquired. Who? Our father, obviously, Aqua retorted, assuming his sister's lack of thoughtfulness. Well, apart from your face, he'll probably bear a resemblance to you, Aqua. But honestly, I haven't dwelled on him much, given that AI is my mother, Ruby revealed, her eyes gleaming. You do hold AI in high regard, hey? Just remember he'll be here soon, Aqua reminded her. Enough with the idol otaku. Sure, I'm aware of that. But what's the game plan, Aqua? Should we cash in on him or exploit his resources for Mama? Or maybe even consider selling his heart? Ruby's darker side surfaced, driven by a desire to manipulate him for AI's benefit. Cease those unsettling notions. But as for how to approach his arrival, asking for financial support might indeed be a valid option, Ruby, Aqua acknowledged, considering AI's modest income despite her roles in dramas, modeling gigs, and television appearances. His income, though on the rise, still paled in comparison, even after his recent success as a favorite child actress. Yet, the concept of their biological father's impending arrival stirred a whirlwind of nerves within Aqua. His stomach roiled, and he pressed his hand against it as if trying to quell an impending upheaval. Ugh, just thinking about it puts immense pressure on me, Aqua groaned, clutching his stomach as if staving off a bout of nausea. Amidst Aqua's discomfort, Ruby chimed in, her eyes void of mockery. Little did they know, their mother AI had overheard their conversation, her curiosity piqued. She marveled at her children's astuteness, taken aback by their capacity to engage in discussions that seemed well beyond their years. As she eavesdropped, she experienced a curious blend of joy and trepidation regarding Minoru's imminent presence. AI regarded her children's innate brilliance as a testament to their precociousness, yet it veered far from the realm of ordinary toddler discourse. AI's contentment stemmed from the fact that Minoru's impending visit was primarily for the sake of Aqua and Ruby. She sought his presence to mend their lives. Initially, AI feared that Minoru had disappeared from the world as if he had no interest in Aqua and Ruby. However, his reaction during a phone conversation had banished her fears, replacing them with laughter. Hold on tight. I'm on my way. His words resonated with genuine enthusiasm, echoing a sentiment AI had doubted she would hear. In contrast to her concerns that he might react indifferently, the warmth that radiated from his words was a pleasant surprise. A warm tingling enveloped AI's heart. Despite being a proficient liar, she consistently wore a fake smile to ensure everyone's happiness, all the while nurturing a contradictory desire deep within her. She yearned for the affection her false persona garnered from others, desiring a genuine love that she had never truly experienced. Hence, she fabricated expressions of love for her fans, masked by those artificial smiles she donned on the concert stage. The combination of Minoru's joyous tone tinged with regret resonated within her, offering an unfamiliar but delightful sensation. A sense of warmth and foreign emotion enveloped AI. It was a sentiment she had never experienced before, a feeling that grew as the conversation unfolded. She seized the moment to share their children's names. "Hey, did you know that our kids are geniuses? And, I named them Aquamarine and Ruby. Do you think those names sound good?" AI inquired, inadvertently dulling Minoru's excitement. "Wait. AI, for heaven's sake, spare me the spoilers. It's as if you're divulging a movie's plot before I've seen it. Kindly withhold the details, I want to witness their presence firsthand," Minoru retorted, his fervor intact. Despite his anticipation, AI couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy at Minoru's eagerness to meet the twins, which seemed to outweigh his excitement to see her. A realization that he wished to connect with his offspring rather than rekindling their past relationship. And, of course, she had never been in a relationship with anyone except him. She felt that whenever she saw others, they seemed to lose their luster in her eyes. This wasn't meant as an offense, though, because she simply didn't have the time for new relationships. However, another feeling was beginning to warm her heart. It was as if Minoru could perceive the emotions running through her expressions. He reassured her, saying, "Don't worry, I'll make their mother happy too. Don't entertain the thought that I'll leave you or anything," Minoru affirmed. AI responded with a wide grin, her words laced with playful incredulity. "You can't just say that so casually. I am an idol, you know? Did you just propose to me?" His reply exuded sincerity. "Hey? Then who will become my wife and the mother of my kids? There's no other candidate other than you." "Idol, hey? It's easy, I'll just wait for you until you're tired of being an idol." Waiting for her until she grew tired of being an idol. Being an idol just means she'll stop lying again, but can she do that? Can she finally cease lying and avoid karma due to her sins? At first, she believed she could shoulder that karma, but her conviction wavered as she witnessed the blood flowing from Minoru's hand, shed to shield her from her own fans' rage. Furthermore, the sky had taken on a reddish hue since the stalker incident that aimed to harm AI. Aqua, having witnessed the confrontation, rushed to AI's side. Luckily, she emerged unscathed, thanks to the intervention of a silver-haired man. At that moment, Aqua realized the man was his father. AI's arms encircled Ruby, who wept in her embrace. "Thank you. Minoru-kun," AI thought, expressed her gratitude. Meanwhile, Miyako answered a call from the police, her voice conveying the news to Ichigo. "What did they say, Miyako?" Ichigo's tone was laden with concern. With their star narrowly escaping harm's way, the agency trembled at the brink of a potential tragedy. Ichigo's apprehensions ran deeper, he had known AI for years. The stalker, Ryusuke, was found suicide in his apartment. The police are still clueless about how he obtained AI's home address. But there's no doubt his motive was tied to AI's secret, Miyako reported. Ichigo cast a glance at the wall leading to Aqua and Ruby's quarters. These youngsters today seem to thrive on trouble, sigh. Anyway, we should consider relocating AI for the time being. Any suggestions? Ichigo, do remember that our budget is tight right now. Aqua overheard the exchange, his fist clenching in frustration. He felt powerless, tormented by his inability to support AI. Despite his overwhelming desire to take revenge, his toddler form seemed a feeble vessel for vengeance. A searing thought pierced his mind: what if AI had been taken from him forever? Concurrently, Aqua's perception of his biological father underwent a subtle transformation, witnessing how he had harmed himself to shield AI. Where had he disappeared to? Aqua's mind echoed the question. "Aqua, what's troubling you?" AI's eyes locked onto him, her smile masking her curiosity. Beside her, Ruby maintained a solemn silence as she hugged her, unwilling to let go. Aqua averted his gaze, his voice evasive. "Just wondering where he's headed, that's all." Guess what? He'll be back, and when he does, both of you should be kind to him. Now, come here, Aqua. There's something I want to share with both of you. AI beckoned from the sofa. As Aqua settled beside her, he received an unexpected hug. This embrace felt unlike any other, bearing a depth he hadn't encountered before. Aqua. Ruby. I love you both. AI's voice wavered as tears streamed down her cheeks, almost as if she was relieved to have finally spoken those words. Voicing her affection brought an inexplicable sense of relief. Amidst her emotions, AI grappled with how to extend gratitude to Minoru for his sacrifices. As she stared into the abyss of uncertainty, her mind returned to the image of his wounded hand, a self-inflicted defense to shield her from the wrath of her fanatic. In the wake of the confrontation, the sky had transformed into a crimson sea. Hikaru Kamaki strolled along the sidewalk, his gait slightly unsteady, a clear indication of his recent visit to the bar. But this day held a special significance for him, a day of reckoning he had long awaited. A wicked grin played on his lips as he contemplated the reactions he hoped to elicit, his mind relishing the anticipated spectacle. Kakak, he chuckled darkly, I wonder what expressions will contort their faces. Hiya, it's unfortunate not to witness it firsthand. After leaking the information he had gathered over the past years, he could now savor the taste of revenge. That idle bitch, Hikaru seethed, memories of past encounters flooding back. The memory of his advances being rejected burnt like a bitter potion. His mind had been set in motion, methodically dissecting AI's life, piece by piece. Astonishingly, he had uncovered a well-concealed secret, one that AI had kept hidden from the world. She was carrying life within her unborn children. Whose children they were, Hikaru didn't initially know. Contemplation led him to a crossroads. His revenge could have been swift, exposing her secret to the public. But that was too simple, too mundane for his taste. The idea of merely informing the media left him cold. He had a peculiar fetish, one that twisted his sadistic desires into elaborate scenarios. A sensation of perverse exhilaration gripped him at the prospect of crafting a tale of torment. He craved the sensation of power, the image of his victim clinging to him in desperation, only to be crushed in the final act. This fetish, born from a past marred by his own inner demons, had sculpted him into the twisted being he had become. A man who desired to manipulate women as much as he despised them. Hey, he muttered with a disturbing mixture of anticipation and pleasure, his hand reaching into his pocket to fish out his apartment key. As he unlocked his door, his thoughts were consumed by the macabre masterpiece he envisioned, the news of AI's demise. He had already set the stage, manipulating his pawns as deftly as a puppeteer. Just as he had orchestrated the demise of the doctor who could have aided AI in childbirth, he had now enmeshed an otaku, once his executioner, in a sinister game. It's fucking disgusting when you smile like that, lost in some perverse fantasy, maybe fetish. A chilling voice shattered his thoughts, causing Hikaru to freeze. A cold, metallic sensation pressed against his back, and he turned slowly, his gaze meeting the silver-haired man before him. But it was the man's crimson eyes that held him captive, eyes that seemed to tear into his very soul. They bore the weight of death itself, a chilling reminder of the impending reckoning. Care to share your story? But what really piques my interest is the scheme you devised to plunge my children into despair. The words dripped like venom from the stranger's lips, punctuated by the sharp impact of a gun barrel against Hikaru's face. Darkness swallowed him whole as he succumbed to unconsciousness. In the dimly lit expanse of Hikaru's apartment, Minoru was immersed in his covert operation. Methodically, he scoured Hikaru's phone and computer, unveiling a trove of disturbing fetishes that sent shivers down his balls: blackmail, rape, and a sinister litany of others. His brows furrowed as he delved into Hikaru's journal, a chilling roadmap of how he meticulously orchestrated his fetish scenarios. Reading through, Minoru's eyes narrowed in response to Hikaru's chilling plans for revenge against AI. The realization hit him hard. I always thought I was a deviant, but this guy takes it to a whole new level, Minoru muttered under his breath, his gaze traversing the apartment's walls. The room was adorned with pictures of numerous women, each marked with an X as an indication of his past victims. In the center of it all, AI's photograph held a prominent position, almost as if she was the centerpiece of his morbid collection. Naturally, he found the plethora of AI's pictures annoying. In some way, he wished to possess her privately rather than as a public fascination. Even the man who had attempted to end AI's life had an abundance of her photos hanging on his walls. The aftermath was grim. This individual met his end by being hanged, staged to appear as a suicide. He was a hitman, well versed in various methods of taking down his adversaries. As Minoru meticulously collected evidence on his electronic device, the memory of AI's face resurfaced. This unexpected reunion after years was not part of his meticulously crafted plan. Amid the shadows of his espionage, he had yearned for this encounter to be a shining moment, a beautiful respite in the harsh landscape of his life. His thoughts drifted back to a young boy who bore a striking resemblance to him. Aqua, he was certain of his name. His eyes, usually so sharp, turned vacant as the weight of the past bore down on him. He observed the agony in Aqua's eyes. The near loss of AI, the mother of his children, had etched a painful scar into their lives. AI was woven into the fabric of their existence, her absence would be akin to a living death. We may not be in a relationship yet, but she's the mother of my children, Minoru mused, his gaze returning to the unconscious form of Hikaru. This man had relished in the agonizing demise of his victims, orchestrating their suffering like a twisted drama. The cost of his sadistic theatrics had been the lives of women and children. Killing him slowly isn't my style. However, I'll use his own methods, much like he did with the victims he killed. As a hitman, he had always favored swift and efficient kills, never deriving enjoyment from his job. But survival demanded adaptation, leading him to consider alternative approaches. Encountering someone so twisted within a supposedly normal society left him questioning the reality of it all. Anyway, Minoru didn't have much time, so he tossed Hikari a bottle of fresh water. Just wake up already. Ah, you're finally awake, hey, freak. Hikaru's consciousness slowly returned, revealing a disconcerting reality. He was bound by ropes to a chair in his apartment. His gaze landed on the figure seated before his computer. Impeccably dressed, radiating an air of opulence, the man exuded an intimidating aura. It wasn't just his appearance that unsettled Hikaru, it was the intensity of his bloodshot eyes that seemed to pierce his very soul. Uncomfortable? You can thank your own sick fetish for that. I'm simply following the script of your depraved role-play journal, Minoru said as he hurled the journal book towards its owner, aiming it at Hikaru's face. The journal, now at Hikaru's feet, was a damning testament to his twisted psyche. A wicked grin played on Hikaru's lips. So, you're here for revenge, I assume. He quipped, attempting to mask his unease with a veneer of nonchalance. Minoru's response was measured, tinged with an air of indifference. Nah, think of me as a janitor, tidying up my children's world. I don't want them tainted by your sadistic fetishes. He casually lit a cigarette, his gaze unwavering. Children? Hikaru's mind whirred in disbelief. The concept of fatherhood felt absurd and out of place in his youthful world. But then, pieces of the puzzle began to align, forming a disturbing picture. You're AI's lover, and the father of her kids. Hikaru's voice trembled with jealousy he couldn't suppress. Minoru exhaled a plume of smoke, his tone carrying a chilling undertone. Indeed, he said as the weight of his killing intent hung heavy in the air. A monster stirred within him, angered by Hikaru's transgressions against what was rightfully his. Hikaru attempted defiance. You're insane. Do you really think you can get away with this? The police will hunt you down. Amusement danced in Minoru's eyes. Don't worry about me. I'm not concerned with the police. It's you they'll be after, for the sadistic fetish acts you committed against your victims. Remember, those victims had families as well. You have no idea how terrifying family can be. Hikaru's eyes widened in horror, the carefully guarded secret he thought was impregnable had been laid bare, despite the extensive security measures he had put in place for his device. A sinister smile tugged at Minoru's lips. There's no point in wondering how I uncovered your secrets. What matters is that your time is up. Now, tell me. He drawled, his voice dripping with menace, how would you like to die? Rather than concerning himself with his secret, Hikaru's mind spiraled into panic, lost in the face of the looming specter of death before him. Chapter 6, Chapter 3, Classic Tokyo Bay. Welcome to Tokyo Bay, the vibrant heart of Yokohama's port. This spot isn't just any docking place, it's the beating pulse of Yokohama's harbor. Nestled within its embrace is a staggering 30-meter depth, ensuring that ships can glide into place with the ease of a gentle sigh. Yet, we're not here to share the ordinary perspective. An abyssal expanse right next to the bustling metropolis. It's a perfect abyss for the underworld to quietly dispose of its unwanted baggage. Listen up, you insolent swine. You're in Shui territory now. If you don't want your family jewels to become a Yakuza souvenir, I suggest you skedaddle. Ryuu, an imposing figure with a dragon etched onto his brawny shoulder, issues his less than friendly welcome to a gang of foreign upstarts eyeing a slice of Shui clan's Yakuza pie. Ryuu's brown hair, mustache, and left eye scar, a memento from the Yakuza Great War, paint a picture of a life lived on the edge. The Yakuza Great War is an event that takes on an almost mythical, resembling tales found within their literature. During that period, multiple Yakuza families recognized the imperative for resolution, leading them to summon an individual to bring an end to the conflict. This individual, known as the Ghost, operated alone, dismantling their adversaries and then disappearing, shrouded in mystery. The Ghost has since become symbolic of fear in the hearts of them, spoken of in hushed tones within Yakuza circles, akin to a legend. This is the story Ryuu cherishes above all, a yarn he spins to his young master Ichigo Raku. He holds on to the hope that Ichigo will grow into a man who will propel the Shui clan toward prosperity. Is this the reception we get? Claude mutters, his tone a mix of frustration and mockery. Before Ryuu stands a group of dapper gentlemen, the spitting image of classic foreign mafia attire. Leading the charge is Claude, a tall figure with white hair and sharp glasses, his grey suit exuding a sense of suave danger. No need to put on airs, punk. We're the Beehive Gang, here to ensure our young lady gets to high school in one piece. Cross us, and things'll get ugly. Claude's smirk doesn't waver, his loyalty to Kirisaki Kaidochi, the Beehive Gang's heart and soul, is unyielding. Tokyo has become Claude's realm as he watches over Kaidochi, protecting her from the swarming masses of hormone-driven adolescents. His guard is up, the result of a haunting past, a botched kidnapping that nearly cost her life. It was a low point for Claude. Then, like a shadowy savior, the legendary Hitman the Ghost emerged. The enigmatic figure, a teenage Hitman hidden behind a mask, shattered the rival gang and saved Kaidochi. Claude's eyes lock with Ryuu's, recalling that pivotal moment. I'll do whatever it takes to repay this debt. Volcano dive? Done. Amazon River plunge? Sign me up. Claude's voice trembles as he recounts his desperate plea. No need, the masked man replies, his gaze cold and penetrating. Please. If not, I can't live with this weight. Then. The masked man's gaze shifts, his crimson eye piercing through Claude's defenses. Keep that girl safe from the clutches of the underworld. The masked man's words weren't a question, but a statement of his intentions. His desire not to touch innocent burned within him, driven by the need to prevent another from being tainted like he was. Claude respects the man who left him in awe, a phantom lurking in the corners of the underworld's tales. As their glares locked onto each other, they surged forward with the intent to kill. Then I'm accepting your challenge. Haha. Deal. Ryuu swiftly unsheathed his katana, becoming the vanguard of their attack. His fellow gang members followed suit, lunging forward with various weapons, ranging from knives to daggers. Claude, on the other hand, drew a sleek dagger from his suit, his henchmen backing him up with equal determination. The two mafia gangs clashed, driven by their desire to assert their dominance and protect their reputations. Amidst the chaos of the battle, however, none of them were aware of a certain delusional teenager who was tailing them. Oh wah! This setting is perfect for my entrance as the stylish ruffian slayer, the teenager mused from behind a shipping container. He sported a running jacket and pants, with a mask reminiscent of a bank robber covering his face. With a confident smirk, he anticipated his grand entrance. First, I'll climb this container and stand there for 10 minutes, basking in the moonlight. Then they'll pause their fight to stare at me, pointing and wondering, who's that fucker? Oh, and thus, my introduction shall commence. I'm just the stylish ruffian slayer. Kageno chuckled to himself, brimming with excitement, as he put on his mask and steadily climbed. He began to ascend the container with the help of his two crowbars. I'm tired of dealing with those motor gangs, but encountering these mafia guys amid their fight, what a coincidence. As he reached the top, he reveled in his victory over the container's height. All right, time to shine. Well, now, let the moonlight shine upon me. He walked to the container's edge, waiting for the moonlight to cast its glow upon him. Yet, despite his enthusiasm, he wasn't the focal point of this story. That sound. Kageno's attention shifted to a car that had come to a halt not far from the ongoing mafia brawl. The car's owner stepped out, and the music he played resonated through the air, intertwining with the atmosphere of the scene. Moonlight Sonata, Kageno whispered, recognizing his favorite piano composition. However, what truly captivated him was the silver-haired man in a sharp suit, pacing deliberately as he dragged along a pitiful man in chains. The man shackled in chains was none other than Hikaru, the twisted puppeteer behind turning Minoru's reunion with AI and their children into a waking nightmare. In a vengeance-fueled plan, Minoru meticulously crafted a scenario that promised Hikaru a taste of his own medicine. He bound Hikaru with chains, anchoring 5 massive 100 kg weights to ensure Hikaru's body was weighed down to the point of helplessness. With an implacable poker face, Minoru strode through the gang members, leaving Ryuhu, Claude, and others from their respective factions dumbfounded. The atmosphere crackled with awkwardness as Minoru proceeded with unshaken determination as if dragging a filthy animal on a leash. Meanwhile, Hikaru's desperate attempts to seek help from the gang were stifled by the tape tightly sealing his mouth shut. Who am I? What the fuck is going on? Ryuhu and Claude gaped, their expressions comically incredulous, as they watched the unfolding scene. Minoru arrived at the edge of the port, his gaze sweeping over the expanse of Tokyo Bay. Let's put it to the test, shall we? How long can a person hold their breath underwater? He mused aloud, fixing Hikaru with a red-eyed stare. Hikaru struggled and mumbled through the tape over his mouth, his face paling in panic. HMMPH. 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 Hikaru spat out words through the tape. Hey? I can't understand what you're saying, Minoru feigned misunderstanding, squatting down and cupping a hand around his ear mockingly. As Minoru's patience wore thinner than a strand of hair, and with a dismissive grunt that could have cracked concrete, he threw Hikaru into the frigid depths of Tokyo Bay. The impact created a resounding splash, a fitting send-off for Hikaru as he descended into the dark abyss of the bay's depths. Now. Minoru checked his watch, his focus intent on timing the ordeal. Shit, he's breaking the world record. He muttered, a begrudging nod acknowledging Hikaru's impressive underwater stamina. With an almost nonchalant demeanor, he turned and walked back to his car. The presence of the Mafia gang members barely registered in his mind, his singular objective driving him forward. He disregarded their gazes as he strode past them, a man with focus. Wait, do you think you can dump your trash in someone else's territory? We're conducting business here, Ryuhu's hand on Minoru's shoulder halted him. He didn't bother with a full turn of his head. Instead, he fixed his bloodshot gaze on Ryuhu, his crimson eyes shifting sideways to lock onto his target with a chilling intensity, exuding an aura that prompted Ryuhu to involuntarily release his grip and take a step back. What is this, bloodlust? Ryuhu wondered, his face turning pale and beads of sweat forming on his forehead. But, this feeling, it's the same sensation I experienced when I first saw my idol. The overwhelming pressure that haunts my dreams, the same weight that humbles me into insignificance. Claude felt a similar sense of déjà vu, his pulse quickening as the familiar sensation washed over him. The other gang members might not have recognized the handsome bastard in the fancy suit, but a twisted sense of unity sparked between those two rival crews. Their pride had been trampled on, and they sure as shit weren't about to let this dude swagger away like he owned the fucking place, completely disregarding their holy war. No way in hell was they just gonna stand there, watching like dumbasses while Minoru strolled off, acting all cool and collected as if their existence meant jack shit to him. Nah, that was a slap to their damn pride, and they weren't about to take it lying down. Fucker. Let's fuck him down. One voice rose above the others, and the gangs surged forward with aggression. Minoru halted, his awareness honed as the fight encroached upon him. As a man who couldn't bow his head or retreat from a battlefield, he braced for the imminent clash. Well, it's all right to put them to sleep. Killing Mafia members won't be the right move. Minoru pondered, his head shifting to the left as a punch sailed past his right side. He countered with a swift elbow strike that shattered the attacker's nose. The nose, sensitive and vulnerable, couldn't withstand the force of the blow. Arg! The man howled in pain, his face contorted. Capitalizing on the opening, Minoru aimed a swift kick to the man's knee before delivering a decisive chop to his neck. 3 more men lunged at him, their movements coordinated. One of them launched a punch, which Minoru deflected before retaliating with a powerful blow to the man's abdomen. Ugh! The man doubled over, and Minoru seized the opportunity to grasp his head, yanking it down to collide with his knee. The sickening crack of breaking bone followed, accompanied by a rush of blood. A roundhouse kick arced toward Minoru's face, but he evaded it with a swift dodge. In one fluid motion, he ducked low and aimed a fast jab to his opponent's gut, followed by a spinning elbow strike that caught the guy off guard and knocked him out. The fight unfolded at a breakneck pace, Minoru systematically incapacitating each attacker. The ground was strewn with bodies, bleeding and unconscious. As the fight settled, the last individuals standing were Claude, Ryuhu, and Keijino, who had been observing from a distance. Minoru's expression remained unchanged despite the battle's aftermath. His crisp white shirt was impeccably neat, seemingly untouched by the mayhem. Minoru straightened his shirt sleeve with a casual motion, his gaze shifting to the two remaining figures. "Let's go, you two. I assume one of you is their leader," he stated matter-of-factly, approaching them, accidentally stepping on a face in the process. "There's no mistake," Ryuhu and Claude thought, as they reached into their back pockets surreptitiously. "Man, they've got guns." Minoru's suspicions arose, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized them. "Please give me your autograph." Ryuhu and Claude bowed, offering Minoru a notebook and pen. "Where the hell did that come from?" "Autograph?" Minoru wondered, his gaze momentarily flickering toward Keijino's location. He must have left by now, what a weirdo. Despite this, Minoru remained ignorant of why they sought his signature, oblivious to his star-like reputation in the underworld. "The fuck? I don't know what you're expecting, an autograph? Do I look like some boy band member to you?" "Just fuck off," Minoru retorted, his tone laced with exasperation as he turned his back and strode toward his car. "Yes, thank you, sir. Have a good night," Ryuhu and Claude exclaimed in unison, their voices laden with respect. They bent over in a deep bow like they couldn't give a shits anymore about the chaotic gang brawl, as their whole focus had shifted thanks to their encounter with Minoru, and it was pretty damn obvious that they were big fans of his work. Yanagi Minoru POV. Things spiraled faster than I expected. In the end, I'm glad I didn't resort to killing any of them. Keeping my poker face in check was vital, as I couldn't risk anyone connecting me to 001. But what's bugging me is how the hell someone managed to sniff that out. Could they have crossed paths with me before? I'm well aware of them. It's the freakin' Shui clan and the Beehive gang. If my life was a Twitter feed, it seemed like the men named Ryuhu and Claude were tailing my every move in the underworld. Almost like they're my paparazzi. Well, what did you think of me? Even still, I faked my identity and hid behind masks. People like them can sniff like dogs and recognize me instinctively. Surviving down here demands careful steps. With rumors blazing like a damn forest fire, my safety net happens to be the Ruska Bratva Syndicate. They're a bit like a secret society of mercenaries. They handpick missions for me, helping me avoid the spotlight in the underworld. But, damn, I wish I had one of those face masks from the movies. After a while, I'm back at AI's place. Should I bunk at a hotel? It's a tough call. AI's looking for me all the time, and it worries me she might still be hanging on. I glance up at her apartment building, lost in thought. Shit, one seriously long day, all just for a meet with my kids. Is my luck always this crap, or is the universe playing games with me? Is it too much to ask for a tiny moment with my flesh and blood? If I make it through this job, maybe I could figure out how to be around them, as a dad and husband. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. First things first, I need to figure out where AI stands. Now, I'm almost at the apartment door. The blood on my hand is history now, but I can't shake off the worry for those three. And then there's this unfamiliar rage bubbling inside me. I'm not used to this normally. I bottle up emotions, or I drown them with alcohol or a one-night stand. My life's a rhythm of missions, food, drinks, and quick flings. Rinse and repeat. Yeah, I've done the whole university thing, but making friends? Nah, not my thing. I'm more of a class ends, head home kinda guy. Or off to another mission, and make more money if you wanna be precise. The home's a fuzzy concept for me anyway. Let's clarify, though. I've got properties galore, but no one's waiting for me there. Guess I owe AI a bit of thanks. But she's so damn similar to me. No parents in the picture, just living life on our self terms. Anyway, I won't keep her up all night waiting for me. Then again, part of me wants her to do exactly that. Just as I'm about to hit the doorbell, the door swings open. There's AI, looking right at me. Minoru-kun, why so late? She asks, her smile a tad forced but still perfect. Why does she keep that smile on? Had a hospital thing. And you? You okay? Sorry if I stirred up the kids. Her eyes drop to my bandaged hand. Her smile wavers, but she tries to keep it in place. I'm fine. Aqua and Ruby are out cold, probably exhausted from all that crying. They must have been scared. Thanks for having my back, Minoru-kun. I'm sorry, seems like my fans become weird lately. She's doing a good job masking it, but I see the turmoil underneath. When life's on the line, regrets come pouring out. I can't figure out why she's still clinging to that smile. It bugs me. I want her to let it out, whatever she's holding in. She's got regrets, but she's not showing them. Fear's got her, but she's putting up a strong front. Her facade? She makes everyone happy with that smile, even while she keeps her feelings hidden. She's fooling herself into thinking it's fine as long as everyone around her is happy. I put my hand on her shoulder, silently telling her I'm not a fan of this act. She needs to put herself first for once, instead of everyone else. Can you drop that smile? I ask her. AI blinks and tilts her head, looking cute. You don't like it? I do. Your question is a bit off, AI. How can I truly feel joy in your radiant smile when I know you're hurting inside? You don't have to pretend for anyone else and take a moment, just for yourself. Her smile starts fading as I talk. She tugs at her skirt, showing a hint of frustration as she tired. I pull her into a hug and run my hands through her head, coaxing her to let go of the facade. It's all right, AI. You're doing great. You're allowed to be selfish. If you're scared or sad, let those tears out and stop lying to yourself. I didn't show up here just for the kids. So, you can lean on me now. Is it all right if I'm selfish? I can feel AI trembling in my arms as her sobs muffled against my suit. Absolutely. I'm sorry, AI. I should have gotten here sooner so you wouldn't have to carry that burden alone. Damn it, I'm a bit out of character here, but how can I call myself a man if I just stand by and do nothing when she's like this? Chapter 7, Chapter 4, Let's do it. AI cried until she was exhausted and fell asleep in Minoru's lap until morning. What a cute creature, thought Minoru as he woke up and gazed at AI sleeping on his lap, covered with a blanket. Throughout the night, he had offered his lap as a pillow for AI, and he had slept in that position. Surprisingly, he felt well rested, as if some force of cuteness had helped him sleep soundly. This was particularly heartwarming for Minoru, who usually couldn't live a normal life due to his circumstances. However, he was accustomed to sleeping alone, waking up early, and sleeping little. Gently moving AI's head from his lap, he started his morning exercise routine outside the apartment. The clock struck 6, and AI stirred awake, rubbing her eyes. "Oh, what time is it?" she murmured, considering more sleep. Her eyes scanned the room, but Minoru was nowhere to be found. He's already up? He must have been uncomfortable with me using his lap, AI thought, a pang of guilt settling in her chest. As sadness clouded her thoughts, she wandered around and eventually found herself at the front door, looking for Minoru's shoes. AI let out a disappointed sigh when she didn't see his shoes there. Why did I expect him to be here with me after everything he endured for me? She realized that it might have been too much to hope for, given that he had injured his hand to protect her. AI recognized that Minoru had essentially saved her life. Though she didn't fully comprehend the concept of love, having never experienced it during her childhood, she felt warmth in her chest after reuniting with him. It was as if the weight on her shoulders had disappeared overnight. She thought this might be what it felt like to lean on someone she trusted. However, there was a painful, twisting sensation in her chest as she considered that his absence might mean he had left her. The conflicting emotions within her chest were painful. On one hand, she had started allowing herself to lean on Minoru, to trust him, and to feel a connection she hadn't known before. Thus, she felt a sharp ache at the absence of his shoes, fearing that he might have left for good. How cruel, after saying you can lean on me. AI's eyes darkened as she returned inside, feeling her mouth parched and the need for water after her worrying thoughts upon waking up. Just then, she heard a clicking sound from the door, causing her to quickly glance back. Her eyes widened, and a sparkling expression of relief and happiness washed over her as she saw that it was Minoru. "Ah, you're awake, AI," he greeted, walking in after his morning routine, dressed in workout clothes and covered in sweat. Minoru was taken aback to find her standing there for a while, a hint of concern evident on her face. "I thought you didn't bring any suitcases with you." AI puzzled. "Ah, I left them in my car." AI pouted at him, looking at his sweaty appearance. "Where are you going?" she asked, feeling a bit foolish for having momentarily thought that he had left her again, her cheeks turning rosy with embarrassment. Minoru grinned at her, finding her adorable. Though, he could read her emotions from her expression. I was just jogging around the neighborhood and made a quick stop at the market, he explained, showing her a plastic bag. Did you think I'd disappear and never come back? That hurt, you know, he teased, adding a playful smirk. Ai's embarrassment was evident as she trembled, her lips forming a bigger pout. Wait, I was just joking, Minoru quickly reassured her, removing his running shoes and patting her head. Being herself, Ai made a silly face. Hee, I was just joking too, she said, offering a bright smile and winking. Cut it out with the silly face, or I won't make you breakfast, his playful banter lightens the mood. But you stayed over at my place, and it's time to settle your debt, Minoru-kun. Keep in mind, my cooking is on par with a 5-star hotel. You might get addicted. In that case, let me be the judge. Now start cooking already. Ai walked ahead, trying to hide her happiness, as she had been mistaken in thinking that Minoru had left without a word. But, her earlier assumptions were understandable, considering her history of abandonment in orphanages. I've never had a homemade breakfast before since I'm terrible at cooking. This might be interesting, Ai thought, eagerly anticipating Minoru's cooking. Minoru's lips curled into a satisfied smirk, a rare display of pride. Guess I won't be having breakfast alone, he muttered, a sense of achievement coloring his tone. In the past, he had always cooked for himself, wary of entrusting his meals to anyone else. The memory of a near-fatal encounter with poison during his training camp days had left him deeply cautious. That camp had shaped him into the man he was now. As for his culinary skills, they had been acquired for a mission that demanded infiltrating a renowned restaurant to eliminate an American congressman through poisoned food. Considering the formidable security around American congressmen, this method had been his strategic choice. A wry smile crossed Minoru's face as he considered the irony of his culinary abilities now being put to good use. Wearing an apron, he organized ingredients in Ai's compact kitchen, preparing breakfast. On the other side of the room, Ai relaxed at the dining table, her gaze fixed on Minoru's culinary exploits. A soft smile played on her lips. I'm quite enjoying this, she admitted, finding pleasure in watching him prepare breakfast for her and their children. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she exclaimed, oh! I almost forgot the kids might still be sleeping. Should I wake them? She muttered aloud. As her words reached across the room, Minoru, engrossed in chopping, caught her question. Thinking of waking them up? He asked, multitasking between cooking and conversation. The realm of parenting was relatively uncharted territory for Ai, and she responded in kind, seeking his insight. What do you think? Let's hold off for now. Food's not ready, Minoru advised, his practicality guiding the situation. Ai's mouth formed an O of comprehension, and she nodded, silently absorbing the parenting lesson. Gotcha, she responded cheerfully. Taking advantage of the moment, Minoru broached the subject of Ai's job. How's work going? He inquired. I'd say it's smooth sailing. My follower count crossed the 1,000,000 mark too. Why do you ask? Ai replied. Just thought if you wanted to take it easy, you could. I'll be taking on more responsibility now, Minoru assured, his intentions sincere. Minoru was determined that his involvement in their lives wouldn't be solely financial. He was skeptical, considering his job and Ai's busy schedule as she was committed to her career. Thus, the idea of cohabiting emerged to fix those flaws. Does that mean, we're looking at sharing a roof? Ai asked playfully. Yes, but it's your call. If you're not comfortable, feel free to decline, Minoru responded, valuing her autonomy. Ai's reply was swift and resolute. Let's do it. What? Her readiness took Minoru aback. Surprised? She teased a spark of amusement in her eyes. I'm more shocked you agreed so quickly. I half expected you to need some time, especially after being apart for 4 years, Minoru admitted. For Ai, it was simpler and more heartfelt. It's hard to put into words, but I like having Minoru around, she thought, a faint blush tinting her cheeks. This vulnerable side of her rarely surfaced, as she often masked it with her cheerful demeanor. Okay then, Minoru replied, still processing the unexpected response. Surprising you is fun, Ai teased. It's not every day someone agrees on the spot. I thought you might hold some resentment for my absence, Minoru confessed. I'm not mad because I wanted a child too. Instead, you just jumped in and believed me if they were our children. Well, I did have a question about it, but there's no reason for you to have called me if they're not my children. You also risked your career by reaching out to me about the twins. Aren't you afraid that I might refuse to acknowledge them as my children and then tell the media about it? There's a reason why he was not asked about this, because Minoru didn't want to sound like a coward saying, "Is this really my kids?" Nat, it sounds like he didn't want to take responsibility and ignored AI's courage in telling him about the situation. Of course, he'll do a DNA test after he gets their hair to make sure that they are his children. But, he was sure after he saw Aqua, who is similar to him with his silver hair. AI acknowledged the need for caution. You're right, Minoru-kun. Then, I'll be more careful. Hehe. Good. Now see me and taste this miso, Minoru invited, his confidence in the dish apparent. With enthusiasm, AI approached, and Minoru offered her a spoonful of the broth. It's delicious. Maybe you weren't exaggerating, she exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with satisfaction, as this marked her first taste of a freshly cooked breakfast. Curiosity piqued Minoru. Hold on, I'm curious. What have you been eating for breakfast all this time? AI's response was candid. Simple stuff, like tamago cake gohan, or I'd grab something from the convenience store. Her words struck a chord with Minoru. Worries about his children's nutrition had crossed his mind, and his decision to share a home was gradually becoming more logical. No, it's a must. He thought internally. But much to their obliviousness, Aqua's widened eyes were practically glued to the scene unfolding through the door's narrow gap. Aqua's face seemed to say, "What the heck is going on?" His eyebrows skyrocketed in wonder, his expression a comical blend of confusion and shock, as he watched Minoru and AI share a sweet moment, like a newly married couple. Chapter 8, Chapter 5, Meeting the Kids. It's been almost 4 years since I died and was reborn as AI's child. At first, I couldn't believe in something so unexplainable, but honestly, who cares? I mean, being reborn with AI as my mom, if this isn't some sort of heaven, then what is? Life was going pretty normally until AI had a close call with her stalker and almost got stabbed. If not for my real dad, well, maybe I'd be without AI now. But what's bothering me is why I'm feeling irritated by this whole scene. And these two decide to live together? Sure, he seems like he wants to take responsibility, and that's commendable, but... Aqua's thoughts raced as he eavesdropped on the newly married couple sharing a moment while preparing breakfast. What's that smell? Did Mama learn to cook? Ruby mumbled as she rubbed her eyes, clearly hungry. The aroma of Minoru's cooking wafted through the rooms, waking Ruby up on her own. She noticed Aqua peeking oddly from the doorway and decided to join in. Oh, who the hell is THMF? Ruby's eyes widened in shock as she looked at Minoru. Quickly, Aqua covered Ruby's mouth with his hand and put a finger to his lips. Shhhh. No shouting, be quiet. Aqua shook his head and removed his hand from Ruby's mouth. Ani-chan, who's that handsome guy flirting with Mom? Ruby wondered, gazing at Minoru, who seemed to be chatting flirtatiously with AI. Sigh, of course, he's our dad. Just look at his face and silver hair. Wow, you're right. I see. But hey, this delicious smell is because he's making breakfast, right? Mom has quite the taste in men, hey? But it looks like they're getting along so well, Aqua. Of course, AI couldn't have done all this herself. Wait a section. Aqua snapped, realizing it wasn't the time to discuss how great Minoru's cooking was. I overheard them talking about living together, Aqua revealed. Given that Aqua had overheard their conversation, he was grappling with complicated feelings about how to handle the situation. Aqua didn't feel jealousy while observing them, rather, seeing this side of AI brought him relief, as it seemed she was regaining her humanity. His feelings for AI were complex, a mix of maternal love and a commitment stemming from his past life's promise to support her, even after learning about her pregnancy when she was a famous idol. His reincarnation as her child was unexpected, but he still stood by her as Hoshino Aqua. Still, he couldn't help feeling irked by the strong competition posed by the dashing man who was undoubtedly his father. What? Ruby began to exclaim before catching herself. Ahem, sorry for that. But isn't this risky for Mama's idol career? I mean, he did save Mom yesterday, and it's a tough situation. Truth be told, Ruby was somewhat skeptical about her old man's intentions. Maybe he's just after Mama because she's beautiful. Ruby mused. I think we should kick him out, they both said in unison. Aqua and Ruby exchanged glances. They seemed to be on the same page. So, you also think we should kick him out? Aqua raised an eyebrow. Kahihi, not bad, Unii-chan. It's probably best for the two of us. I don't want Mama caught up in another scandal that'll make things difficult for her, Ruby stated with a wide grin. True, but... Aqua's gaze shifted back to Minoru and AI. He watched AI's genuinely happy expression, feeling reassured that she was regaining her sense of self. Sigh. Aqua glanced back at Ruby. I think we should talk to AI first instead of forcing our wishes on her. I hate admitting that I'm powerless to protect AI, so let's see what he's capable of. But don't think I'm supporting him. If he's useless, I'd rather he stay away from AI. In other words, Aqua was ready to use him if necessary. He was willing to do anything for AI's sake. However, if this man could genuinely bring happiness to AI, Aqua would stand behind their relationship. That jerk. I want to tear that handsome masked face off and see what kind of person he is. Aqua's gaze turned empty for a moment as he had this thought. This darker side of Aqua wasn't an anomaly. After a harrowing experience, during which he almost lost AI forever, Aqua had vowed to himself that anyone who posed a threat to AI would face dire consequences. You're right. But hey, Unii-chan, let's get some money from him first. Kahihi. Ruby grinned mischievously, rubbing her hands together like a devil. Well, let's not say anything suspicious, okay? Act like naive kids or just keep quiet, Aqua reminded Ruby. Got it. So how do we put pressure on him? Should we interview him about his job and stuff? We can't do that if we're just standing around like clueless kids. I've got that covered, Aqua said, revealing a phone. I've already reported this to them. Ruby glanced at the phone and chuckled. Impressive, Unii-chan. You're quite the cunning fox. It's not that. It's all for AI's sake. Ruby smirked, and Aqua messaged Miyako about their father. Instead of asking him directly, which is something not even a 4-year-old would do, they will make Ichigo and Miyako do that on their behalf. In summary, they both shared the same goal of supporting AI, albeit with differing approaches. Dash. Wow, this looks amazing, Aqua and Ruby exclaimed, their eyes fixed on the table before them. The spread was a traditional Japanese breakfast, featuring salted salmon, a rolled omelette, miso soup, chrysanthemum greens with mashed tofu salad, pickles, and rice. Yet, it appeared just as lavish as the breakfast served in high-end hotels. Thanks, as expected from me, right? Minoru chuckled with a self-satisfied grin. I'm not that serious, though. Anyway, let's chat while we eat, and don't stress over table manners. Minoru's victory smirk didn't go unnoticed by Aqua and Ruby. They exchanged glances, thinking, he enjoys showing off. Could he be a chef? Aqua wondered. Maybe that's why he didn't meet us earlier, because of work? But this meal isn't enough to win me over, Aqua thought, eyeing the food and then Minoru. Thanks for the food, AI, Aqua and Ruby said in unison as they picked up their chopsticks and began to eat. Oh, nom. Nom. This is delicious. Both Aqua and Ruby exclaimed, shocked by the delightful flavors. Could they still go through with their plan to confront Minoru? You guys enjoyed it? Remember, it's Minoru's cooking, so show some gratitude, AI chimed in, her phone capturing their candid reaction as she chuckled. AI felt that this moment seemed to complete her wish after Minoru came here, it was her first time experiencing this family moment. Expected. We should share a roof from now on, she thought, closing her eyes and tilting her head. Coughing slightly and reaching for his water, Aqua managed to gulp it down after eating too quickly. He then turned to Minoru, whose smug expression seemed to be waiting for their appreciation. Thank you, Minoru-san, Aqua said. After giving a thumbs up, Ruby declared, thank you for this heavenly food. Ruby approves of this breakfast. At the moment, her initial intention to pressure Minoru was momentarily forgotten. Laughter erupted from Minoru. Ha 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 ha. This is amusing. Hold on. He paused, his laughter subsiding as he fixed his gaze on his kids. A hint of suspicion crept into his eyes as he pondered Ruby's use of a complex phrase. How did you learn that sophisticated phrase? He inquired, his eyes narrowing. Aqua's anxiety spiked, his mouth agape as he thought, didn't we discuss this already? Come on, Ruby, find a good excuse. Caught in Minoru's scrutinizing gaze, Ruby hesitated before offering a weak smile. Yo YouTube. She replied, tilting her head with a sheepish grin. YouTube. Minoru repeated, trying to make sense of that explanation. AI, seated next to Minoru, leaned in with a proud grin. See? I've been saying it all along. Our kids are geniuses. No surprise from my daughter. She nodded in affirmation and playfully clapped for Ruby. Despite AI's reassurance, Aqua and Ruby's apprehension lingered. Minoru's gaze seemed to study them like a detective probing for clues. Ugh, Aqua and Ruby paused in their meal, awaiting Minoru's verdict. A sudden realization flashed across Minoru's face as he touched his chin. Well. It looks like you were right about them being geniuses, he admitted with a touch of pride. I told you so. AI said, wearing a self-assured grin. At that moment, it seemed like Minoru's IQ had taken a dip, right? Perhaps he didn't need a complex reason to explain their intelligence. He was simply proud of having bright children. Despite his training as an emotionless operative, Minoru found himself acting more like a regular dad lately. I used to be all business, suppressing my feelings during missions. Lately, though, I've been letting my emotions guide me, he reflected. He recalled airplane sabotage, stalkers, and an unusual dude with fetishes. As he worked hard to reach this point, he realized that these simple moments with his children were worth it. His humanity, which he had once kept hidden, was now more alive than ever. Aqua and Ruby sighed inwardly, phew. Safe, relieved to have overcome that moment. Dash. Hey Minoru-kun, I'll take care of the dishes, AI exclaimed cheerfully, rising from her seat. Oh, is that okay? Minoru raised an eyebrow. No worries at all. AI replied with a wink that seemed to convey, go ahead and strike up a conversation with them. Minoru simply nodded in silence, comprehending her intention. As breakfast concluded, Minoru began to get a better grasp of Aqua and Ruby. These kids are, a little eccentric, Minoru thought to himself. Aquamarine, let's just call you Aqua, Minoru said, directing his attention to the blue-eyed child. And Ruby. He looked over at the red-eyed child, Ruby. They're cute, just like I thought they'd be, given my genes. But there's this weird sensation, Minoru pondered, sensing a level of intelligence in their eyes that made him uneasy. It's like that feeling you get when you're over at your girlfriend's place, and her parent give you that assessing gaze, trying to figure out if you're the real deal or just a no-good guy. Is it just me sensing this? Nah, maybe they changed after AI's murder attempt. He thought, feeling a pang of guilt towards his offspring. Yet, there's no way I can reveal the truth to them, Minoru considered. He wanted to share that he had already eliminated the stalker and the mastermind behind it all. However, he refrained from doing so, concerned that revealing his work might lead to suspicion. More than anything, Minoru didn't want his children to fear him. Aqua seems to have a desire to exact revenge, maybe on that stalker. But I already took care of that. Thus, I can't flex. He noted, recognizing Aqua's cautious gaze that seemed to convey. I'm not giving you AI. I don't trust you. What is your secret? Ruby appears more typical, with that I might be after your money look. Should I go ahead and spoil her with my black card? Well, she's not even 4 yet. Maybe I'll give her a nice gift for their upcoming birthday, Minoru contemplated, embracing his desire to spoil his cute daughter. Hey there, I'm Yanagi Minoru, as you probably know, Minoru greeted with a warm smile. Yes, we're aware, Aqua responded, while Ruby simply nodded. Alright then, let's clear things up, my dear kids. I apologize for not being around all these years, but now, Dad is here for you. Pretty cool, hey. Minoru announced, a proud smile on his face. We understand, AI already told us about your situation. Aqua acknowledged, prompting a light smile from Minoru. Seems like, they still got big hearts. Just as I'd expect from my kids, he thought, his pride swelling. However, we're not interested in living together. Ruby declared, crossing her arms and looking down her nose at him. A rejection that hit him like a slap. Hey! Minoru's expression turned to stone, cracking under the weight of his cute little daughter's rejection. Ding dong! Hold on! I'll be right there! AI's voice rang out as she made her way to the door. Stop! Don't open that door! 3x! They all yelled in unison, practically screaming at AI to stay away from the goddamn door. Their concern was so thick you could practically touch it, as they sensed a déjà vu that now seemed more like a huge red flag. I'll handle it, Minoru stated, a twitch in his smile revealing his annoyance that someone would choose such an inconvenient time to visit when he had pressing family matters to attend to. Sure, AI replied with a nod. Another stalker, perhaps? I'll dish out a friendly morning slap, Minoru thought, a vein throbbing on his forehead as he forced a somewhat awkward smile. Turning the knob, Minoru's face transformed worthy of a cartoon character. One brow reached for the heavens while the other plunged earthward. His jaw hung as if auditioning for slapstick comedy, a chandelier poised for a comedic plummet. Hey! Who's there? Minoru asked. As AI's guardian, I refuse. And, what's up with your face? Questioned the uncle-like man with blonde hair. Wow! His wife gasped, admiring the strikingly young and hot daddy. It was Sato Ichigo, who had come over after his wife Miyako received a message from Aqua that Minoru was visiting. And once again, AI's guardian dished out a refusal that felt like a punch to Minoru's good-looking face. Do you think being good-looking is enough? No, indeed. So, what's next for Minoru? Can he secure custody of his child? Poor him. Chapter 9, Chapter 6, Flexing. Minoru's POV. In a flash, the couple whom AI is personally close to visited us, and I know they're not thrilled about the idea of me, my kids, and their mother all living under the same roof. Particularly, the president of AI's idol agency, Strawberry Productions, is dead set against it. Ahem. So, you. The man named Sato Ichigo cleared his throat, looking visibly worn out by this family situation. You want to take responsibility for them? He asked, his voice heavy with exhaustion. Damn right. Just by looking at his face, it's clear this guy is on the brink of a breakdown. Wondering why? Because his number one employee almost died, and the fact that I'm here to add fuel to the fire, he's also worried that I'm just some wild card who'll push him over the edge again. But, I'm not here to be a pain in the ass. I have respect for him and his wife. Ichigo was there for AI when she gave birth to our twins, and his wife took care of them while AI was working her ass off. Thank God, if that's how you put it, he sighed. Well, I guess it'll make things easier. Still, it's risky as hell for you to be living with AI. He gave me a skeptical look. Honestly, it seems impossible. In my opinion, just sending money should cover your responsibility. My wife can handle. I can't do that. Hey? Alright, so let me get this straight. You're not planning to get back together with AI, are you? He glanced at me and then at AI, who was sitting beside me. If you're wondering, I don't see Hoshino AI as a love interest yet. What I need from her is to help raise the kids. I don't care if she can't do housework, if she's with the kids, that's good enough for me. Got a problem with my ego? Yeah, it's as massive as my weapon. For me, if love isn't about obsession, then it's not even called love. But don't get me wrong. My goal isn't to be a jerk. I respect AI, I'm not here to lovey-dovey it up with her. Do you want me to believe we're head over heels after a brief reunion? No way. A/N, even if he did it with AI just once, they should at least date first because AI is Japanese and Asian culture is different from Western. No offense, I'm just pointing out the cultural differences. The reality is that we're in this situation for our kids. On the flip side, AI knows that she needs me to bring in extra income so the kids can have opportunities and a better place to live. She's yet to discover just how deep my pockets are, but I'm about to flex it. I've already proved I'm a good cook, scratch that, a godly chef. Plus, I saved Martha and kept the kids from turning into nighttime vigilantes. Slowly but surely, I'm building trust with my kids. But, I've got to step up my game even more. And here's the thing, I don't need to hear from people who've never had kids, wagging their fingers about how unrealistic it is that I care about my kids, even though I just met them. Shut the hell up, you virgin. You're out here with no one to bang, thinking you can lecture the great me, who became a dad at 16. Whatever it takes, I'm obligated. Damn, that sounds cringy, but it's a father's duty, and I can't help it as my kids have a right to my care. Now, if they somehow turn out not to be mine according to a damn DNA test, well, it's as simple as me walking away, right? But come on, I know Aqua and Ruby are mine. Why? By the beard of Thor Odin's son, how can I be damn sure they're my kids and not Law-Fae's twin kids? The answer lies in the logic of this world. You can tell they're mine just by looking at them, judging by their eye color and, most clearly, their hair color. Yeah, the world I was reborn into works like that. Just so you know, my hair color is rare, so I'm always sporting a wig when I'm on a mission. So, don't you dare suggest I hide my hair when I'm around my kids? If you think that, go ahead and fuck yourself. Or better yet, I'll personally jam a damn pencil into your ears. I'm here for my kids, and you don't need to worry that anything will change. I paused as I handed him the iPad I had been using. I intend to spoil my kids and their mommy, I said as I patted AI's head, feeling her warmth somehow increasing. He examined the contents I'd shared. I see, but, why are you giving me a tour of this place? I'll admit, it looks pretty upscale. He swiped through the information and fixed me with a questioning gaze. In his eyes, I was probably just a pretty dude with no job or money. He likely thought I was coming to AI's place with some made-up story to take care of my kids. No need to get upset, I remained composed. This is our new home, I met his gaze with unwavering confidence. I understand your concerns about AI's safety. I know you've invested a lot in this rented apartment, but given the current situation, things have become more precarious. I grinned at them. I believe my presence here could be a positive thing, don't you? My revelation that I indirectly owned that place left both him and his wife astonished, their gasps portraying disbelief. Breaking it down, AI's agency is in a tight spot financially, so they can't offer up a bunch of choices for her new home. That's why I'm planning on taking this chance seriously. I get it, so you're loaded, hey. Ichigo smiled with a little twitch. I guess you could say so, I chuckled. But anyway, how about we take a look around first? They agreed to take a look around Minoru's place while still pondering what this guy's profession might be. A glance confirmed that he was indeed handsome, but it wasn't clear if he was capable. Everyone was ready, but since the Genkin was a tight space, they waited to put on their footwear. They observed Minoru putting on his boots, and as they looked at him, they couldn't help but gasp. He was dressed entirely in black, round sunglasses, a turtleneck sweater, jeans and boots, and he looked impressive. Hey, I've been wondering, are you a model? AI asked skeptically. It was a reasonable assumption given how he looked even better than a professional model. AI, Ichigo, Miyako and the twins all seemed to think he might be involved in the fashion industry, at the very least. I'm not, Minoru replied, shaking his head slightly, which caused AI to tilt her head. Kiddo, let's head to Dad's car. Hey? You have a car? Aqua was surprised, as he had assumed they would all ride in the president's minivan. Minoru chuckled. Excited, aren't you? Well, you're a man after all. Minoru walked over to Aqua, who was standing beside Miyako. Miyako blushed and flinched, feeling overwhelmed by him. Wa. Aqua was startled as Minoru picked up and placed him around his neck. AI, you can take Ruby with you. It's probably not a good idea for us to be in the same car. Ichigo-san, is that good? Sure, AI said, her eyes sparkling as she saw them like that. Ichigo nodded, appreciating that Minoru seemed to understand the situation and wasn't trying to be difficult. He was fine with having the twins in his car, as long as AI wasn't there. Yeah, I'll drive my car and follow you. Minoru nodded, leading the way to the parking lot. He reached the lot, and Aqua's mouth dropped open as he looked at the car. Aqua, do you like it? It's the new generation of the 911. Why yeah, I like it, Aqua responded. He had a different mindset than the other kids, he was definitely into this hot ride. Don't try to steal the keys, you're too short for that, lol, Minoru laughed. Ugh, I know, don't rub it in, Aqua retorted, feeling a bit insulted by his short legs. Maybe I should start using an SUV from now on. Minoru considered. He didn't particularly enjoy driving a 5-seater car because it wasn't as fun, but with 2 kids, it made sense to think about getting one to accommodate them all. He chuckled at the thought of embracing the role of a dad and settling down, the idea wasn't unappealing. All right, there you go, Minoru secured Aqua in a child seat he had prepared. Buckle up, he added before getting into the car himself. The scene resembled a heartwarming father-son moment, causing Ichigo, AI, Miyako, and Ruby to pause and watch from a distance. Hey, President, isn't your bus a bit, well, boring? AI remarked, glancing between Minoru's car and the minivan. Shut it, you darn idol. It's a car, okay, Ichigo replied dismissively as he headed for his minivan. Wow, you're a stingy old man, AI chuckled as she reviewed the photos she had just taken. I think I'll use this as my new wallpaper. She smiled, selecting a picture of Minoru's back with Aqua on his shoulder. Mia-iman, you should have gotten a better car for AI, aside from her, imagine a top idol in that thing, Ruby whispered to Miyako, giving a disgusted look towards the tofu minivan. Holding Ruby's hand, Miyako winced. Geez, don't ask for the impossible, she thought, feeling close to tears. TCH, she's so lucky, Miyako envied AI. If it were me, I'd retire as an idol and lead a happy family life with him. She stole glances at Minoru with longing before sighing in disappointment. Bam! A loud noise interrupted their thoughts as Ichigo slammed open the sliding door of the minivan. He glanced at them, wearing a mocking smirk. All right, it's time to wake up to reality, and get in. Silence from AI, Miyako, and Ruby. It seemed they were all tempted to smack him. As time passed and Minoru drove, he decided to have a brief chat with Aqua. I'm sorry, Minoru began, his poker face fixed on the road. I know it's strange to have strangers suddenly become part of your family. Aqua's embarrassment was evident, he realized he had been found out. Was his face that easy to read? Aqua thought. It was okay, I guess, because, you want what's best for us, Aqua replied, causing Minoru to raise an eyebrow. If he is useful, it's good for AI and Ruby. But I'm also suspicious of him. Aqua remembered the stalker and recalled the look of fear on the stalker's face as Minoru closed the apartment door. Could he have done something to that guy? Aqua pondered, trying to match that with what he had heard. A solid answer, Minoru began to suspect that his twin kids weren't ordinary. Could they be like me? The fact that he was a reincarnated soul couldn't be explained scientifically, so it was a possibility he was considering. Nah, that's a dumb idea. If reincarnation were a common thing, he would expect the world's history would be a dog shit. Imagine Einstein or Michael Jackson dealing with memories from another parallel universe. But nope, everything was pretty much the same as in his old world, just with a fresh timeline. We're here, Minoru opened the car door as he parked in the basement parking lot. Yanagi-san, why are there no other cars beside us? Miyako asked, clearly curious about the empty basement. This section is just for me, so it's only us here. Wait, what? This is private for you. Miyako's mouth hung open. Yeah, doesn't that provide good privacy and safety? They nodded, a bit puzzled by what seemed like rich people's logic. I don't get it, is that supposed to be special? AI looked clueless. It's not just special, it's over the top for him alone. It means he has a lot of money to spare, Ichigo chimed in, acknowledging that Minoru was helping, but perhaps going a bit overboard. Hello, can we focus? It's just a parking lot. Let's get inside first. Rumbling. Rumbling. Once they were all in the elevator, a quietness settled in, accompanied by unfamiliar music playing in the background. Why are there so few buttons here? AI observed the floor selection panel. This is a private elevator as we're going straight to the penthouse, and yes, no waiting for other people. Minoru's words left them all wondering just how wealthy he was. All right, all right. Ichigo raised a white flag. AI, you can stay with this guy. Make sure he takes care of you and the kids. Is that so? You're not planning to sue me, right? AI narrowed her eyes cutely at him. I'd lose in the blink of an eye thanks to your super boyfriend, Ichigo responded, clearly not interested in messing with Minoru. Anyway, just don't try to make any more kids. Those words made AI blush like hell. AI, are you hearing me? Ichigo's words made the twins flinch, with Miyako giving him a harsh bonk on the head. Language, Ichigo! Miyako shouted, her cheeks turning pink as she allowed herself to imagine Minoru and AI in that scenario. It was evident that there was no need for further testing, this was beyond their expectations. They didn't need to worry about another stalker bothering AI, considering that Minoru's place was top-notch in every possible way. As the elevator came to a stop, the doors opened to reveal a level of luxury that spoke different languages to announce just how financially broke they were. Holy shoi, young man, how on earth did you manage to get this place and all the money? Ichigo's mouth was agape, his hesitation to move showing his fear of tarnishing the floor. Ichigo's question seemed to momentarily stump Minoru, but he needed a response. Because I'm Batman. Minoru smirked, picking up his frozen-in-shock son and daughter. He walked ahead, thinking to himself, I'll take that as mission completed. Chapter 10, Chapter 7, Unemployed. Ruby's POV. So, it's been 5 whole days since we moved to our new place and met my, real father? Well, that sounds a bit too old, doesn't it? Should I call him Papa, or maybe just Dad? Oh, wait, Daddy could. Nah. For now, let's go with Yanajin. I'm not using Dad since it might give off the impression that we're super close, but the truth is, I'm not fully convinced to trust him yet. So, Yanajin it is, even though it seems to make him a little sad, or at least, that's what it looks like to me. Now, my initial impression of him? He's got this gentle vibe and seems eager to spoil both me and Aqua. Though, if you ask me, he's leaning a bit more towards spoiling me. And to be honest, I wasn't a fan of that. I just didn't want to fall for any of his tricks, you know? Because in my mind, it felt like he wanted Mama more than us. Of course, I know that's, totally my weird thought to keep my family and me safe. It's way too soon to, trust him, even if he's, super good looking, smart, and, oh crap. I used to joke about squeezing money out of him, seriously, how would I even manage that with these innocent looking hands? Until, well, reality hit and it turned out he's genuinely some rich Eichmann. I guess it's not all bad, waking up to the view of the city from this luxurious place, ho ho ho. I mean, he is my biological father after all. So, what can I do, right? Isn't it funny that he's my real dad? And here I am, just trying to figure it all out. Life's so different now compared to before. Oh, yeah, remember that time when I wasn't even Ruby? My family didn't visit me much in the hospital. I'd wake up all alone, dealing with the smell of hospitals and pain. But now, as Hoshino Ruby, I've got Mama, who's my idol, and let's not forget my brother, who's in the same fate situation as me, and we've got this dad figure. Is this what's called Uno reverse? And also, here's my conversation with Aqua from last night about him. Hey, Unii-chan, what ya doin'? I asked, peeking over at Aqua typing away on his laptop. Wait, where'd you get this? I wondered. Oh, just borrowed it, he said all casual. You mean, you stole it? Whatever you wanna call it. Just read it, and you'll see. Aqua's, sometimes a bit tight with things, you know? I wonder what he was like in his past life. Oh, it's a pic of Yanajin, but hold on. The guy in the photo kind of resembles him, but the name's not exactly Japanese sounding. Can't wrap my head around why he's got the same face as Yanajin. Aqua. Analyze. He gave me that look, the one that's all seriously, before he went back to the screen, what a siskin. I'm digging up info on our old man's official ID, trying to piece together his deal. Aqua said, totally engrossed in this whole thing. But then again, that's Aqua always diving deep into stuff like this. Based on what the internet spilled, seems like our father's more than meets the eye. Wait, you mean, he's amazing? I jumped in, and he nodded brew. Yeah, but, let me finish. I guess I kinda cut him off, and he seemed annoyed. Turns out, he's got a backstory, orphaned at 2, adopted into a good family from the UK. Yanagi Minoru was given a new name, James Moriarty, for his English name. Okay, that's, interesting. But why even keep that name? Now that I'm thinking about it, the name does kinda suit him. Maybe because he's handsome? Seems like he's managed to get dual citizenship. How? Is that, even allowed? It's not impossible. You gotta go through a whole process to have 2 passports. And, he had a PhD in math when he was only 19, same age as AI, isn't that too good? Aqua's reading through it all with wide eyes, it looks like a newspaper or something. And yet, he's got this English thing, making me feel insecure. Ugh. Gotcha, though I'm not entirely sure what a PhD is. It's like this fancy degree you earn after college, it can open the doors to being a professor and stuff. In short, he's smart. But, hold on, did he just skip high school? Aqua sighed like he thought I was being kind of slow. Well, if he's getting a university degree at 19, does he even need high school? Good point. Sigh, how did he even meet AI? If he's from high society, why would he care about some Japanese idol? Wait, did Aqua just not get how awesome Mama is? Yanajin must have totally seen something special in Mama. Wait a second. I think I remember something. What is it? It's about his job. I think I overheard Mama talking to Mia Iman in the car once. She said Yanajin's a freelancer. Aqua looked surprised. You mean he's jobless? Dash. He exhaled, warm steam billowing around him. He ruffled his silver hair as the water poured down from above like rain. He seemed akin to a perfect wine that everyone admired, sought after for its impeccable nature. Just like those grapes, his body and mind had undergone a similar process. His body had been sliced, pressed, and trampled upon, like grapes in a winemaking process, to extract the essence. His mind had been forged through countless brushes with death and survival over the years. Yet, despite his appearance, he was not merely wine or grapes. He was human, concealing his vulnerabilities behind a facade of flawlessness while doing his utmost to excel. But beneath the mask of perfection lay the undeniable truth of his humanity, scars and wounds edged across his muscular body like tattoos. Amid the myriad marks, there was one significant tattoo on his back, a Roman numeral 1, signifying his code name. He turned off the water and headed to the wash basin, grabbing a towel. Gazing into the mirror, remnants of the warm bath still clung to his skin, steam rising like dissipating fire. Undoubtedly, he is hot. However, I can't have sex shirtless, damn. Despite possessing an impeccably chiseled physique, he was averse to revealing this aspect of himself to others. Dash. With AI and the twins now residing in the penthouse, life had taken a more comfortable turn for them. AI moved with measured steps through the sleek black and grey modern interior. She wore a tank top, shorts, and bunny slippers, having just finished her bath. She smiled upon reaching Minoru's room and knocked on the door. Minoru-kun. It's AI, she announced, awaiting his response. However, silence greeted her efforts. She repeated her actions, her pout growing more pronounced. My first taste of being ignored, even as a top idol, she murmured, crossing her arms and directing a steadfast gaze at the door. The temptation to flaunt her fame inside his room momentarily flickered but was extinguished by the memory of his sternly delivered rules. I've set some rules that only I can enter my bedroom. Don't worry, you can enjoy the other rooms. Just don't come into my room. Recalling his stern expression when he conveyed those rules, she decided to obey. She closed her eyes, considering his reasoning rules that signaled the limits of their closeness. It was only his room that was off limits, the rest of the space was hers to explore. The gym became her haven, where she honed her choreography and kept her body in shape. Yet, somehow she doesn't like the fact that Minoru is hiding a secret, a lingering sense of unease remains, a bittersweet she couldn't quite comprehend. As his door creaked open, Minoru emerged, clad in a slim-fit white shirt and tailored trousers. He appeared rather formal. Oh, did you just arrive? My bad, I'm still in the shower, he informed her, offering a broad grin. Despite this, AI's pout persisted as her gaze briefly wandered to his room before he shut the door behind him. Meeting his eyes, she inquired, "Where are you off to?" "I have an important appointment." Her gaze remained fixed, scanning him. "You're working." "Job interview," he grumbled, clearly irked by the idea. "Oh, I see. Well then, let's whip up some breakfast," AI said, her hand tugging at his with infectious cheer. Inwardly, Minoru smirked helplessly. His culinary skills had etched itself into her memory, making him responsible by default. Breakfast came and went, and as Minoru readied himself to depart, he made a suggestion. "AI, if you need to take the kids to kindergarten, feel free to use my car." He had already purchased a small car for AI's daily use, as she needed one. "Sure thing. I'll talk to Miyako-san about it." "Ah, the manager. Minoru thought about how to repay his debt to her since she had babysat his kids before. Let her know I'll make it up to her. With a wink and a thumbs up, AI acknowledged his words. Minoru responded in kind, and as the elevator doors closed, AI couldn't help but consider a playful idea. Is this the moment where I'd straighten his tie? Oh wah. A slight blush warmed her cheeks, yet Minoru was already out of sight. As 001, he had faced numerous missions, but the one he despised the most was the mission that required him to infiltrate. The reason was simple, it was a pain in the ass. Retrieve the Shinomiya Ganon wills from none other than Shinomiya Kaguya, the youngest daughter. Man, here we go again. His poker face fixed as he stared at Shuchiin High School, the private institution his target attended. This mission was more than just a hit and run. He needed to use his wits to navigate an approach that avoided breaking his ironclad rules, never harming innocents. Whatever, let's focus on acing this interview first and then assess the scenario. He thought, recognizing that the success of this interview was his ticket to retirement and a chance at a peaceful life with his family. With determination in his stride, he marched forward. This was the endgame, the final mission to clear, and he was determined to make it work, no matter what. But how the hell is he supposed to pull this shit off? All he wants is a shot at being a good daddy. Poor bastard. Well, enough of that. Time to get down to business. Objective. Job interview for high school teaching position. Chapter 11, Chapter 8, Job interview. Minoru settled into a seat in the schoolyard garden, finding solace in the gentle gurgling of the fountain as he mulled over his mission. He lifted his wrist to check the time. Still 30 minutes left, he murmured. He had arrived a bit early, a gesture of courtesy for the job he was aiming for. Currently, the school needs a mathematics and physical education teacher. With his solid educational background, he didn't need to fake his education. Luck seems to be on my side, he mused. The notion of coincidence struck him, and he considered how his fortunate circumstances had aligned with his mission. Well, it's only about a 4 to 8% luck, he reasoned, attempting to quantify his luck, but he quickly dismissed the thought as nonsensical. In this interview, they're looking for the right attitude and personality that align with the school's principles, he reminded himself. His training with the Ruska Bratva had taught him to adopt personas that matched his target's desires, enabling him to switch demeanor like a chameleon. His attention snapped, his guard up, as a voice disrupted his thoughts. The aura around the speaker was faint but still detectable. Minoru's poker face held firm as he believed no one could evade his senses. He briefly scanned her, a young woman, graceful, tall, with a curvaceous figure. Black hair framed her face, secured by a white headband, and her deep scarlet eyes met his. She wore a dark suit, white shirt, knee-length skirt, black stockings, and heels, projecting a polite and shy demeanor. "Can I help you, miss?" Minoru's smile was warm, though his mind raced. Who the fuck is she? He thought internally, feeling extremely suspicious. Oh, I just wanted to ask if this seat is taken. She gestured to the spot beside him, despite the garden having numerous empty seats. No, it's all yours. Please, have a seat, he replied, maintaining his guard while extending hospitality. Thank you. She settled in, placing her bag on her lap. A quiet settled between them. Minoru realized he'd become somewhat complacent lately, living with his children. Peace has made me forget I'm still fighting a war, he admitted to himself, correcting his lapse in vigilance. He then recalled her face, another candidate who'd passed the selection process. She was likely here for the physical education teacher position. She seemed eager to initiate a conversation. He met her gaze, acknowledging her intent. My apologies. I'm Ya Briar. Are you here for the interviews? She smiled, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Yes, what a coincidence. Nice to meet you, Miss Briar. I'm Yanagi Minoru. Oh, that's a relief, she sighed, her hand resting on her chest. I thought I'd be facing this interview alone. Minoru appreciated her openness, though he was well aware of his role-playing. It can be nerve-wracking, hey? I didn't expect to pass the selection myself. I suppose luck played a part. Her eyes brightened with a mix of surprise and gratitude. Why yes, exactly. If I'd known earlier, I would have practiced more, she admitted, sounding scared and nervous. I think you'll do great, Miss Briar. Her head lifted, and her eyes shimmered with emotion. Thank you, Yanagi-san. You're the first one to believe in me, besides my brother. Hayek. Sniff, sniff. Minoru found himself taken aback by her reaction. Man, she was moved by just that. He offered a smile as his guard was still raised due to her aura. Dash. As time ticked away, Minoru found himself summoned into the interview room. Stepping inside, he was met with a classic-style interior and 3 individuals seated on the sofa before him. Having thoroughly investigated the high school, he was already familiar with the trio's identities. To his right sat a tall, striking woman donning a lab coat over her white shirt, accompanied by a waistcoat, black pants, and a loosely tied tie. Her lengthy hair cascaded past her waist, framing her slightly messy bangs and captivating purple eyes. A mix of shock and admiration crossed her face as she gazed at Minoru, who sat poised with an air of calm assurance. Holy crap! He's the new teacher candidate? This handsome man will become my colleague. Her jaw dropped, her mind racing. Of course, ha ha ha. I'll help him pass this interview. She couldn't help but feel drawn to him, her thoughts oscillating between envisioning him as a boyfriend or even a husband. Despite her internal excitement, Hiratsuka Shizuka fought to maintain her composure, her blushing cheeks betraying her true feelings. On Minoru's left was a portly like a pig, middle-aged man with a thick mustache. He exuded an air of arrogance, his irritation palpable. He despised the idea of someone as seemingly flawless as Minoru joining their ranks. This envious figure was none other than Murdoch Swan, whose inner thoughts seethed with resentment. I'll crush you, he seethed under his breath, his gaze burning with animosity. Sitting in the center was Henry Henderson, the esteemed principal of Shuchiin High School. He observed Minoru with a sense of awe, captivated by the young man's elegance and poise. HOH, elegant. Henry marveled silently. To find such refined grace in this era is truly remarkable. There will always be those who choose the path of elegance, regardless of the times we live in. A nod of approval followed, his stern expression softened by a sense of respect. With his long white hair pulled into a ponytail, an imperial-style beard, and a monocle perched on his left eye, Henry was the epitome of dignified. A clearing of the throat signaled the initiation of the interview. Minoru steeled himself for what was to come. First and foremost, congratulations on progressing to this interview, Yanagi-sensei, Henry's voice resonated. Thank you for bestowing this honor upon me and providing me with this opportunity, Minoru responded with a genuine smile. I have perused the thesis that you penned during your PhD program, Yanagi-sensei. I must say, it was an elegantly written piece. However, Henry paused, his gaze fixed on Minoru. Why have you chosen to teach at this school when you could easily have pursued a professorship? Minoru's mind raced to construct a suitable response. I appreciate your kind words, sir. Frankly, I acknowledge that there's still room for growth in my teaching capabilities as I opted for this school to gain practical experience. He paused, his expression sincere. Please understand that my choice is not a reflection of underestimating high schools or overestimating other institutions. Rather, I hold every level of education in high regard, as each plays a vital role in shaping the future generations. With grace and eloquence, Minoru articulated his intentions. His words carried an air of dedication that resonated with his listeners. Shizuka, Henry, and even Murdoch found themselves captivated, each believing in the genuine commitment that Minoru exuded. A truly elegant perspective, Yanagi-sensei, Henry nodded once more, his appreciation evident. Shizuka found herself increasingly smitten, her heart racing at the charisma Minoru displayed. While Swan remained biasly skeptical of Minoru's smooth articulation. I find myself without further inquiries, as I am convinced that Yanagi-sensei is more than qualified for the role of a math teacher within our institution, Henry pronounced, his satisfaction apparent. While things seemed to be proceeding smoothly, Minoru's ambitions extended beyond merely being a math teacher. Things seem to be progressing smoothly, but my goal extends beyond just becoming a math teacher, Minoru contemplated, his gaze subtly shifting towards Swan. I aim to secure his position as the head of school affairs, allowing me to naturally connect with the students. Minoru's thoughts grew assertive. Murdoch Swan, who had risen to his current role based on seniority and familial connections, was despised for his ineptitude and disdain towards scholarship students. His elitism made him the most hated teacher in the school, a fact exacerbated by the changing times that no longer tolerated such lame discrimination. With his position, I'll be in proximity to my target, the vice president of the student council, who needs the head of school affairs permission for various matters, Minoru's plan took shape. His decision was firm as Swan's fate was sealed. Swan's demeanor shifted, a chill running down his spine. A sense of impending doom crept in. Why do I suddenly feel uneasy? His instincts screamed of trouble. I share the same sentiment, Principal Henderson. Yanagi-sensei is the ideal candidate for the role, Shizuka said, her arms crossed confidently. I understand and accept your reasoning, Hiratsuka-sensei, Henderson replied, his tone shifting slightly as he shifted his focus to Swan. It was clear that he didn't appreciate Swan's lack of elegance. Is there anything you'd like to add, Swan-sensei? TCH, I have nothing further to say, Swan conceded, defeated by Minoru's unblemished image. He refused to let his reputation suffer due to this newcomer. Rest assured, I'll keep a close watch on you. Don't think you'll have free rein here. Swan's determination to undermine Minoru grew stronger, his scheming mind already at work. I accept your surrender, Murdoch Swan, Minoru internally chuckles, contrasting his outwardly composed demeanor. Well then, as the principal of this institution, I hope that you will guide our students along an elegant path. Welcome to Shuchiin Academy, Yanagi-sensei. Henderson rose from his seat, extending his hand for a handshake. The honor is mine, sir. I look forward to contributing to the school community. Minoru responded with genuine gratitude, accepting Henry's handshake with a firm grip. Minoru emerged from the interview room with the same expression he had worn when he had entered. Ya Briar-sama, the principal will call you in 5 minutes, the secretary informed, causing Ya's nerves to flutter. Why yes, thank you. Ya replied, feeling a rush of anxiety. As he exhaled, Minoru couldn't help but wonder if this woman appeared harmless, or maybe not. Ah! Yanagi-san, did everything go well? The concern on her face was evident as she clenched her fists against her chest. Her personality is quite pleasant, I suppose she'll do just fine, Minoru thought, knowing already that Ya was an Olympic athlete. Her father was Scandinavian, hence her somewhat unusual name. From the information I've read, she has earned numerous gold medals in international championships. The school will undoubtedly welcome her with open arms. Minoru reflected, a smile forming as he regarded her. Thankfully, it went well. Ah, that's a relief. Congratulations. Thank you. Minoru's expression then shifted to an apologetic one. Unfortunately, I must take my leave now, Miss Briar. I hope your interview goes just as smoothly. No worries, Yanagi-san, and thank you. I hope we have the opportunity to meet again as colleagues. I'm looking forward to it. Exiting the school building, Minoru made his way to his car. The day wasn't over yet, as he needed to pick up Aqua and Ruby from kindergarten. All right, kids, wait for me. Minoru's smile remained intact, his mission appearing to be on track. There was still some cleaning up to do, but for now, things were smooth for him. Chapter 12, Chapter 9, Agency Situation. Damn, looks like they're having fun. Minoru couldn't help but grin as he spied on his kids from the building he bought across the street from their kindergarten. His binoculars zeroed in on Aqua, and he couldn't help but be impressed by his son. Holy shit, is that kid seriously engrossed in a mystery novel? At his age? Minoru mused, a mixture of suspicion and awe washing over him. Well, maybe, he squinted, scratching his jawline, he was just plain bored. Aqua was seated under a tree, his back leaning against its trunk. Minoru noticed his son's teacher giving Aqua a wide-eyed look as if the boy had just dropped a bombshell. Yeah. That's my boy. Already leaving chicks in awe. Minoru exclaimed, pumping his fist in excitement. But, oh boy, did he completely misread the situation. The teacher's shock wasn't admiration for Aqua's literary choices. Rather, they were more taken aback by Aqua's, well, eccentricities. Shifting his focus, Minoru directed his attention to his adorable daughter. Hey, looks like she's having a blast with her lil pal. He couldn't help but get territorial at the thought of any boy getting close to his precious girl. But then, he appreciated Ruby's no-nonsense attitude, it was pretty rad that she preferred hanging with Aqua, though. Good job, daughter. Just remember, steer clear of the weird incest path and stay on the straight path, okay? Don't worry, I won't exchange you for some absurd gemstone. In a nutshell, as a dad, Minoru was bursting with pride, and no one could throw shade on that. Oh, would you look at that, school's out. His eyes followed the children as they raced to grab their bags. Minoru couldn't help but notice the parents waiting around, probably to pick up their offspring. But his binoculars locked onto a familiar face. I swear, I told AI not to bother picking up the kids today, so why is the manager there? Minoru said as he pieced together that AI probably forgot to pass on his message to Miyako, the manager. Maybe AI was way too caught up in her dance practice. A deep sigh escaped him. He'd owe Miyako an apology. Miyako leaned against the vending machine, eagerly waiting for Aqua and Ruby to emerge from the kindergarten doors. It had become her daily routine over the past month ever since the twins had enrolled. She let out a deep sigh, rubbing her forehead in frustration. Seriously, all I want is to work with Hot Eichmann. Her thoughts wandered back to the life she had envisioned. Ugh! Why is everything going so wrong? Tears welled up in her eyes as she crouched down, shielding her face with her arms. Miyako-san, a commanding voice interrupted her thoughts, causing her to shiver. She was startled when she recognized the voice. Tilted her head slowly. She gazed at Minoru, adorned in an impeccably tailored suit. Why yet? Yanagi-san? What are you doing here? Miyako hastily stood up, straightening out her clothes in a nervous attempt to compose herself. She decided it was best not to dwell on her emotional breakdown. Minoru refrained from laughing at her vulnerable moment, understanding that everyone had their struggles. He had noticed Miyako's frustration but kept quiet about it. Glancing at the vending machine, he walked over and eyed a warm coffee without sugar. Coffee? He asked casually. Miyako flinched before shaking her head. Green tea actually. With a swift swipe of his card and a press of a button, the sound of something falling echoed from the machine. Minoru bent down slightly to retrieve the bottle. Green tea it is. Miyako reached for the bottle, her fingers brushing against his gloved hand, making her blush intensify. Thank you, she mumbled, her embarrassment evident. No, Minoru shook his head as he purchased his coffee. I should be thanking you for taking care of Aqua and Ruby. He flashed a warm smile, causing Miyako's face to flush even more. Oh, it was no big deal. Miyako waved her hands frantically. And, it's close to Ichigo's office. Sharing only a partial truth, Miyako kept quiet about not enjoying babysitting the twins. Her agency, Minoru nodded in understanding. Anyway, let's find a seat. It looks like they've got some things to take care of. He wondered why his kids hadn't come out yet. Seated on a nearby bench, Minoru initiated the conversation. I had mentioned to her that I'd be picking up the kids, but I guess she forgot to let you know. He chuckled, retrieving his phone. How about we exchange numbers? Sure, he asked for her number smoothly, not with flirtatious intentions though, but rather to facilitate better communication. Sure thing. Haha, she does tend to forget her schedule and stuff, Miyako replied, her excitement evident as she fished out her phone. Wow, he smells amazing and so reliable, Miyako thought, sneaking a glance at Minoru, who was tapping away on his phone and sipping his coffee. Ugh, unlike someone else. Reality hit her as she thought about her husband. Miyako-san, how's her group doing? Minoru asked indirectly, referring to Strawberry Productions. Shaking herself from her thoughts, Miyako shook her head. Overall, our agency is stable, she explained with a helpless smile. But because of that incident, we had to pause our schedule temporarily while she recovers. We're getting everything ready for her comeback though. Minoru's mind drifted to AI. She was currently on a week break and might take additional paid leave. But he knew she wasn't slacking off. There was a gym in the penthouse, and she claimed it was even better than her regular practice spot. I see. Are there any plans or big projects in the works? Maybe I could help out with something. He was considering ways to repay his debt, and although dance wasn't his forte, he felt he might be able to contribute in some way. We've been discussing the Tokyo Dome a lot, but it hasn't progressed beyond that, Miyako sighed, her dreams momentarily overshadowed by reality. Bringing our idol group there has always been a dream. We were close to starting the planning, but then our reputation needed some mending. And then things got worse after the incident. Frustration tightened her grip on the bottle as she pondered her dreams. Doubts crept in, especially considering AI's stalker incident. Miyako was afraid that AI might retire from being an idol, which could spell the end for the entire agency. The situation is rather complex, Minoru mused, his thoughts swirling. In my previous life, I wasn't exactly a fan of idol group music. Nevertheless, due to the algorithm persistently bombarding my feed, some iconic tracks managed to penetrate my consciousness. In this life, however, his auditory realm was dominated solely by the grandeur of classical compositions. The modern music industry of this world didn't quite align with his discerning taste, as his standard was too high. Minoru found himself perplexed by the entertainment industry here. The titans he once knew from his past life were absent. Also, there was no Harry Potter to be found, no comparable cultural phenomena. He speculated. Could it be that the abundance of beauty in this world has completely fucked up the scales of achievement? It was his biased thought that this world was satisfied with the current standard, or were they content enough to just drool over pretty chicks instead of giving a shit about the quality of music? Upon his rebirth, he was taken aback by the seemingly steroid-infused aesthetics of the populace. He thinks that what was considered average-looking here could be called attractive back in his previous life. Yet, he never bothered to compare this shit since he was busy trying to save his pitiful ass. But he's going to use his knowledge because he's aware that his kids are big fans of their mommy. Miyako-san, can we talk about this tomorrow? You're still planning on visiting AI, right? Of course, I have to. Because I am her manager. Miyako needed to stay close to AI and the twins. Minoru couldn't trust just anyone, but he could trust Miyako to handle certain issues. Can I just tell him that I want to stay there forever? Miyako sighed internally, feeling torn. As Miyako wrestled with her thoughts, Minoru's attention shifted to his left. His new skill, Dad's senses, seemed to be tingling. Oh, Yonajin? Why are you here? It was Ruby who spoke. She wasn't alone, Aqua and her friend accompanied her. Ruby, we shouldn't talk to adults like that, Aqua said, engrossed in his mystery novel. You don't like it? I'm here to pick you two up. How about some pizza? Hey? But I mean, our mama is picking us up. But, pizza sounds great though. Hee. Ruby almost slipped up, but she managed to correct herself. Miyako smiled, touched by their interaction. Look at them. Isn't it sweet? Yeah, young couples like them are rare. I'm envious. I wish I had a handsome husband like hers. A group of housewives gossiped nearby. Miyako blinked repeatedly as her mind raced as they assumed the two were a young married couple. Her mind wandered back to a flashback talking to twin babies who claimed to be messengers of the entertainment god. Meanwhile, in his world, Minoru chuckled. Ahaha, of course. I wanted to see Ruby and Aqua. Minoru spoke, a tinge of annoyance at the situation. He wished the twins could be officially his, but circumstances prevented it. The fact that they were keeping AI's identity as their mother a secret made things complicated. Minoru also deemed it risky to change their surname to his own. After all, he was one of the most dangerous men on Earth. His pride smarted, but being rich couldn't solve this particular issue. He wasn't a character with a world-altering cheat system, nor he was a young master from some rich fam. Back again, in this kind of situation, he was playing the role of Miyako's distant relative. Anyway, Ruby, can you introduce your friend to me? Minoru looked at the little girl. Ahem. This is my friend, Anya Forger. Oh? Hello there. I'm Aqua and Ruby's uncle, but please, don't call me uncle. Minoru squatted down, offering a warm smile. Anya stared at Minoru with wide eyes, as if he were a rare animal. She seems a bit dumb, but she's adorable. Besides, I shouldn't compare Aqua and Ruby to her either. It's frustrating that I can't tell her I'm their father. TCH, my job as a hitman keeps me from flexing it. Hoo-ha. Anya was agape, wide-eyed, having picked up on his thoughts. Hitman. Is this uncle the enemy boss from Anya's favorite anime? Her excitement grew, as she discovered a new toy. Oh, there you are, Anya. Ah. She. Anya rushed towards the voice, her excitement at its peak. Everyone turned to the source, a man who Anya referred to as Dad. He approached the group with a warm smile. Chapter 13, Chapter 10, Liar. Anya dashed toward her father, who caught her and lifted her with a smile. Anya, how's school? He inquired. It's great. And I met the boss man. Anya exclaimed. Boss man? Her father's eyebrow arched in curiosity as Anya pointed at Minoru, who was still crouched down. Ahaha, Please pardon my daughter's impolite behavior, he chuckled, extending an apologetic smile to Minoru. But inwardly, he tensed, feeling a strong sense of pressure emanating from Minoru. What did he want? Minoru chuckled in response, rising to his feet. Don't worry, I'm enjoying seeing my niece and nephew make adorable friends, he stated with a grin that didn't quite match his true feelings. He found it annoying to observe normal people like Anya's father being cheerfully addressed as dad while their children rushed to them. Waku waku. Anya exchanged glances between Minoru and her dad, sensing that something was about to happen. Should I K him? Tch. Anya flinched, her mouth agape, as she caught a glimpse of Minoru's inner thoughts. It's frustrating to witness people like him and his daughter treating him as dad, and running to him so happily when he calls. Sigh, even Ruby doesn't call me dad, she gives me that weird nickname, Yanajin. Minoru observed them as he picked up Ruby, cradling her in his left arm. A wave of competition vibes hit him. Whoa, you almost scared me there, Yanajin. HMMPH. Ruby pouted and pinched his cheek. Oh wah. Boss man wants to harm Shishi because of Ruby. Anya freaked out, quickly looking at Ruby nestled in Minoru's arms, wondering if Ruby could be the cause of Minoru turning into a villain. And so, the two handsome dads stood across from each other, each holding their precious daughters in their arms. Thank you, sir. Oh, where are my manners? I'm Lloyd Forger, a psychiatrist. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Lloyd nodded politely and flashed a disarming smile, extending his gloved right hand for a handshake. Lloyd Forger, 27 years old, handsome man with slicked back blonde hair, piercing blue eyes, and a well-built physique. He was dressed in a friendly-looking light-colored suit. Hat. Anya grinned while looking at him. Shishi, you're a liar. She thought. Indeed, his identity as Lloyd Forger was a facade, concealing his true role as a spy from Luxembourg. After the new queen ascended the throne, he had been dispatched on a covert mission to protect a crucial figure, his true purpose known only to the queen, Lloyd, and Anya. Anya, his adopted daughter, had been a victim of the recent civil war. In the aftermath of the conflict, Lloyd had taken it upon himself to raise her, driven by guilt. Minoru reached out, his gloved hand meeting Lloyd's in a light handshake. Pleasure to meet you. I'm Yanagi Minoru, a teacher. Ruby appeared perplexed at Minoru's claim to be a teacher. Her expression seemed to question why someone wealthy would choose such a profession. Was he making up a random lie, or was there more to it? Aqua also shared the same confusion, joining Minoru's side with a quizzical look. Anya's smile broadened as she found herself in the unique position of being the only one who truly understood what was happening. Spy, she looked at Lloyd, then shifting her gaze to Minoru, Hitman. Having watched too much anime and feeling a bit bored, Anya was suddenly exhilarated by this unfolding moment. Ah, you must be related to Aqua and Ruby, he remarked, referring to earlier conversations. Anya has told me so much about them, how brilliant they are. Lloyd observed them, marveling at their radiant appearances. To him, they looked as if they had just come from a photo shoot rather than returning from school. However, his instincts were tingling with suspicion. Minoru surprised Lloyd. He had sensed that there was something extraordinary about Minoru, perhaps a significant role in society, but he was taken aback when Minoru revealed himself to be a simple teacher. Lloyd initially had doubts, but Minoru's unflinching expression conveyed a deep seriousness about his teaching role. Lloyd's thoughts raced. There has been unusual activity in the underworld that poses a threat to Her Highness. Claiming to be a teacher could be a fake. I should investigate this further. Without asking Minoru where he taught, Lloyd refrained from sounding impolite. He was confident that he would eventually learn the truth. Anya nodded knowingly, comprehending the situation. She, however, chose not to disclose to Lloyd that Minoru was also a hitman. Thank you, Minoru reciprocated, genuinely meaning it. Mr. Forger also has an adorable daughter. Minoru's compliment was met with a cheerful response. Ha ha ha, thank you. Internally, Minoru was ecstatic, yearning for Ruby to address him as dad, just as Anya referred to Lloyd. By this point, Ruby had taken to calling AI Mama, while she addressed him as Yanajin to maintain some distance, as they weren't particularly close. While Aqua, using the honorific San, addressed him as Minoru-san, which felt more formal than Yanajin's approach. This made Minoru envious of Lloyd's situation. As Lloyd and Minoru engaged in a laughter-filled exchange albeit somewhat scripted for this scenario, Lloyd suddenly shifted his gaze towards Aqua, standing by Minoru's side, and was taken aback. What? That boy's reading a mystery novel? Quite advanced for his age. And his gaze. It's remarkably intelligent. Lloyd glanced at Anya, seeming to compare the two. Anya is being compared to the first son. This isn't good. Anya's thoughts reflected her unease. Observing Aqua, Anya accurately deciphered his thoughts. Is her father a psychiatrist? Aqua's gaze met Anya's, but she doesn't seem too smart. Anya's annoyance was palpable, and a vein throbbed on her forehead. The first son is annoying, and his thoughts are dizzying. Anya doesn't like him, but he's Anya's source for taking school tests. As Shishi's daughter, Anya uses every means to succeed. Kikikikek. An evil laugh escaped her lips. Anya's sly expression prompted a sigh from Lloyd and a puzzled look from Minoru, who wondered about her behavior. On the other hand, Miyako, who watched from the sidelines, was shocked, thinking, why do all Eichmann have kids? AI was panting as she danced energetically in the penthouse gym room. The sound of a bell interrupted her, prompting her to stop and greet Minoru. Oh, I forgot to tell Miyako-san, AI said, her hand covering her mouth as the realization hit her. Despite that, a smile brightened her face. She knew Minoru had picked up Aqua and Ruby from school, which made her happy, but also a bit melancholic as she couldn't join them. After all, AI was an idol, and someone like her should never have had children in the first place. However, AI longed for the happiness of being a mother while pursuing her career as an idol. She acknowledged herself as a greedy and hypocritical person for wanting both. We're back, Minoru announced as he, Aqua, and Ruby emerged from the elevator. Welcome home. AI cheerfully greeted them. She was aware that what she had just done might anger her fans, but she did it with genuine happiness, unburdened by any sense of deception. She hugged her children tightly and affectionately patted their heads. Aqua, Ruby, go change your clothes before we dig into the pizza, Minoru instructed, his hands full of bags and pizza boxes. Sure thing. Ruby dashed off excitedly, while Aqua simply nodded and walked off calmly. AI, feeling her stomach growl in hunger, playfully crossed her arms. Minoru-kun, my weight has been a challenge since we started living together, you know. She exclaimed, wiping sweat from her neck with a towel. Minoru chuckled, your stomach seems to be more honest, he glancing at AI, did we interrupt your practice? AI shook her head, wiping sweat from her face with a towel. I was taking a break. Then, how did the interview go? Smooth. I'm a teacher now. AI clapped her hands and chuckled. Minoru-sensei. I'm starving. She playfully snatched the pizza from his grasp, then playfully wrinkled her nose as she caught a whiff of a woman's scent on him. Hey, AI said, deadpanning as she scrutinized him, why do you smell like you're surrounded by a bunch of women? Her expression carried a suspicion as if asking if his new teaching job had turned him into a magnet for high school girls. Minoru understood her concerns and explained, I met another candidate, a woman. Plus, some of the interviewers was a woman. Oh, and I ran into Miyako because someone forgot to tell her not to come. His gaze was steady, meeting hers. His eyes locked onto AI's, she burst into laughter. Oops. Minoru-sensei. Please forgive me. She batted her eyelashes innocently. But aren't you lucky to have an idol waiting for you at home? AI followed Minoru into the living room, nibbling on the pizza. I should be, shouldn't I? Well, maybe you're right, he admitted, a hint of insincerity in his tone that made AI pout. Her pride as a top idol had been slightly bruised. Meanwhile, Minoru flopped onto the sofa, leaning back with a sigh. AI savored the pizza while watching Minoru from the kitchen, which was all open to the living room. She wasn't the brightest, but her ability to perceive people was sharp. She sensed Minoru's focus wasn't entirely on her, despite sharing the same roof. A mask seemed to shroud his emotions, a realization that prompted her self-reflection. I'm a hypocrite, aren't I? She mumbled, her words as introspective as her bites of pizza. Chapter 14, Chapter 11, Moment of Nocturne. As the day turned to night, Minoru found himself once again dwelling on memories of his past life. The reason behind this contemplation was clear, as he hoped to use these memories to strengthen his bond with his children. Aqua and Ruby were both avid fans of AI. However, Minoru couldn't quite pinpoint the exact reason. Perhaps it was because AI was their mother, or maybe they simply admired her work, regardless of her maternal role. That ain't important. What matters is that if I support AI's career, maybe they'll start seeing me as a real dad, not just some loaded biological dad. With this in mind, Minoru scribbled a note that read as follows. Currently, AI Aqua and Ruby Minoru. Goals, Minoru and AI Aqua and Ruby. By doing that, I might finally get to hear my kids say dad lol. A faint smirk appeared on his face as he took another look at the note, pondering how lowly he felt in his children's hearts, like a mere side character in their lives. He wanted to be the main character, and he was willing to use his memories to cheat his way to that status. Well, my bad for jacking this song, but your sacrifice won't be in vain. Minoru had already done a thorough search and was certain that the song's lyrics he had written were not owned by anyone, as the group didn't even exist. He was well aware of how backward the entertainment industry was in this world, so he carefully selected the perfect song for Bikomaki. The title of the song he had written was Cupid. Minoru chuckled to himself. For someone who ain't really into idol groups, I gotta admit, I'm kinda embarrassed to say I like this song. He continued with a wry smile. Haha. Let's give it a try on the piano, shall we? Everyone is already asleep, and only God and I can hear me singing. It'd be hella embarrassing if someone from my old world caught wind that I'm swiping this song for my grand plan. Muttering to himself, he left his study room and made his way to the living room, where a grand piano stood. Minoru took a seat on the piano stool, placed the lyrics in front of him, rested his left foot on the pedal, and positioned his fingers on the keyboard. Let's warm up first, he said to himself, gently placing his fingers on the keys in the key of G major, intending to sing another song before testing out his creation. Should I accept that drama role? AI pondered this question as she received an invitation from Gotanda Taishi, the director she had worked with before. Her agency also advised her to seize this opportunity to boost her reputation, giving Bikomaki a chance to hold a concert event at the Tokyo Dome. AI realized that her agency seemed to rely more on her than on the other members of her idol group. Not that she minded. She enjoyed performing in front of her fans, spreading her persona of cuteness while wearing a thick mask because she believed that a lie is an embodiment of love. However, lately, her conviction had wavered. It all started when she managed to tell her children that she loved them without a hint of a lie. Minoru had even encouraged her to drop the facade for a minute and be a little selfish. Still, AI couldn't bring herself to let go of the career she had painstakingly built over the years. Being an idol was a part of her that she wasn't ready to relinquish. Ugh, I'm confused. At the moment, she lay in the Aqua and Ruby rooms, feeling a sense of loneliness. Also, considering their ages, she didn't find it strange for her children to share a bed. Her thoughts were interrupted when she noticed Aqua stirring. Aqua, where are you going? She inquired as he suddenly woke up and climbed out of bed. Thirsty. He mumbled with a yawn, heading towards the door, which, in turn, woke Ruby up. Mama. Ruby murmured sleepily. Yes. Toy wet. Okay. AI responded, lifting Ruby from the bed, understanding what she meant. As she walked out of the room, her eyes widened upon hearing the sound of a piano and someone singing in the living room. She glanced towards the source and found Aqua peeking at it. Mama, who's singing? Ruby asked. Instead of answering Ruby, she decided to walk over to Aqua and join him. Her heart began to beat rapidly as the beautiful music filled AI's senses. The room was dimly lit, with the only source of bright light focused on him. The Tokyo lights in the background shimmered like stars. AI and Ruby widened their eyes as they spotted Minoru in the corner, dominating the room with his performance and turning it into his stage. Minoru was lost in his world as he sang, his hands dancing effortlessly on the keyboard, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. Wrap me up in all your love. I want you in my arms. Oh, let me hold you. I'll never let you go again, like I did. Oh, I used to say I would never fall in love again until I found her. I said, I would never fall unless it's you I fall into. AI blushed intensely as she watched Minoru. She couldn't help but admire how well he sang this song, combining it with the piano like he was shooting a music video. As she listened to the lyrics, she was captivated, wanting to experience what love truly felt like. Her heart skipped a beat, feeling the emotions that Minoru poured into his performance. For AI, Minoru was still her ex, but she wasn't dwelling on that anymore. After all, he had saved her life, and the warmth she felt in her heart was indescribable. Her feelings for him had grown stronger as he took care of them, from providing a home and warm meals to teaching her how to manage the household. This daily life with him had given her a sense of family she had never felt before. Unbeknownst to her, her feelings for him were resurfacing as she watched him sing. She wondered if he had written this song himself. Did he make this song? Aqua, on the other hand, was amazed about the person who performed and believed that the song could become a hit in the industry. He couldn't help but think highly of Minoru's potential to shine as a star in his own right. Yanajin, no, my dad is so freaking cool. Ruby was excited about Minoru's performance but refrained from cheering and clapping her hands to avoid distracting him. I was lost within the darkness, but then I found her. I found Waihui. Minoru glanced at the back as he stopped playing the piano. He sensed someone watching him and smiled when he realized he had been caught. Ahaha. Ruby said she needed to go. Ai awkwardly explained, scratching her cheek. Her face turned even redder, and she fled the scene, taking Aqua and Ruby with her. Kai. Ai screamed as her body seemed to float, feeling strong hands wrapping around her. Hwahahaha. I got you. Why are you running? Seeing their mother's face, which became an open book, Aqua and Ruby exchanged knowing looks, realizing that their mother had fallen for Minoru. Minoru returned to his previous spot, placing Ai on his lap, as he smirked then asked them. Did I wake you guys? He flashed a mischievous grin at them. They both shook their heads in unison. I want to go to the bathroom. I'm just thirsty. Haha, okay, go ahead. Minoru and Ai watched their kids as they walked away to tend to their needs, and then their eyes met. How long should I stay like this? Ai asked, her cheeks still flushed. However, being a former fuckboy, Minoru could sense that she wasn't entirely opposed to her current state. As long as you want, he replied with a playful smirk. Ai's face was on the verge of exploding with embarrassment, but she looked away in an attempt to hide it. Humph. Player. There's no way we can do anything with the kids watching us, you know. Ai crossed her arms and pouted, directing her playful frustration at Minoru. Currently, the four of them were squeezed into a narrow chair, with Ruby sitting on his lap and Aqua on Ai's. Yanajin. Sing that song again. Ruby looked eagerly at the keyboard, excited to hear the song once more, from her VIP seat her dad's lap. Sure. Minoru placed his hands on the keyboard and began with the intro. Ai, Aqua and Ruby watched in awe as he played the piano. Georgia. The three of them raised their eyebrows, wondering who that was. It seemed to be just a part of the song. 3x. Wrap me up in all your. I want you, in my arms, oh, let me. Hold ye. I'll never let you go again like I did. Oh, I used to say. I would never fall in love again until I found her. I said I would never fall unless it's you, I fall into. I was lost within the darkness, but then I found her. I found you. Georgia. Pulled me in, I asked to. Love her, once again you fell, I. Caught ye. I'll never let you go again like I did, oh, I used to say. I would never fall in love again until I found her. I said I would never fall unless it's you I fall into. I was lost within the darkness, but then I found her. I found you. Minoru whistled and entered the last part as he played his piano solo. Ai closed her eyes with a smile, swaying to the rhythm, thoroughly enjoying the moment. On the other hand, Ruby and Aqua were becoming sleepy, as their dad was just too good at singing lullaby songs. It was just another cherished moment for their newly blended family. Yet, in the end, he's not singing that song with everyone around. Chapter 15, Chapter 12, Work. A day had passed. While the twins were at school, Minoru, Ai, Ichigo, and Miyako sat in the living room. Minoru handed papers containing the lyrics he had written the previous night to them. This is good, no, it's amazing. Bikomaki will rise to the top and make history with Cupid. Ichigo couldn't help but get excited as he read the lyrics. Yanagi-san, are you sure you're not a songwriter? Miyako's question made him shake his head. After all, he had plagiarized others' work in his previous life, and he didn't feel proud about it. All he wanted was for his kids to call him dad, he also wanted to help Ai, and somehow, he wanted her group to sing this song. I'm not. Are you sure this song will work in the market? Minoru still had his doubts, but he'd already done a quick check that English song lyrics were holding up just as well as the domestic ones. That meant people wouldn't find it odd to hear an idol song based on English lyrics, especially since in this world, Japanese spoke English as their first or second language. Of course, it will work just fine. As Ichigo said, Bikomaki will make history with this. Miyako assured him, though she couldn't understand why Minoru seemed so unfazed. He didn't appear happy or excited about his achievement. Turning to AI, Minoru asked for her opinion as she focused on reading the lyrics. AI was taken aback when Minoru revealed that he had written a song for her idol group, giving them a chance to rise and perform at Tokyo Dome. As an idol, AI loved singing, both domestic trending music and foreign songs, so she didn't have a problem with it. It's amazing, AI said sincerely, maybe because it's so relatable? I think a lot of people will love it just by hearing this song. Miyako cleared her throat to regain Minoru's attention. So, Yanagi-san, there's a problem, though. Minoru fell quiet, signaling her to keep talking. With our resources, we can't give you anything to. You don't have to. From the start, I just wanted to give this song to AI, Minoru interrupted, surprising both of them. What? You wrote this song for me? AI's mouth hung open in shock as Minoru patted her head somewhat roughly. You could say it's my apology for neglecting you, Minoru replied with a smirk. AI felt her heart skip a beat as Minoru was putting a lot of trust in her. With the warmest smile she could muster, AI vowed not to disappoint him. Hee. Leave this to me. As the two enjoyed their moment, Miyako's face seemed to want to cry, wishing they would stop flirting in front of her face. So, Yanagi-san, how about joining us in the song's production? Ichigo seemed to overestimate Minoru's skills, considering he had merely written a song that surpassed Bikomaki's needs, and it fits them perfectly. Minoru shook his head, acknowledging that music was not his expertise. He had merely dabbled in it as a hobby to help his mind stay sane, much like how he smoked and drank alcohol. Unfortunately, music is not my expertise. AI found this odd, while Ichigo and Miyako had no idea what exactly happened last night. Please credit AI's name as the songwriter if you wish to credit someone, Minoru said, shocking them all. Wait. Minoru-kun, why are you doing this? AI asked, tugging lightly at his shirt, while Miyako stared at him as if he were crazy. That's right, Yanagi-san. It's hard to believe you wouldn't want your name on it. Is there a reason? Miyako inquired. Yes, there is a reason. He had no craving for the spotlight or fame wasn't what he was after. He simply didn't have the desire to recreate something from his past life and gain fame from it. Becoming famous felt like activating his GPS on his enemy's maps, a surefire way to ruin his life entirely. In summary, fame was poison for someone like him. However, revealing his true circumstances was out of the question. It's simple. If, by some fluke, this song becomes a hit, I don't want to become some big shot. Plus, we shouldn't take the chance of someone linking me to AI. They were taken aback, barely realizing the gravity of his words. People had dirty minds, they enjoyed gossiping about others' lives and passing a BS judgment. I'm sorry, AI mumbled, her gaze dropping to the floor. Cheer up, don't worry about it, Minoru said, patting her head and turning to Ichigo and Miyako, can you do that? They nodded reluctantly, realizing they had no other choice. Thank you. I'll trust your words, and we can formalize it legally later. I'll be blunt, I want to become a major investor in this project. Minoru knew that AI was a top idol, and with this project, Bikomaki would soar to great heights, attracting greedy bastards. He was well aware of the dark side of the idol industry and wanted to protect and support AI. This way, he could also oversee production to ensure the quality matched the original and prevent useless debates from other shareholders. After all, he's loaded. Miyako couldn't help but be amazed at Minoru's unwavering support for AI, while Ichigo eagerly shook Minoru's hand, willing to do anything to assist him. Ichigo rushes at Minoru, shaking his hand. Ha ha ha. Welcome, welcome. Strawberry Productions wholeheartedly welcomes you, Yanagi-sama. If Minoru told him to lick his shoes, he'd do it without hesitation. AI and Miyako couldn't help but think he was shameless, considering he had previously questioned Minoru's ability to take care of AI and the twins. I expected nothing less, Ichigo-san. Minoru didn't find it strange, for people like Ichigo were solely focused on survival, just like him. A week had passed since then. AI was back to work after her break and was busy working on a new song for Bikomaki. Meanwhile, Minoru was also occupied with his role as a new teacher at the most prestigious private school in Japan. Today marked his third day as a teacher at Suki-in High School, and he was engrossed in preparing his teaching materials. Oh, I broke the keyboard again. Yanagi-san. What should I do? To Minoru's right sat a new PE teacher who had been hired on the same day as him. Ya gasped as she held her pitiful keyboard. That's her third. Minoru adjusted his glasses as he inspected her keyboard and wondered why she had opted for a school computer over a laptop. Just ask the staff for a replacement, he suggested. Ya appeared on the verge of tears, feeling helpless in her strength. Is it because she's a national-level athlete? Minoru suspected that Ya might share a similar secret to his, judging by her aura alone. However, despite his efforts to dig deeper and uncover her true identity, he found no information. There were only two possibilities: she was either a normal person or as enigmatic as he was in the underworld, where no one could discern his true identity just by looking at his face. All he could do was guess that she was here for the same reasons or that she simply needed a job that suited her expertise. Despite her clumsiness, Minoru doubted Ya posed any danger, considering how openly she displayed her immense strength in front of others. Thank you. I'm sorry for the trouble, Ya stammered as she received her new keyboard. In this shared teacher workspace at Suki-in High School, all the teachers except the principal worked together, a common practice in Japanese schools. Desks were distributed based on age and seniority. 5 of the youngest teachers had desks clustered close together, forming a small group within the teacher's room. Sigh. Briar-san, please be careful not to break it. I'm sorry, senpai. I'll try my best not to break anything. Ahaha, I'm just joking, though. Don't worry, our school is well off, said Hirotsuka Shizuka, whose desk faced Ya's. She seemed in need of rest, her eyes tired from overtime work or perhaps indicating a need to improve her stamina. Since he started working here, whenever she had a spare moment, she stole glances at Minoru, who pretended not to notice her, but he did. Ahaha. It's expected from an Olympic athlete, commented Yuzaki Nasa, a 22-year-old science teacher. He stood at 5 feet 5 inches with a slim build, short dark green hair, and eyes. Nasa held the record as the youngest teacher in Suki-in, having been accepted at 18, while Minoru was 19 and 10 months old. Notably, Nasa had married officially at 18. Please, Yuzaki-senpai, I'm embarrassed. You responded. That's quite an accomplishment though. Anyway, which homeroom class were you assigned to? Shizuka inquired, though her question seemed directed at more than just Yui. I was assigned to 2D. Ah. I see, ha ha ha. My homeroom class is 2B, Shizuka said with a smirk. Ya smiled in response, and then Nasa chimed in. Henderson-sensei assigned me to class 2E, Nasa added. Shizuka and Ya nodded, and all three of them turned their attention to Minoru, who was engrossed in his laptop screen. Sensing their gaze, he paused. The principal hasn't assigned me a class yet. Is that so? Then what about you, Chibashira? Shizuka asked, addressing the teacher whose desk was placed vertically, facing all 4 tables. I'm in a similar situation, came a cold, sharp voice from Minoru's left. She held the highest position among the youngest teachers, as she was the vice principal of the high school. She had long brown hair tied in a ponytail with bangs swept to the left, brown eyes, a voluptuous body, and a mostly serious expression on her face. Her outfit consisted of a black blazer with a white shirt underneath, the top 3 buttons unfastened, a short black skirt, stockings, and a pair of black heels. As he finished preparing lesson materials for second-year mathematics, he sent them to the teacher responsible for the second year, a strict-looking woman. Chibashira-san, I've completed my lesson plan, Minoru announced. His words surprised the 4 of them. What? Ahem. Good work, Chibashira replied, receiving his email. Her surprise was evident as he was the fastest one to finish in just 3 days. She glanced at Minoru with narrowed eyes, appearing irritated and skeptical. However, she eventually opened the email and began to check it, as it was her job. Minoru had finished his assignment well ahead of the 5-day deadline, but inwardly, he couldn't help but think. What the fuck is this, hell? Minoru knew that Chibashira Sae, the person who taught history, was an ambitious woman who didn't like competitors like him, perceiving him in that way. However, Minoru didn't care about it. He just hoped that this woman wouldn't be a bother, though she was already bothering him as his gaze unintentionally met her melons every time he glanced at her. Minoru wished that she would stop showing her assets, as he found it distracting. Despite maintaining his poker face and outward calm demeanor, he was struggling like crazy on the inside. This was a tough situation because he was surrounded by some of the most beautiful teachers in the school. Yes, there were these attractive female teachers who had the power to easily distract many male students. And let's be real about him, even though he is a man of sheer fucking wool, he was just a simple man. I'm a dad, I'm a dad, I'm a dad. He kept chanting this word to convince himself, like it was some sort of magical incantation to ward off the temptation of all the beautiful teachers around him. Yanagi-sensei, the principal is waiting for you in his office. Just when I needed it. Let's escape to the rooftop and have a smoke after meeting the principal. The principal's secretary appeared like an angel with wings on her back, and he was finally freed from this torture. Chapter 16, Chapter 13, Homeroom Teacher. Excuse me, Minoru said as he entered the principal's room, where he saw Murdoch Swan engaged in a heated discussion with Henry Henderson. That's the end of our discussion, Swan-sensei. You may go now, Henry told Swan. Swan clicked his tongue as he walked towards the exit, passing Minoru with a glare, but Minoru chose to ignore him. Please have a seat, Yanagi-sensei, Henry said, motioning for Minoru to take a seat in front of his desk. Minoru nodded and settled into the chair. I just finished reading your lesson plan for the first semester. It's elegant work, Yanagi-sensei. Thank you, sir, Minoru replied. Then, I want to ask you something before we get down to business. Henry paused, gazing at a photo hanging on the opposite wall, a photo of the school's principal since its establishment. What do you believe is the most important quality for an educator to possess? Minoru wondered if this was some sort of test, but from Henry's tone, it seemed like a more personal inquiry rather than a discussion among colleagues. Nevertheless, he wouldn't give a half-hearted answer. Patience, Minoru replied. Oh? Why is that, sensei? I believe that every student has their strengths and weaknesses. To help them find the right path, we must have the patience to understand and guide them. I see. Are you saying, we can't force a fish to climb a tree? Minoru nodded. Yes. Henry was pleased with Minoru's response. I've asked the same question to other teachers, but you're the only one who has given me this answer. The reason behind Henry's question was to find a suitable candidate for the next principal as he neared the end of his career. While he had considered Chibashira Sae as a top candidate, he disagreed with her philosophy of trying to make students perfect humans. He continued to observe Minoru, who sat calmly and elegantly. Henry found himself unexpectedly entertained by the young man's pursuit of an elegant path in this uncivil era. Let's see if you're more than just words, Yanagi-sensei. Henry thought as he decided to keep an eye on him alongside another potential candidate. Right then, let's move on, Henry said, handing a document labeled 2A to Minoru. Minoru glanced at the cover, realizing that this was the homeroom class he would be responsible for during the year. After careful consideration, I've decided to entrust this class to you, Yanagi-sensei. Please take a look first. Since this school was unique, it admitted around 150 students each year, divided into 6 classes, from A to F. Flip. Maintaining his poker face, he quickly scanned through the first page. Shinomiya Kaguya. Minoru couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, knowing that he had been assigned to be Shinomiya Kaguya's homeroom teacher. This would certainly make things easier. Flip. Hayasaka AI. He flipped through the pages containing the student IDs. Flip. 20X. Teresa de Luxembourg. Yet. There were 23 students in his class, and he had already memorized the names of all of them, except for a few students. These students might be transferring, so he had yet to become familiar with them. However, one name on the list of transfer students stood out and troubled him. What the fuck is she doing here? There's a reason why I assigned you to this class. As you can see from her name, you might understand what I mean. I believe that Yanagi-sensei has lived abroad long enough to handle foreign students with ease. However, it's not just the second princess of Luxembourg you need to be concerned about, there are other students from important families like Shinomiya and so on. Henry paused. What I'm trying to say is that you need to be careful. I understand. In this world where he had been reincarnated, there were anomalies like this country. Luxembourg was a kingdom about the size of Switzerland, bordering Belgium, France, and Germany. The kingdom had a strong economy and was renowned for its banking system, food products, chemical and pharmaceutical industries, as well as luxury watch manufacturing. Minoru understood why Henry had warned him. The new queen, Eileen de Luxembourg, was famous for being the perfect ruler, and the world found her intimidating due to her competence, even before she ascended to the throne. Also, Minoru thought, there's absolutely no fucking way she'll let her little sister hide her royal family name and live quietly as a normal person, considering how massive her pride is, just like those boobs. Minoru had first-hand experience with Queen Eileen, having associated with her until he vanished after his involvement in the death of the first prince. Excellent. Since the new student will be joining our school, I'll have her introduce herself to you, Yanagi-sensei. Henry nodded, just as someone knocked on the door. Elegant timing. Please come in. Henry rose from his seat and straightened his tie as if preparing to meet an important guest. He walked to the door to welcome their visitor. As the door swung open, Minoru couldn't resist muttering under his breath, "What a crap stroke of bad luck." He wondered why fate had brought them together once again, as he had found people from that country to be quite tiresome. "Good afternoon, Henderson-sensei," said the beautiful girl with blonde hair and a slim build, her green eyes radiating an air of grace and innocence that drew people in, making them want to protect her with their lives. She gave a slight bow to Henry, accompanied by a bright smile. "Welcome, Your Highness Teresa and Alexandra Dono," Henry greeted. "Did you have a pleasant flight?" Minoru's gaze met that of the red-haired girl named Alexandra, who stared at him as if she were a watchdog. "Yes, thank you for asking, Sensei," Teresa replied. "And please drop the honorifics and just call me Teresa." "As you wish," Henry replied. She glanced at Minoru, who stood behind Henry to the left. "Is this gentleman, perhaps? Let me introduce you, this is Yanagi-sensei, our new teacher and the homeroom teacher for your class." "My name is Yanagi Minoru," Minoru introduced himself. "As Henderson-sensei mentioned, I'll be your homeroom teacher for Class 2A. Please forgive any lapses in etiquette, Your Highness." "I see." Teresa smiled at Minoru. "My name is Teresa de Luxembourg, the second princess of Luxembourg. Please take care of me and my friend, Yanagi-sensei." The red-haired girl bowed slightly. "My name is Alexandra de Magritte. Please take care of me, Sensei." Teresa and Alexandra had just exited the principal's office after a meeting with Principal Henry and Minoru. "Your Highness, did something happen?" Alexandra asked. Teresa's gaze fixed on the door, seemingly waiting for something. "There's nothing wrong, it's just that I..." Before she could finish her sentence, the door swung open again, and Minoru stepped out, seemingly determined to walk away and ignore them. "Yanagi-sensei, wait!" Teresa unconsciously raised her voice. "Can I help you, student?" He looked at her, and Teresa gave him a sad, longing look. "What is it?" The truth was, Teresa didn't know why. She just wanted to call his name because she suddenly felt nostalgic and didn't want him to leave, yet. "Sensei, can you accompany both of us as we explore the school?" Teresa randomly asked Minoru, not finding a reason for calling upon him. Alexandra found Teresa acting strangely today, especially after meeting and talking with Minoru. "Wait, you're him?" "Teresa. Yanagi-sensei must be busy with his work. You can't ask him something like this." "Is that so?" Teresa is like an open book, she's sad. "What a bothersome girl, although that redhead was correct, I am indeed busy." Meeting with the Luxembourg folks had left his head spinning. Though, he had just wrapped up his lesson plan, and all he could think about was heading for the rooftop to have a cigarette and ease his frayed nerves. "Ah, my bad, my bad." Minoru chuckled with a smile that made the two girls blush. As Magritte said, "By chance, I'm still preparing for my lesson." This bastard was smooth at lying, making Teresa nod innocently as she clenched her fists cheerfully. Yet, he wondered if Aileen and Teresa were siblings, given how starkly contrasting their personalities were, like oil and water. "I understand." "Hey? Too easy." Minoru's face seemed to say that. Alexandra wondered why Teresa was so comfortable talking to Minoru as if they knew each other. "Your Highness. Please call me Teresa." "Haha, for Odin's sake, don't give me that look." She flashed a blinding smile that could practically blind someone. "Teresa, I'm sorry, but I'm curious. Isn't this our first meeting? Minoru asked calmly, wanting to act as if he had never met the person named Teresa de Luxembourg. Yes. Yet, I feel like I've met Yanagi-sensei in the past. Seeing Teresa in that state, Minoru felt like an asshole. At the same time, he was amazed by Teresa's intuition. Yet, women's intuition sure is overpowered ASF. His mind wandered back to an incident from 6 years ago, the day that triggered the civil war in Luxembourg. But what was more important was that she seemed to have grown up well. There's no way a peasant like me. Minoru playfully denied it, but Teresa cut him off. Sensei. Like I said, please don't say something like that. Teresa pouted at him, skeptical that this was their first meeting. Your Highness, he's a teacher, you know that, right? Alexandra had never seen Teresa take an interest in the opposite gender because she always told her that she was waiting for someone. But Minoru was a stranger, and it seemed impossible for Teresa to have met someone like him, so she wondered. Well, he's certainly something else, and handsome too. Alexandra commented on Minoru's background after Principal Henry praised him. To Alexandra, Minoru was a hard-working man, and she almost unconsciously compared him to her queen, Eileen de Luxembourg. She thought that maybe Teresa might be interested in Minoru because she knew that Teresa never talked to someone she had just met like this. Knowing her, Teresa was always cautious due to the incident that had almost taken her life, thus, this left Alexandra in shock. Ahem. Alexandra coughed, making Teresa flinch as she narrowed her eyes at Minoru. Your Highness, I already know my way around the school if you need an escort. She didn't like Minoru because Teresa seemed too comfortable with him. She just hoped that Minoru knew his place. Minoru smiled wider as he understood what Alexandra thought of him, but he didn't take offense. Instead, he wanted to say thank you. Oh. Teresa and Alexandra turned their heads towards the voice. Isn't this Princess Teresa? It's been quite some time. A warm smile lit up her face as she approached them. Teresa returned the smile with a graceful nod. She knew exactly who this was. Before her, stood a beautiful young lady with fair skin and long black hair, elegantly tied with a red ribbon. Her almond-shaped red eyes were striking, and she possessed a slim, feminine figure with a modest chest. Ah, it's been a while, Shinomiya-san, and quite a long time, Fujiwara-san, Teresa replied. Standing beside Kaguya was her friend, Fujiwara Chika. Chika was a cute young girl with shoulder-length light pink hair, featuring a peculiar black bow in the middle of her square bangs. Despite her shorter stature compared to Kaguya, she had a surprisingly large chest for her age. As she reached the school principal's front door, her gaze froze upon spotting Minoru. Then, Chika gasped, not initially noticing Teresa was there. Wow! It's Princess Teresa! What brings you here? Kaguya's attention also shifted to Minoru, as she had yet to meet him. Ahaha, the truth is, my friend Alexandra and I just transferred to this school, Teresa explained. Ah, I'm delighted to hear that, Kaguya responded. She then glanced at Minoru and continued, I beg your pardon, it seems I interrupted your conversation with the princess. Mr. Kaguya locked eyes with Minoru, offering a polite smile, seemingly unfazed by his appearance. Oh? You must be the famous vice president, then Minoru glanced at Chika, and the secretary of the student council. Well, you don't need to worry about that, Minoru smiled at Kaguya and Chika. I'm the new math teacher, Yanagi Minoru. Handsome and well-proportioned, his mere presence conveyed that he was far from the facade he portrayed. Teacher? What utter nonsense he just said. Initially, Kaguya had presumed him to be either a close relative of Teresa or a significant guest of the principal. But as it turns out, he's just a math teacher? Oh my, Kaguya smiled, I apologize, Yanagi-sensei, as I've just returned to school after a long break. She placed her right hand over her chest and continued, it's a pleasure to meet you, Yanagi-sensei. My name is Shinomiya Kaguya. What? As Kaguya exchanged pleasantries, Chika couldn't help but sense the intense atmosphere surrounding Yanagi Minoru and Shinomiya Kaguya. Chapter 17, Chapter 14, Past and Future. Two figures were sledding through the snowy landscape, desperately trying to escape. Shit, they've caught up, cursed a masked man in black wig as he glanced back, hearing the approaching sounds. The air was bone-chilling, having ridden his sled dogs for 4 days. 001 used this method to silently infiltrate the winter palace that far in the north, the residence of the first prince, and to rescue Teresa. The clanking of machinery behind them grew louder, causing Teresa's composure to fade. What should we do? She stammered, trembling from fear more than the cold. At this moment, no one else was there for her except this man and his loyal dogs. Common sense dictated that their chances of survival were slim with the first prince's army hot on their heels. "Stop," he commanded, addressing his 7 dogs. They obeyed, bringing the sleds to a smooth halt. 11-year-old Teresa was bewildered as impending doom closed in. "Hey!" 001 called to her, locking eyes with her trembling gaze. "Our destination is about 4 hours from here. You go on and take my dogs with you. Alpha, lead your pack and follow Teresa's commands from now on," he instructed his trusted dog, which now led the pack of 001's dogs. "Woof. No." Teresa widened her eyes, realizing Minoru wasn't coming with her. "Please." She pleaded, tears welling up, "You're coming, Sniff. With me too." Sniff. Ignoring Teresa's pleas, he removed his winter coat and draped it around her shoulders. "This is my mission. I'll stay here and hold them off while erasing your trail," he said emotionlessly. "Stand up. If you want to survive, take my dog's commands and live." Teresa flinched as she glimpsed his red eyes through the gap in his mask. Her lips quivered. "I don't care about that. Please, just go with me." Teresa, the flower of Luxembourg, had always lived in a world surrounded by flowers and had never known true pain. But in this moment, she grew up and realized the harsh reality of the world. After being imprisoned for 6 months in that dungeon, she had feared she would never see the light again and would perish in the cold, dark confines. However, after 001 had saved her and cared for her through this snowy forest for 4 days, Teresa developed a deep emotional bond with him. Yet, she couldn't bring herself to let go of him because she found it hard to trust anyone after her brother had thrown her into a dungeon, and no one had come to her rescue. Now, Teresa just wanted to live with him. "We have no time. Your brother's troops are closing in. Go, lead my dogs with you." The distant sound of motorcycles sent shivers down Teresa's spine. She couldn't bear to endure that ordeal again. 001 didn't utter another word as he readied himself for the impending battle. She knew the person who had saved her was just a kid, judging by his childlike voice, and he was only slightly older than her, yet he had risked his life like that. Tears welled up in Teresa's eyes as she gazed at him, wondering if this would be their last meeting. Could he survive? She pondered how she could ever repay this debt to him while he wasn't by her side. She felt guilty for the immense sacrifices he had made. Sniff. "I am sorry." But she knew that if she died here, his sacrifice would be in vain. She stood up, gripping the sled's handle with determination. "Go." The dogs obeyed her, just as their master, 001, had instructed. Teresa sled across the desolate snowy landscape for hours, but against all odds, she survived. "Teresa." Teresa snapped back as Alexandra called her. Her gaze remained fixed on where Minoru had gone, walking away, mirroring the boy who rushed at the army, alone. "Ahaha, I'm sorry, Alec." Teresa looked at Alexandra with an apologetic expression and then glanced at the student council member. "I'm sorry for troubling you too." "Don't worry, Teresa-san. As student council members, it's our job to guide transfer students." Kaguya smiled as they walked, unable to resist stealing an odd glance at Teresa, curious about her relationship with Minoru. "Hee. By the way, Teresa-chan. I'm bringing my dog, Peas, with me today. Wanna go play with him outside?" It's unfortunate since he has to stay outside the school, though." This girl didn't seem to know how to judge the mood around her. But Teresa was happy to respond, recalling her excitement. "Sure. It's a shame that I can't show you my dogs right now since they're still on their way here. But is it even allowed to bring pets to school?" Teresa tilted her head skeptically. Kaguya smiled wryly, knowing that Fujiwara was weird. "Students aren't allowed to bring their pets." Please don't take Fujiwara-san's words too seriously. Even though the school hadn't started yet, it was still odd to bring a pet to school. Their voices are alike, but Yanagi-sensei had a deeper voice than him. Teresa couldn't help but compare 001 from 6 years ago to the present Minoru. She placed her right hand over her chest, feeling a pang of hurt hearing Minoru claim not to know her. But Teresa was sure of it, and there was no way she could forget him. "All right. There's no way I'll give up that easily." Teresa's face lit up with determination. If there was even a slight chance that Minoru was the person she had been trying to reach all these years, she wasn't going to let it slip away. Dash. Minoru shivered as he sensed trouble brewing. Fuck. I was hoping she'd give up on trying to connect me with 001. Thank God I've always worked behind the scenes for Eileen. That's why I've never bumped into Teresa again until now. Thanks to Kaguya, Minoru had managed to escape from Teresa and take a breather on the school rooftop. Hey! With a slow exhale, Minoru let out a puff of grey-white smoke into the air. He stared down at the schoolyard with his mind racing. The school vibes are something else. He admired the Gothic architecture of the school. It was pretty fancy, especially for Japan, where most schools adopted a modern style. Shuchian was the only one that stood out. I thought you'd be used to this kind of thing, having lived in the UK for quite a while, Shizuka said, joining him on the rooftop. In the end, I'm still amazed. Though, it's kind of boring to see these kinds of buildings again. Ha, show off, Shizuka chuckled as she took a drag from her cigarette. And by the way, Yanagi, it looks like you just got your homeroom class. It's 2A, Minoru replied, handing her the document that was still in his hand. Ha ha ha. Look at this, Shizuka burst into laughter as she flipped through the sheet. Oh, there's Yuki Nashida, A&D. Geez, I have to say, this is quite a scary lineup. She handed the document back to him. Yet. I hope they're not a bunch of troublesome, spoiled kids, Minoru chuckled, hoping the students wouldn't get in his way. Hell yeah, Shizuka. Our conversations flow naturally. Let's keep it up. Shizuka thought about the possibility of them becoming dating partners, but this woman was clearly in a hurry. Suddenly, someone opened the door to the rooftop, and Shizuka glanced in that direction. It was Sae, who also used the rooftop for smoking. She walked over to them with a sharp expression. Crap! A cigarette was already in her mouth, but she had forgotten to bring a lighter. Chibashira-san, please allow me. Minoru lit up his lighter and brought it close to Sae's mouth, and she accepted it gratefully. Thank you. Sae said, huff. Looking at him and then at the document as she exhaled a smoke. 2A, hey? I see. That old man dumped you in a troublesome class, hey? Minoru just nodded, while Shizuka realized that she should remember to forget her lighter next time so she could experience what Minoru had just done for Sae. Though, I think they're not just referring to the homeroom class, damn it. Sae narrowed her eyes as she stole a glance at Minoru. She knew that Henry must be considering Minoru as a potential candidate for the principal position. Therefore, she found it annoying to have an opponent like him. Someone just cursed at my ass. Minoru suddenly felt an itch in his ear. Dash. Minoru strolled into his house just as the sun dipped below the horizon. Normally, he'd be greeted by AI, but she'd become swamped with a new song project. Instead, he found Aqua and Ruby engrossed in a video game showdown in the living room. K.O. Nuuu. Ani-chan. Why do you never let me win? Ruby pouted. You're weak, that's why. Meanwhile, Minoru approaches Ruby and gives her a surprise hug. UWAA. Ruby jumped in shock, can you stop sneaking up on me like that? Bad habit, Minoru admitted with a chuckle. Sneaking around was a natural to him as he was a hitman. He released Ruby and patted Aqua's head violently. You should go easy on your lil sister, you little punk. Aqua sighed, but she'll never get better if I do that. Crossing his arms, looking as though he's right. All right. Minoru exclaimed, placing the joystick in front of him and raising his index fingers dramatically, prepare to feel the sting of defeat from my two-finger moves. Aqua gulped and felt the pressure building as the intense game continued. 30 minutes later. Ha ha ha. Taste the pain, Minoru-san. With my ultimate move, your HP will vanish. Die. Aqua cheered as he finally claimed his first victory after losing 29 times. Minoru, however, wore a devilish grin. He was merely teasing his son, letting him think he had the upper hand. But then, despair struck Aqua. What the oi? Time out! Time out! Aqua panicked as his Hulk character fell victim to an endless combo from Minoru's bunny girl character. K.O. How's that? I only used 2 fingers on the joystick, and you still lost, Minoru boasted, a smug grin on his face. Hat. Hat. Ruby crossed her arms, thrilled that someone had finally defeated Aqua. Okay, I'll take it easy next time, Aqua conceded. Ha ha ha, this is fun, Minoru said as he got up and headed to the kitchen to cook dinner. Ugh, I'm home. AI's tired voice greeted them as she entered the room. AI, welcome back, Minoru said. Minoru-kun. AI went up to him and gave him a big, unexpected hug, taking him by surprise. It was quite a sudden burst of affection, especially considering they'd been living together now. What day is it today? Is anything special going on? Minoru asked, a hint of suspicion in his voice. I'm totally beat. Needed a mood lift. AI raised an eyebrow. Hey. She looked at him, suspicious. There's a new woman scent in you today. Minoru raised an eyebrow in return. Why do you always sniff me like that? You got an issue with that? AI smirked. Well, I'm just going to overwrite that scent with mine. Tehi. After 10 minutes, AI let go of Minoru and froze in her place. Aqua and Ruby were just standing there, giving them the dead fish eye stare. Her face turned as red as a tomato as she hadn't noticed their presence. Hold on. It's not what you guys think. I was just talking with Miyako-san about, ways to make your CR crush only have eyes for you. Yet, so he never even thinks about cheating on me. AI stuttered, her voice shaky as she waved her hands around, embarrassed. Minoru, Aqua, and Ruby just gave her a blank stare. They couldn't decide if AI was bold or simply lacking in subtlety when it came to motherhood. Well, theoretically, that heavy topic is not suitable for kids, like them. Hey, wait. Chapter 18, Chapter 15, Is he cheating? A/N, I realized that I made a mistake in that I typed Aileen when her name should be Eileen, sorry for that. It was nighttime, the clock striking 9 p.m. as Minoru stepped out of his bedroom, decked out in a tracksuit. As he descended the stairs from the second floor, he spotted AI absorbed in a movie, while Aqua and Ruby seemed half asleep around her. Minoru-kun. AI whispered. Minoru flashed her a smile, motioning for her to keep quiet around the kids. AI approached him stealthily, curiosity in her eyes. You're out late again. I'm working, Minoru replied as they walked together, stopping in front of the elevator. He's been going out at night a lot lately, I've been wanting to ask, but... AI hesitated, knowing it wasn't her place to ask about his private life. We are lovers again, right? She couldn't quite define their relationship because Minoru hadn't asked her to be one again, nor were they officially husband and wife. What was I just thinking? That's so indecent. Even, after 4 years, AI couldn't forget the night they spent together in a hotel. If she followed Miyako's advice, she'd be jumping from A to Z way too quickly. As her only experience was with Minoru, AI is simply a novice when it comes to this kind of thing, even though she's a mother of 4-year-old kids. Ugh. AI shivered at the memory of how Minoru had devoured her like a beast that night, leaving her unable to walk later on. Well, if Minoru-kun were to make a move on me, maybe I'd let him. But I won't invite him as if I'm in heat. Her expression grew serious as she poked her forehead. Anyway, should I just ask him to date again? I mean, I hugged him like that, and he didn't resist, so aren't we a couple now? Wait. I don't even know if he's with someone right now. AI's thoughts were interrupted as the elevator doors opened, and Minoru glanced at her. AI, you can sleep ahead, he said, his right hand gently resting on her head as he patted her. AI felt satisfied and encouraged herself to ask. See, can I ask you something? Her voice trembling. Sure. Minoru chuckled, but why does it sound so damn serious? It is. AI awkwardly smiles, are you with someone right now? She clenched her t-shirt, anxiously awaiting his answer. Minoru was caught off guard, as he had never discussed this with her before. I'm not with anyone. How about you? AI's face lit up, and Minoru couldn't help but laugh. Don't laugh at me. AI pouted, playfully smacking his chest, I don't. Good then. Tonight, she's wearing the black one. Minoru glanced at her, dressed in nothing but an oversized t-shirt and underwear. She looked so cute that he had the urge to kiss her. However, he didn't want to appear like a desperate virgin. Who? Unexpectedly, Minoru hugged her tightly, and her face was buried in his chest. Yet, she resigned herself to her fate. MMM. What are you doing? She mumbled, but Minoru understood her words. I'm doing exactly what you did to me in front of the kids. What else? AI lifted her head and looked at him with a big pout. Are you just making fun of me? What were you expecting from me? I'm dead serious. He chuckles, and, I don't make excuses to hang around a woman. So, you can sleep soundly without any worries. AI trembled, her embarrassment reaching its peak, but she also felt relieved. It's not like that. Hee. If you say so, then I'll go to bed since I'm tired. Minoru knew exactly what she thought of him. He used to be a fuckboy and she is right, but now he had graduated from that lifestyle to become a dad. Inside the elevator, he couldn't help finding AI cute. Good night, AI. I'll come back safely. AI replied as the elevator doors closed, and Minoru descended. His friendly expression shifted into a poker face really quickly. He shifted from Yanagi Minoru to 001. After a while, he reached his other safe house where he stashed his gear. Ah, there you are. He finally found the security set up to unlock the basement. Good evening, greeted a robotic woman's voice from the small screen. Scanning the retina. Confirm. Scanning the fingerprint. Confirm. Please input the password. He mumbled, trying to recall the password as he had way too many safe houses scattered around the world. Alpha, October, 5 to 1969 Moscow. Confirm. Please say the last password. Minoru's face twitched as he realized he'd gone overboard with security. What the fuck is it? Incorrect password. You have 2 chances left. Did this bitch not know that I'm still thinking? Hachu. Incorrect password. You have 1 chance left before self-destruction. An awkward silence hung in the air. It was strangely amusing that he might meet a pathetic end in his own safe house. Should I hunt down the guy who set this shit up? Wait, it was him. As his mouth drew closer, he whispered, Hail. Hydra. Confirm. Have a nice ride, 001. A sharp clacking sound echoed as he entered the dimly lit basement. He wasted no time and swiftly changed into an all-black suit, concealing a bulletproof vest beneath his shirt. His hands slipped into gloves, and he donned a jet-black wig to mask his silver hair. In his sock, he discreetly tucked away concealed knives, while 2 Glocks rested snugly in a shoulder holster. He approached a weathered wooden box. The lid popped open with a noticeable clack, revealing his famous mask. It was crafted from titanium, with a face-shaped design he had worn for nearly 17 years. After applying camouflage face paint around his eyes, he picked up the mask. He paused for a moment, staring at his reflection in the mirror. His crimson eyes glowing in the darkest of shadows, pierced through the mask's gaps. Without uttering a word, he left his hideout to hunt down a pig. A/N, his mask had a design like King Baldwin IV. That guy must be a suspicious boy, hey? I believe he's coming to our school to target some of the female students. TCH. Swan gritted his teeth, but he was pleased inside. If Mr. Robert wants me to push the principal to fire him, I'll gladly take up that task. But, if we can agree first. It had been almost an hour since Lloyd sat down with Swan at the restaurant. Lloyd Forger, codenamed Twilight. He was currently undercover as a representative of the Second Princess, posing as Mr. Robert. He had asked Swan to meet him there, under the pretense of interviewing a new teacher who had coincidentally arrived at the same time as Teresa's transfer to Shichian High. His mission was to investigate all the teachers and staff at Shichian High School, especially the man named Yanagi Minoru. This man had 2 passports. Lloyd looked at the sheet but he didn't find anything new. Yanagi Minoru, also known as James Moriarty, has been living in the UK since he was adopted and given the name James Moriarty. He's turning 20 this year and with such a high educational background. Lloyd was talking about a man he ran into while picking up Anya from kindergarten. What caught him off guard was that Yanagi Minoru had just started working as a math teacher at Shichian High School. And to top it off, he happened to be Teresa's homeroom teacher. Lloyd had gathered all the information he could, and there was nothing suspicious about the degree James Moriarty had earned from the university. He also went to the UK to investigate James Moriarty further by interviewing his classmates, but this man is real. What a bastard. There's a contradiction between Swan's assertions and what Lloyd had learned. Swan claims that Yanagi Minoru is a womanizer, but I heard he never had friends or women during his college days. In summary, this meeting with Murdoch Swan was a pointless effort. Unfortunately, I don't have the authority to make decisions in this matter. My role here is to inquire about the new teachers and report back to my superior. Robert politely smiled at him, as Swan gasped. Then, Mr. Robert, feel free to reach out to me anytime. Swan smirked, considering this a valuable connection with the Luxembourg royal family. Thank you for your time, Mr. Swan. Ha ha ha. Don't sweat it, Mr. Robert. Robert smiled politely as he got up and extended his hand for a handshake before he left and went to his car, which he had parked on the roadside. Sigh. Lloyd massaged his head. 6 months. He narrowed his eyes. I still don't have a clue where the man with the code name 001 is. In reality, Lloyd had a mission that was even more crucial than being a bodyguard in Teresa's shadow. To find the man with the code name 001. After his new queen had assigned him this mission, he was frustrated about this mission's progress. But the truth is, this mission is merely a political maneuver. It would be seen as an insult to the USA if Luxembourg didn't make an effort to track down this hitman who had killed the first prince in their embassy. Yet, the USA had also failed to uncover any leads on 001. But he did end our civil war. It was a dilemma. This hitman had saved his country from descending into a war zone. Instead of hunting him down, Lloyd thinks he should be thanking him. He suddenly remembered his conversation with his queen. Inside her working space. He stood up, seeing Eileen busy at her desk. Eileen de Luxembourg is an otherworldly beauty with loose auburn hair in a braid and golden eyes. Lloyd couldn't help but be amazed by how perfectly she fit the role of a queen, but he also felt a sense of fear when he looked at her. Oh! Agent Twilight! She stopped her pen and smiled at him. You don't have to stress over this mission. So, he can just relax with this job? Lloyd was taken aback after she told him that. Your Majesty! Isn't capturing this man important for our relationship with the USA? She tilted her head and poked her chin with her index finger. You're right. Well, truth be told, I don't care much about our relationship with them since we don't need it, do we? However, if you manage to capture this guy. Eileen grinned as she rested her head on her left palm. That would be quite entertaining for me as I'm bored. Her grin and playful eyes seemed to tell him that this was more about amusement than a national threat. Lloyd was also unaware of Eileen's deep relationship with 001, as she was the one who had sent him to kill the first prince. Sigh. What's up with that woman? I feel like she's just using me for her entertainment. Bang! Crash! Then, a deafening crash shattered the silence, sending Lloyd's senses on high alert. What the? He peered ahead and spotted a car and a truck, the source of the crashing sound, both vehicles coming to a halt at the red light intersection. Wait, isn't that car owned by Murdoch Swan? Still disguised as Robert, Lloyd stepped out of his car, bewildered. But then, a grey smoke billowed from the truck, and Lloyd narrowed his eyes. That smoke! There was a lot of smoke coming from the truck's interior cabin. Must be an engine failure. He approached the scene, carefully inspecting the inside of the truck, whose windows were tinted. That's... His eyes widened as he witnessed something that prompted him to draw his gun. Agent Twilight rushed to the scene with everything he had. That mask, there's no mistake. How had he not known about the famous mask that belonged to 001? Chapter 19, Chapter 16, Confrontation. A few moments earlier, Minoru sat in his vehicle, patiently waiting as his target, Murdoch Swan, enjoyed his meal inside the restaurant. His mission? To kill the head of school affairs, Murdoch Swan, as part of his plan. Let's see. There were countless ways to eliminate this guy, but Minoru wasn't going for the straightforward options like poisoning or sniping. No, he had something else in mind. He wanted to make Swan's death look like an accident, something that would blend in seamlessly with the chaos of everyday life. Well, sometimes, you gotta give up something to get something, Minoru grumbled about using a truck for this mission instead of his bulletproof 911 with heavy weaponry inside it. You're damn right. This bastard is using truck-kun to fuck up his senior colleague. Let's roll. Minoru muttered as he glanced at his phone. Swan and his guest appeared to be wrapping up their meal, so he turned the key, and the truck-kun roared to life with its diesel engine. Dash. Sitting in the passenger seat of an expensive sedan, the villain, the one who usually pops up in those NTR mangas, couldn't help but flash a grin after his meet-up with Luxembourg's representative. Hat. With this, I can put the heat on Henderson, especially since the royal family seems to have their doubts about that teacher, Swan mused. He figured he could use Teresa, who had transferred to Shichian, to help oust some of the troublesome teachers, including Minoru. Let's see if you can keep that calm expression when I kick you out. And. Swan's eyes gleamed with wicked intent. Kakak. That new teacher seems like a pushover compared to that strict Chibashira. Let's find out if I can blackmail her. Swan was busy hatching his devious plan to corrupt Jie. Just as he was thinking his wicked ideas, a blinding light suddenly lit up from his left, and a horn's deafening blast fucked his ears. Wait! A sudden surge of kinetic energy sent his head bouncing around. Ugh, help! His vision blurred as he looked at the driver, who also happened to be his partner in crime, now lifeless after the crash. Ugh! Be bastard ha! Summoning his last ounce of strength, he cast a glance out the car window and froze as he locked eyes with the truck driver. The man had jet black hair and an enigmatic mask, but the man's chilling gaze sent shivers down his spine as if he were staring death itself in the face. Inside the truck, he felt an itch from the jolt of the seat belt, but he was accustomed to this kind of force. 001 peered back at Swan, who was succumbing to a fatal brain injury and he died. However, it wasn't the time for him to sit idly by. Let's move. He swiftly flipped a switch to release artificial smoke, making the truck appear damaged. He used the smoke as a cover and placed a lifeless body in the driver's seat to take his place. He crouched down, examining the small, round steel door in the truck's interior floor, and opened it. Oh yeah, it's cleaner than Paris. Fuck, whatever. Meanwhile, Agent Twilight was closing in on the scene. He saw a crowd on the sidewalk, but none dared to approach the incident. Out of the way. He pushed through them, thinking, there's no way he survived. Swan's car was in shambles, and he thought the worst. Twilight glanced at the smoking truck, unable to locate 001. But that mask, there's no mistake. He was certain he had seen a man wearing that legendary mask. And Lloyd racked his brain, wondering why 001 had vanished. He grew suspicious of the truck's current location and the thick smoke. Under that truck. He sprinted toward it. Damn it! He escaped. A sewer manhole was hidden beneath the truck, but Lloyd's instincts warned him of danger, and he quickly retreated. Boom! 001's truck exploded in a fiery self-destruction. 001 walked confidently through the pitch-black space within Tokyo's sprawling sewer system. As he strolled calmly, he muttered to himself, "Lucky, there's no sewer water down here." Anyway, 3, 2, 1. An explosion echoed through the place as he had anticipated. He had set the stage for the truck to explode in a semi-natural manner. After that, he walked toward his exit. However, there was a loud noise and dim light up ahead. Magic power! Magic power! Magic power! What the fuck was that? Magic power! Magic pohoi! His steps came to a halt as he stumbled upon an eerie magic sect ritual. There, he locked eyes with a teenage boy who stood frozen and naked. Minoru recognized the boy with black hair, an average face, and a well-toned body. Isn't he? Minoru knew exactly who this punk was. It was Keijino Cid, a 17-year-old high school student. Interestingly, he was Keijino's homeroom teacher. What the heck is he doing? And should I even be witnessing this crap? Let's just get the heck out of here. For Minoru, this was a truly bizarre scene. So, he just walked away as if he hadn't seen a thing. But then came the sound of footsteps and a barrage of shots from behind. He swiftly drew his Glock 43, dodged the bullets with a skilled sidestep, and returned fire. Don't move, 001. Minoru, aka 001, trained his gun on the source of the voice. The shadowy figure became clearer in his sight. It was Lloyd, disguised as Robert, pointing his gun at Minoru with a piercing gaze. Isn't that the guy who was talking to Swan earlier? 001 glanced at the man in the dirty suit. Ah, it seems he got caught in that explosion. Minoru guessed that this man had hurried to the scene without expecting his next move. Put the gun down, 001. You're already surrounded by my men. Lloyd bluffed, knowing his men were still on their way. And, he couldn't help but shiver at the sight of 001's mask. This is only my second time meeting him, but it's my first time facing him like this. But 001 just tilted his head and remained silent, refusing to respond. Meanwhile, Kageno's Shinomiya antics had come to an abrupt halt. Why did I walk into this boss fight event? Again. Kageno still stood there awkwardly naked, observing the scene that resembled a detective-villain confrontation. They probably can't even sense my majestic side character presence. Kageno thought to himself. Yet, he couldn't tear his gaze away from 001's mask design and wanted to copy it. Kageno contemplated sneaking away from this bizarre situation, but an eerie aura emanating from the two men froze him in his tracks. Screw it. Kageno took his first step. Hold it right there, magician. A deep, menacing voice emanated from the mouth-shaped opening of 001's mask, his voice altered slightly from his original. Why yes, sir. Kageno raised his hands as 001 pointed his Glock 26 at him. A/N, I have an illustration for this moment. Wait, there's a civilian here all this time. Lloyd glanced over at Kageno. Is that a magic circle? He appeared to be no older than a high schooler. Lloyd knew that there always seemed to be some kid like him around. The problem was, he's using him as a hostage. I see. Lloyd snapped back to attention as 001 addressed him. Judging by how you handled the gun and how quickly you responded to that situation, you're no ordinary Luxembourg representative, are you? 001 smiled beneath his mask. You're not just another Luxembourg bureaucrat, Robert. No, there's something more to you. 001 stared at him, perplexed by Robert's calm demeanor despite openly revealing his face and attacking him. Lloyd intentionally started to sweat under the scrutiny of 001's gaze, which felt like it was dissecting him. So, you're the famous Agent Twilight who can disguise perfectly. 001 internally envies his skill, no wonder you're not afraid to show your face and confront me openly. Twilight's eyes narrowed as he studied the enigmatic man with black hair and a mysterious mask. Thankfully, I'm still wearing this disguise. Twilight was a master of disguise, the only one capable of creating such lifelike artificial faces to hide his true identity. But what's his objective in killing Murdoch Swan? No, I need to focus on that later. I'm curious. 001 interjected, pulling Twilight from his thoughts. Why are you chasing me? While I haven't done anything to harm the people of Luxembourg. 001 asked calmly, but he was cursing inside. That bitch, Eileen. I knew she'd pull some shit like this just for fun, damn it. It has nothing to do with criminals like you, Lloyd said, while Minoru simply hummed. Agent Twilight, how about you back off and call it a day? Tick-tock. It's almost midnight. I'm not sure if your magic will wear off or not, Minoru still aiming his gun at Kageno, maybe I can kill this magician to make it happen. While Lloyd maintained his composure, unfazed even in the face of his Cinderella mockery. Still, this was a bad situation. This is my chance. Kageno realized his role in this moment. PPP please, sir. Please don't kill me. I'm just a regular high school boy who watches too much anime. I still want to live. Hick. Sniff, sniff. Kageno activated his skill, the cry of the helpless mob. However, both Minoru and Lloyd knew that this Chiyuni just acting. And, how the heck could he pull this shit off in such a situation? Yet, Lloyd wasn't certain if 001 would spare the boy, as he had sounded serious, there was no way a hitman like him would joke about this. I understand. I'll back off so you can. Sigh, just kidding. 001 interrupted, leaving Lloyd wide-eyed. Hey, magician. Kageno flinched as his gaze met those chilling red eyes, and he felt genuine fear. Why yes. Put your clothes on and go back home. Your mom must be worried about you. Thank you, sir. Kageno hastily grabbed his clothes and made his exit, leaving Lloyd stunned. I see, he was just bluffing about wanting to kill him. That means those rumors about him sparing innocent lives were true, Lloyd thought. Well then. 001 said before swiftly pulling the trigger. Lloyd narrowly avoided the bullets by hiding behind one of the large sewer pillars. Damn, that was close. Ugh. Lloyd clutched his shoulder in pain, feeling another wound from the explosion caused by 001's truck. Huff, huff. As he panted, a sound to his left caught his attention, but he found nothing. Shit. He ducked just in time to evade a knife flying from his right, which stabbed into the concrete. However, before he could react any further, 001 delivered a devastating roundhouse kick, making Lloyd grunt as he was sent flying. He landed in a kneeling position with a screeching sound. My right arm, Lloyd realized, feeling the fracture. Again, 001's knee was already in front of him, and he felt the sharp pain as his nose cracked. Taking advantage of his position, 001 used his martial arts skills to force Twilight to release his gun. Agent Twilight, you seem to be in a hurry, 001 commented before delivering a punch to Twilight's face. You should learn to be patient and carefully observe your target's next move. 001 knew that this man had followed him into Tokyo's sewer manhole, but Twilight hadn't anticipated the truck exploding afterward. Any last words? Lloyd could see that 001 had his gun aimed at him. He could feel 001's gaze, telling him that this was his last moment. I should have never taken this mission in the first place. As he regrets it, he lets out a chuckle. However, his smile faded as he remembered that Anya was sleeping alone. My daughter, he said with a voice filled with regret. 001 just waited for him to continue. Can you please take care of her for me? Watching him release the Chiyuni kid, Lloyd found himself unexpectedly placing trust in this grim reaper of death to take care of his daughter. I see. Minoru wondered, what's her name? Lloyd smiled, no longer caring about his job, and shedding his perfect disguise as Mr. Robert. He wanted to die as himself, not as a spy. Anya Forger. 001's emotionless eyes widened as he looked at Twilight's real face. This is Team Eagle. We've reached Agent Twilight's position. Over. I hope you'll grow up fine without me. Lloyd could hear his team's voices, but it was too late. The death stood before him. His last image was a sewer's wet floor, his vision blurred, and then it turned completely dark. Chapter 20, Chapter 17, Home Sweet Home. Minoru opened his mask as he arrived at his safe house. He had successfully executed his plan to kill Murdoch Swan, but what he didn't anticipate was the twist known as Twilight. At first, he didn't even recognize Twilight when disguised as Robert. The disguise was so flawless that it made him look like a real person. Minoru only managed to identify the agent because the man named Robert was a representative of Luxembourg. And it all clicked when Robert managed to tail him in such a short amount of time. There was no way a mere representative could handle a gun with that level of skill. The result? A bullet in Minoru's butt. Fuck. He cursed as he examined his ass in the mirror, beginning to tend to the wound. Fortunately, the bullet hadn't penetrated it. It had just scratched his sexy ass. The pain still throbbed, just like when your little toe slams into the leg of a chair. It's irritating. But there was a problem. Damn it, Eileen. Why did it have to be my ass? His butt was crucial at the moment. His bad luck, especially since he also had a day job as a teacher that required him to sit for extended periods. However, he was a professional, and he would endure the pain for an entire week while maintaining his poker face. Sigh, annoying. Minoru contemplated his actions and released Lloyd. In truth, he had initially wanted Lloyd dead and had only intended to give Eileen a warning. At this moment, he wasn't being dramatic, he just knew that Twilight wasn't the root of the problem. Well, he also didn't want his daughter's friend to become an orphan. Anyway, it was Lloyd's superior. He knew and allowed her to pretend to chase him for political reasons. Furthermore, Eileen had promised him that she wouldn't pursue him, even after he killed her brother. Then, why was she doing all this shit? He picked up a phone and called her an old friend he somehow crossed paths with through sheer luck 7 years ago. James. No, I should call you Minoru, right? Babe, how are you? Eileen picked up the call as if she knew he was going to call. Eileen, he responded, not thinking too much about Eileen playfully calling him babe. HNNG. Cold as ever. Anyway, did you finally accept me as your master? Silence. Hello? Minoru. More silence. You wanna play hard to get, hey? Well, I don't mind if you rebel like this sometimes. Silence persisted. Ahem. Please, say something. Don't tease me like this. Still in his silence, Minoru maintained his poker face, even as he heard her moaning. This bitch. He knew this woman got turned on when it was about him and only him. If my guess is right. Indeed, at that moment, Eileen's face was flushed, her breath coming in gasps as she touched herself down there. Eileen ruled over her kingdom, and for someone of her ilk, she indulged in rather unconventional hobbies. For instance, much like wealthy Arabs, they considered typical pets utterly dull and therefore opted for a tiger rather than a mere domestic cat. Eileen was no exception. She yearned to tame a beast like Minoru for herself, fasten a dog collar around his neck, and revel in playing with and possessing him as her own. Eileen relentlessly pursued 001 because it fulfilled her particular fetish. Meanwhile, Lloyd chased after 001 for the sake of his nation. Anyway, when it came to letting Twilight live, it was the right call. Eileen's the kind of person who hates being in anyone's debt. She'll back off for a while once she learns I've spared her top spy, Minoru thought to himself, all the while still hearing Eileen's relentless attempts to capture his heart. After talking to his old friend, Minoru couldn't help but think, now she's probably gonna give me the cold shoulder for a bit. TCH, my butt. Still in the same old tracksuit, Minoru made his way back to his swanky new home, a fresh injury on his ass. He entered the elevator, which conveniently took him straight up to his penthouse. As the doors opened, he strolled down the corridor and found AI still glued to some movie in the living room. AI. Minoru thought she'd be sawing logs by now, considering she'd mentioned going to bed earlier. She glanced over at him, but her expression seemed more worried than tired. My bad for keeping you waiting. Why are you still up? Minoru felt a twinge of guilt seeing AI patiently waiting for him, but he couldn't deny that he liked it. It was a refreshing change to have someone eagerly awaiting his return, unlike his usual lonely nights. Look at the time. She got up from the sofa and checked the clock, which read 1 a.m. Then shot a questioning look at Minoru, clearly dissatisfied with his apology. Minoru, where were you? She crossed her arms, and he couldn't help but shiver a bit. It was the first time he'd seen AI like this since they started living together. She even dropped the kun from his name. I've been waiting for you. I thought you were just out for a moment, like other nights. Minoru was left utterly dumbfounded. Hey! Give me an answer. AI pouted and impatiently tapped her left foot on the floor. God, she is damn cute. AI is a stunning woman in her late teens, 19, standing at a height of 5 feet 2 inches to 5 feet 3 inches, and her eyes have a mesmerizing allure that can capture anyone's attention. What's more, Minoru was drawn to her because she wasn't difficult to deal with. She never complained about a thing, worked diligently, and managed to raise his kids for nearly 4 years without bitching like a Karen. She didn't feel cold, right? And damn, those thick thighs. Minoru couldn't help but gaze in fascination. Dressed in her oversized white t-shirt that barely reached her thighs and those black thigh-high socks, she looked cuter. Minoru grinned and didn't waste any more time standing around. AI was surprised as he pulled her into a tight hug. That's cheating. You can't dodge my question like this. Geez, she sighed and hugged him back. Look, I'm sorry, okay. Is that so? AI heard the sincerity in his voice and started to believe him. Look here. AI looked up, and suddenly, Minoru kissed her. AI didn't resist, wrapping her arms around his neck. She glanced shyly into his eyes when their lips finally parted. I'm confused. AI squinted her eyes at him. Hey? What's that supposed to mean? What are we? Minoru's face seemed to say, isn't it obvious? While we can't get married just yet, I believe we're lovers. AI smirked. Is that so? Minoru was taken aback by her reaction, his face saying, wait, am I the only one thinking about this? Pfft. Ahaha. Just kidding, AI said, sticking out her tongue. Alright, Minoru smiled, not a fan of her teasing. You're not sleeping tonight, he declared, lifting her butt. Kaie. AI felt a thrill and hugged him tightly around his neck, but she couldn't help but wonder, what does that mean? MNN stop. MNN. Hey. HNN answer me, MNN. Ignoring her, Minoru continued to kiss her passionately. They eventually arrived at a vacant bedroom that didn't belong to either Minoru or AI. She looks away from him shyly, please be gentle with me, okay? Sure. He retrieved a rubber from the drawer. It's okay, Minoru-kun. AI looked at the condom as she held the pillow tightly, her face burning with embarrassment. Today is safe, so. Something snapped within him, and it was his reasoning. Yeah, sorry pal, not today. He tossed the rubber into the trash bin. What did I just say to him? AI screamed inside. Then she flinched as the bed shook, knowing that Minoru was approaching her. AI, don't hide your face, Minoru said as he moved the pillow with his hand. Hello. MN and AI smiled as their faces drew closer, and they began kissing again. She closed her eyes and simply felt Minoru kissing her neck. Then, he slowly opens her t-shirt, planting tender kisses on her beautiful belly. Her body flinched as he skillfully removed her bra. And, she started moaning harder as he sucked up her breast. Wait. My breast milk is no longer there. Aw shit, too bad for him. They've become bigger. What size are they now? Maybe F. Hiya. As Minoru continued to please her, here and down there, thoughts swirled in his mind. Because she was having children. Time passes as the rain soaks the bed. Ha. AI trembled as she gasped for air. Here, Minoru lifted her head slightly as he offered her water. Thank you, she gave him a satisfied look, but then realized she had forgotten the main course. Minoru smiled as he removed his pants. Why isn't he that bigger? AI's demeanor grew pale as she gazed at that, wondering if it would even fit inside. Back then, and still, Minoru was a monster in his league. And just like her, he also kept growing. Me Minoru-kun, WWA wait. Minoru smirked like a devil when she acted that way. Chapter 21, Chapter 18, Taking Care of Mommy, and What Did It Cost? A sweet sound at 4 in the morning. The night was almost coming to an end, transitioning into the early morning hours. The room was filled with a unique scent, and the heat enveloped them as they lay together. As their bodies glistened with sweat, AI moaned passionately while gripping the helpless pillow tightly. She lay prone, her hips arched upward, and he violently slammed her white hips, again, and so on. Me Minoru-kun, did you promise Hiya to take it easy on me? An. Minoru stayed focused on AI's back as he kissed it and he was like, what? Forget it. I'm almost there. He realized that it had been a while for AI, so he decided to wrap things up quickly. And, she needed some sleep more than he did. Minoru pushed his rod deep inside as he poured the juice inside her. Ugh. AI screamed as she trembled intensely. Her hips rose even higher as she accepted it with pure pleasure. Again, this is his third time. AI's eyes rolled up as she felt something flow inside her and tickle her intensely. Wait, take it out slowly Kyaa. No. With the sound of plop. Minoru violently took off his rod as AI squirted her juice again. I think that's enough. Minoru gazed at AI, who was overwhelmed with pleasure. He was certain that she couldn't handle another round, as he was still hard down there. He wiped her sweat and that away with a towel. MMN. She reacted as he kissed her plump butt before putting on short sweatpants and a t-shirt. With an amusing smile, Minoru gently laid AI down to adjust her sleeping position. And, he gave her cheek a peck as hopped out of bed. Where you off to? Bathroom. K. Minoru stripped off his long-sleeve white shirt, checking himself out in the mirror. I guess I should start tackling some chores after I've had a breather. After changing into fresh, dry clothes, he climbed back into bed beside AI and drifted off to sleep. He was a top spy who lost and failed miserably. He was desperate and clueless when he stumbled upon the enigmatic Hitman, 001. He chased him like a hungry bear without a plan up his sleeve. But it got even worse. He couldn't even say goodbye to his daughter truthfully. He had to lie, saying there was an emergency patient he needed to attend to, all because he was undercover as a psychiatrist. The next day, he woke up in a familiar room. It had been 2 hours since Lloyd had opened his eyes, and he was staring at the same ceiling he used to see when he was just a doctor, not a spy. Shishi, don't leave Anya again. Sniff. Sniff. Anya crawled up to his hospital bed. Ugh. There. He accepted her hug, even though his body still ached from the pain he endured. I don't understand. It made no sense to him that he was still alive. He was sure that 001 had given him a death sentence. But somehow, the man he believed to be a criminal had shown him mercy. As he patted Anya's back, the hospital door cracked open, and he allowed the person to enter and deliver a message. It was from Eileen. Lloyd felt a shock, wondering what she wanted. There was a wild thought that he might be punished for his failure, but he had already let go of his pride as a spy and was prepared for whatever came his way. He opened the envelope and found an encrypted message, but he easily deciphered it. It was a simple yet ambiguous message that only he could understand, since only Eileen and Twilight knew the mission's details. This is unbelievable. Mission aborted, and I'm granting you a long vacation. Lloyd was surprised, knowing that Eileen always got what she wanted. Yet, she was giving up on her quest. A long vacation, hey. Dash. The sun was already up when Minoru woke up at 5 a.m., kicking off his morning routine. He started by tending to his aching backside before hitting his penthouse gym for a grueling neck and leg workout. By 6:45 a.m., he was sipping on a protein shake, his curiosity piqued by the morning news. In a shocking incident, a truck ran a red light, causing a collision with another vehicle. The truck subsequently exploded, leaving authorities puzzled. Tragically, all 3 individuals involved pass away at the scene. In the end, they'll probably chalk it up to some truck malfunction. Minoru taking another sip of his protein shake. But who knows, maybe there's a detective or police out there with a sixth sense for sniffing out trouble. Let's just hope nobody decides to investigate Shuchiin. Deep down, Minoru had his doubts that the authorities would leave Shuchiin alone for long, but he was ready to face whatever came his way. After finishing his workout, Minoru tackled some housework. He cleaned up, did the laundry, whipped up breakfast, and packed lunches for his kids. Oh, Aqua. You're the first one to wake up. Spatula in one hand and a skillet sizzling with breakfast in the other. Good morning, Minoru-san. Aqua, still rubbing the sleep from his eyes, shot Minoru a half-grinning, half-confused look. He plopped onto the living room sofa, grabbing the remote to turn on the TV, only to be greeted by the same news. Is it just me, or are there way too many incidents happening lately? With a nonchalant shrug, Aqua flipped through the channels. Aqua couldn't help but admire the man. Minoru was like every dude's delusional dream, a freaking fictional hero, kick-ass at everything, except for gaining Ruby's trust. Well, we've only been living together for about 2 weeks. And Serena-chan has been through a lot as her family ignored her. Now, she's just guarding herself and won't open up easily. So, I can't blame her. Aqua didn't mind accepting Minoru as a father figure, he'd done a lot for them. What earned Aqua's trust was when Minoru saved AI. And, Aqua had seen it with his own eyes. Also, being a fan of AI, he was thrilled when Minoru wrote a song that catapulted Bikomaka to even greater fame, although he couldn't help but wonder why Minoru didn't want credit for it. Aqua sighed again and adopted a solemn, thoughtful expression. About my death, the same person who almost stabbed AI is the one who pushed me over the cliff. And that person is probably just a puppet. They're still out there, enjoying life, and who knows when they'll strike again. Minoru glanced over at Aqua, noticing his gloomy boy demeanor. After he sneakily checked what Aqua had been doing with AI's old phone and his browser history, Minoru's suspicions were confirmed. Aqua was after the person who had used the stalker to harm AI, and the most obvious reason was to get his revenge. I'll set aside how he has that level of intellect, but we'll have a pep talk later between men. Besides Ruby, Aqua had a concern Minoru couldn't ignore as he wanted them to enjoy life, no matter the cost. Aqua, can you wake up Ruby for me? Aqua glanced at Minoru, who was busy setting the table, and got up from the sofa. Sure, no problem. He walked past the kitchen and couldn't help but notice that Minoru hadn't mentioned AI. Maybe he forgot. Wake up, Ruby. Minoru-san said breakfast is ready. Just give me 5 more minutes. Oi, sleepyheads. Don't tell me you're responding to AI's hater tweets again. I'm not. Ugh. Just get out, you idiot. Aqua gave up and went to AI's bedroom, knocking on the door. AI, it's me, Aqua. Breakfast is ready. Silence. AI. Still silence. He opened her door and widened his eyes when he didn't find AI. AI. He entered the room, panicking, and then heard a voice from behind him. Don't worry, she's still sleeping and will probably wake up later. Aqua looked at Minoru, wondering what that meant. Anyway, just focus on waking up your little sister. Minoru just smirked and walked back to the kitchen. After a few moments in a daze, Aqua blushed hard as he realized what had happened. Sigh, I knew this would happen. But, let's just hope it won't become a problem. He hoped they wouldn't end up with a new sibling, as it would worsen their family's situation. After some struggle to wake up Ruby, they finally managed to sit together. "Where's Mama?" Ruby yawned. "Minoru-san said she's still sleeping." "Hey, how?" Ruby looked at Minoru, who was sipping his black coffee with bleary eyes as he was still sleepy. "Hey Dad, I thought you..." Ting. Ruby and Aqua turned their attention to the elevator. Since their room was on the second floor, AI used the elevator instead of the stairs due to her knee issues. "Oh, it's breakfast." "Ugh, my back." AI's hungry eyes locked onto the food, but she nearly dropped her body as she struggled to steady herself against the wall. Pfft. Cough. Cough. Aqua choked on his water when he saw AI in that state. She was trembling, and on top of that, there were many marks on her skin, especially on her neck. Ruby glanced between Aqua, Minoru, and AI, completely clueless about what was going on. "I thought you were still sleeping," Minoru said as he walked over to AI and carried her in his arms. However, he didn't expect her next move. "Chew. Good morning." AI gave him a morning kiss and pouted. "It's horrible to eat breakfast without me. I'm hungry too, you know." A falling sound echoed through the room, and with a puzzled expression, AI looked from Minoru's face to the kitchen area. There, she found Ruby dropping her spoon, while Aqua was trying to avoid looking at the couple. "Ruby's gonna hate me, sure, she's got some insane mommy con." Minoru realized AI was bold, as she never bothered to check her surroundings. And yes. After that incident, Ruby started calling him Yanajin again rather than Dad. Dash. In front of the kindergarten gate. "Don't forget to eat the lunch I prepared, alright?" Minoru smiled as he saw his kids in their uniforms. They were just too adorable, drawing the attention of everyone around. After all, Aqua and Ruby were cute twins with their rare hair color, and Minoru was quite flashy himself. "Yanajin, don't say something I already know." Ruby responded, crossing her arms, showing that she didn't like to be treated like a kid. "Yanajin, after all of my effort, it all shattered because AI kissed me in front of them." It seems that was too shocking for her. Nevertheless, he smiled at her, never giving up on his cute daughter. "I'm just giving you a reminder, sigh. Aqua, make sure you take care of her." He looked at Aqua, who just nodded and went back to his textbook. Bye-bye. Even though she didn't call him Dad, Ruby was still an innocent and cheerful girl. Minoru watched them as Ruby waved at him, and he waved back at her. He walked to his new ride, a matte black G-Wagon parked near the road. His phone vibrated as he approached the SUV's door and opened an email. It was from Chibashira SAE, who had sent him Murdoch Swan's address because all the teachers were expected to attend his funeral. My bad. He didn't feel guilty as he usually did. It's ironic that the killer himself is visiting his own target's funeral. But I already knew that Swan's family was broken as he divorced his wife and lost the right to raise his kids. There was also some corruption as he allowed some transfer students in exchange for money, and his position was still secure thanks to his wife, well, ex-wife, who happened to be the owner of Shinomiya Academy. What a lucky fucking bastard. He got into his car and headed to the funeral. He knew that the school would be busier as the head of school affairs had just passed away, and the new school academic year was about to begin in 4 days. Even if he killed Swan, getting that position wouldn't be easy, probably. Chapter 22, Chapter 19, The Head of School Affairs. He gazed at the seemingly unbothered family of Murdoch Swan and couldn't help but wonder what the heck that guy had done to them. The two daughters appeared perfectly composed, not a single tear escaping their eyes. As for the ex-wife, well, she was the obvious exception. After patiently waiting in line to speak with the family, he finally got his chance. My deepest condolences, Lady Sumiragi. He offered a slight bow to the ex-wife. She smiled in return, and her daughter seemed oddly bashful, considering the sad occasion. But he also couldn't help but be weird at how on earth that guy had managed to land a wife like her back in the day. Thank you, and you must be Yanagi Minoru, the new teacher, she smiled. I'm the CEO of Shinomiya Academy, Sumiragi Rika. Rika greeted him with a polite smile. She was a MILF cough. Woman in her mid-40s with a sharp look, curvaceous body, hair in a ponytail with straight, white, long bangs on the left and the right bangs tied back. She serves as both the owner and CEO of Shinomiya Academy with an education division spanning from elementary school to university. It's an honor to meet you, ma'am. My name's Yanagi Minoru. Rika carefully observed him from head to toe, her thoughts wandering. Interesting. He's the youngest after Yuzaki-sensei who became a teacher, but he had a PhD under his belt even before his 20s. This young man is also the one Shijo Makoto told me to look out for in secret. But it seems he's handling things just fine without my help. Internally, Rika smiled while maintaining her outward composure. On March 28, 2014, just 4 days before the school year was set to begin, Shuchiin School was hit with shocking news. Murdoch Swan had tragically passed away in a car accident. Shuchiin's teachers couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions about the situation. No matter how lacking in elegance he was, Swan was still a capable teacher in some ways, albeit a bad one in others. With him out of the seat, the school might finally have a chance to find a real talent for this position. The problem is, we lack elegant teachers for the head of school affairs. Henry scanned the faces of the teachers gathered in the meeting room, and his expression showed the exhaustion they all felt. Sigh. After returning from the funeral, they all seemed ready to voice their complaints. Screw this shit. Can't we just get back to work? I haven't even finished my lesson plan. Darn it. The deadline was only 2 days away, and yet we were stuck here. And we need a break. Henry could read most of them like an open book. These teachers, who looked like zombies, would surely refuse to take on extra work to temporarily fill the role of head of school affairs. Whether they were senior or junior, no one wanted a job they couldn't handle. Henry had already faced some rejections from senior teachers himself. However, amidst the sea of weary faces, 3 teachers stood out as unaffected by the situation. There was Vice Principal Chibashira Sae. Chibashira-sensei is not only the vice principal but also responsible for the second-year teachers. If I asked her, she'd probably take on this job without hesitation. After all, she's eyeing the principal's seat. Then there was second-year PE teacher Ya Breyer. Breyer-sensei has exceptional stamina, but she's still adapting and hasn't even finished her lesson plan. If she takes on this job, it'll be a disaster. Ya flinched and got nervous as Henry's gaze fell on her. And thanks to her insane stamina, she didn't turn into a freaking zombie. Finally, there was second-year math teacher Yanagi Minoru. I feel like he's the obvious choice. Henry cleared his throat. All the teachers are aware that there's a position that Swan-sensei left behind, and the school is currently unable to find a new teacher at this point. The CEO present here also shares this viewpoint. Henry's gaze moved from one face to another. Is there anyone willing to step up and fill this vacant seat? Much like students who didn't want to take on troublesome tasks, these grown-up individuals shared the same sentiment. Why should I risk my career in that seat? It's a suicide. The head of school affairs had a difficult position, responsible for handling the school's budget, planning important events, and, most importantly, acting as the right hand of the principal in maintaining discipline among students. On the other hand, this role was so important that the principal, vice principal, and the head of school affairs would discuss together whether to expel students or not. It wasn't a teacher that students liked, as it often involved approving budgets proposed by the student council, a task usually associated with stern and stingy teachers. In essence, the head of school affairs was in charge of overseeing all student activities. Can I make a recommendation? Henry nodded to Sae. Please, sensei. Sae turned her gaze to Minoru, who remained silent, as he took on the role of a junior who had just arrived and was letting the senior handle things. How about we choose Yanagi-sensei for this temporary position? Even though he's a new teacher, Yanagi-sensei is the quickest at planning his lessons, and I believe he can handle the job perfectly. We know there's also Yuzaki-sensei, but that's impossible since he has a government subsidy. Oh. I see, it's Yanagi-sensei. He's a young teacher, but I agree with Chibashira-sensei. It's unfortunate that Yuzaki-sensei isn't here. But we have a young blood here. Everyone murmured in agreement with Minoru as they nodded at Sae. Well, these people hadn't even finished their lesson plans, so it was only fair that they were eager to pass on the work to their junior colleagues. Okay, what the fuck was this government subsidy all about? To put it simply, it was a new government regulation aimed at increasing the declining population. Japan was pushing for its young citizens to start families and boost the birth rate. Since NASA's wife was pregnant, he received special treatment, which meant he didn't have to take on too much work and received extra money to support his wife during her pregnancy. As a result, the school couldn't burden NASA with too much work while he was enjoying his special treatment. Yanagi-san. I hope he's okay. Ya glancing worriedly at Minoru. He seemed uneasy, and she couldn't help but worry. After all, they were putting a lot of pressure on him, and he was still a new teacher. Sigh, isn't this just too harsh for a newbie? I know he's capable, but... Shizuka's eyes grew sharper as she glanced at the other teachers. Shameless bastards, avoiding risky positions and making the junior do all the work. I would have taken this position, but I'm already swamped as the guidance counselor. As Shizuka seethed with anger internally, Sae couldn't help but smile in her inner world. HMMPH. The school is about to start in just a few days, and there are so many problems that Swan didn't finish. There's no way he can handle all this work perfectly. If he takes all the blame, then the principal position is mine. She intended to use this strategy to crush the super newbie and stay on track with her goals. Ah, shit, my ass hurt again. I ain't expect AI to slap me on the butt before I left. I guess I was too harsh on her last night, and now she's getting her revenge. As they had clarified that they were both lovers and AI had started acting like it without hesitation. Minoru knew that AI was essentially a gym fanatic since moving into his penthouse. He provided her with the best supplements and a top-notch diet program, resulting in her improved physique compared to before. Her hand muscles were now a potential threat in his current situation. Nonetheless, Minoru patiently waited for the principal to say something, knowing that the decision rested with him and the CEO, who was seated next to Henry. I see. Henry nodded. After all, it was just a temporary position to stabilize the school during this time, and Minoru wasn't currently doing much except helping you with her work as he finished his. These fuckers are dumping all the work on me as they're scared shitless to take this seat, but this is exactly what I've been looking for. And I never expected Chibashira to recommend me as the temporary school affairs. What the hell does she want? Minoru chuckled inwardly, wondering what the vice principal was scheming. Even if it was temporary, he knew that if he did the job better than his predecessor, they would offer him the position permanently. CEO, may I inquire about your thoughts on this matter? Henry asked as she nodded in Minoru's direction. She wasn't sure if he could handle the temporary position, but she was curious about why Shijo Makoto was interested in him. If the chairman of Shijo seemed to want Minoru on his side rather than teaching here, there had to be a reason. Since we're in a tight spot, why not? I agree if Yanagi-sensei is willing to take the job. So, Yanagi-sensei, have you accepted this? Minoru prepared himself to say some bullshit to them. It might be too much to say that I'm a capable person since I've just arrived here. The other teachers burst into laughter, thinking he was pulling some joke. But he wasn't. How could they laugh when he said it with a straight face? If it's for the sake of the students, I'm happy to take on this temporary job. A whole goddamn month. Sumiragi Rika, the owner of this academy, had only given him a month to prove himself. It was a temporary job, a last-minute hire because they were scrambling to get ready for the school year starting in just a couple of days. Unfortunately, Swan had left Minoru with a mountain of unfinished work, and he was starting to realize just how bad the situation was. There's a shitload of unfinished tasks, and that new student candidate, Ishigami Yu, is still on hold thanks to Swan. But, most importantly, there are a bunch of events where I can get in touch with the student council. Minoru schemed through the documents and began to see that he could handle this, especially with an important annual event that aligned perfectly with his plans. There are 3 main events this semester that I should be responsible for as the head of school affairs, and 2 of them are in April. First is Shuchian's welcome ceremony on April 1st, and then at the end of April, there's a banquet for Shuchian Academy's sister school from France. After that, there's the survival camp in Hokkaido, right after the midterms in May. Yet, I've only got a month to prove myself. The Shuchian welcome ceremony was a big deal, a chance for all divisions from elementary to high school to come together in one auditorium. And, in keeping with tradition, Shuchian High would be responsible for organizing the event. This is my job now. In a way, I'm not that different from the school's manager. Haha, what a shitty twist. Yanagi. Shizuka called him, and he looked at her with a questioning expression. Haha, sorry. I was going to invite you for a smoke break, but I forgot that your job just got a whole lot busier all of a sudden. Sigh, Chibashira is still in a meeting with the CEO, and Yozaki is working from home, tch. I hate those couple of him. It's just you and Briar here right now, and it feels so empty, you know? By the way, Briar doesn't smoke, ugh. Why am I always alone again? She threw an irritated uppercut jab, her stress from the job exploding, and dark circles were visible under her eyes. Meanwhile, Minoru could hear someone sobbing to his right. I apologize, senpai. I'm still working on my lesson plan, sniff, maybe this job really isn't my thing. Can I even finish this before the deadline? Ya wore a sullen expression as she typed, looking like she might burst into tears at any moment. You can do it. Shizuka gives her a thumbs up. Then, Shizuka looked at Minoru again as he pored over the documents with a focused gaze. He glanced at Hiratsuka with an apologetic look. It's a tempting offer, Hiratsuka-san. But I'm in a tight situation right now. Let's do it later. In truth, he could feel his butt twitching from the pain as he fixed in his seat. Hiratsuka nodded and waved as she left the teacher's room. Oh, Yanagi. Ha ha ha, sorry again. But there's a scary lineup of students who want to meet the new head of school affairs. Shizuka peeked her head at the door, grinning like a delinquent. Do we look that intimidating? Sensei. We're not scary at all. Minoru could hear them chatting behind her, and he nodded his approval. Let them come. Thank you, Hiratsuka-san. She gave him an okay hand gesture. 3 students walked in, as he expected. They were none other than the full members of the student council. We apologize for interrupting your work, sensei. The blonde with sharp blue eyes bowed his head, with the 2 girls on either side of him doing the same. Minoru nodded as he removed his glasses, ready to hear what they had to say. We have an issue we would like to discuss with you, sensei, said Shirogane Miyuki. Chapter 23, Chapter 20, First Contact. On the very same day, the clock struck 3:30 p.m. A man with slicked back silver hair, so shiny it seemed like every strand glowed its own, sat calmly. He took off his round glasses and stared at them. His every move was quiet as tranquil as a still lake. Gulp. Chika gulping, trying to keep her composure. Shirogane Miyuki, the boy beside her, was sweating profusely. Kaguya, on the other hand, remained composed. It wasn't like the teacher was giving them an intimidating glare. Minoru was being his usual self. He was calm ASF. All right, wait for me in the guidance room. Why yes. Miyuki hurriedly replied, and they bowed before heading to the room. Man, I thought the new teacher would be gentle compared to him. How can I put it? He's scary. Miyuki didn't expect it, clearly rattled as it was his first time experiencing this. I know. But I don't think he's just that. He's a mysterious person. Chika rubbed her jaw, playing the role of a detective in her mind. She began speculating that Minoru might have a different life before becoming a teacher here. Oh, I see. Miyuki was familiar with Chika's personality. He peeked over at Kaguya, worried about how this young teacher would handle her. Minoru's POV. Walking at a cool pace, I headed toward the guidance room. It was damn time for me to initiate contact with my target, Shinomiya Kaguya. I'd already gone through quite a bit of trouble to get a read on her. Kaguya exuded an icy, arrogant and prideful that kept everyone, students, and teachers alike, at a distance. When she joined the student council, everything flipped. So, expect her to still be hissing at me, totally on high alert. She had just a handful of friends, and her BFF was part of the student council crew, especially that dude named Shirogane Miyuki. No, I ain't scheming to blackmail her or nothin'. Rumors were flying among students and teachers that these two were close and had feelings for each other. I heard stories from other teachers about how she tamed Swan and humiliated a math teacher who tried to outsmart her in class. That guy ended up resigning last semester. I also heard that Kaguya was the one responsible for keeping Swan away from Shirogane Miyuki. She likely thought that, as the fresh head of school affairs, I was just another shithead. I had to watch my step. This school's era had a lot of kids from influential families. That's also the reason why other teachers were hesitant to take up the head of school affairs position. As for what kind of teacher I would become, I had to find a balance. I couldn't be a pushover, showing excessive sympathy and care, as it would tarnish the image of the head of school affairs. Plus, it would be suspicious if I got too close to Kaguya. So, I couldn't afford to be a fucking beta. Meanwhile, even though they've got high expectations for me, the CEO and principal still have doubts about my abilities. And let's not forget Jabashira Sae, who's got her tit ahem. Eyes on me, ready to fuck any mistakes I make. Fuck, I can't stand a bitch like her. Anyway, it's simple really. I'll just be myself. No need to put on an act and risk losing my dignity as an educator. I won't turn into an always strict and scary teacher. Instead, I'll take a neutral stance. I won't criticize students for minor slip-ups, but I'll still remind them and give them a chance to correct their mistakes. And I certainly wasn't going to be a simp brute. Just the thought of it made me want to puke. Those kinds of simps only faced rejection from someone like Shinomiya Kaguya. She would suspect ulterior motives in a second. So, no to beta simp. I slid the door open, revealing the three of them sitting on the sofa. I walked in calmly, closing the door behind me. Dash. Inside the student guidance room, 3 students squeezed onto a sofa, and across from them sat Yanagi Minoru. All eyes were fixed on the new teacher before them. Underneath his black suit, Yanagi had a muscular build, snugly fitted into his sharp-looking suit. His piercing red eyes were half open but didn't waver, chiseled jawline and silver hair neatly combed back. Let's stay calm, like always. I'm so nervous. Miyuki and Chika glanced at Minoru, sharing the same uneasiness. Kaguya, on the other hand, shot them both a quizzical look. Meanwhile, the teacher himself had his own concerns. It was his wounded ass. After they introduced themselves, Minoru got straight to the point. So, what did you want to consult about? He locked his gaze onto them, and his deep voice sent a chill down their spines. Let's not rush things and keep it natural. He wanted this conversation to end ASAP, satisfied that he had made initial contact with them. Kaguya was intrigued by the situation. President seems unable to talk to him, hey? What can I do to get him to open up? Anyway, it's interesting to think that the new teacher I met back then, temporarily filling in for Swan-sensei. Should I test him? Kaguya wondered as she examined his background. Though Minoru was only 3 years older than her, his achievements were impressive. Yet, she couldn't find any information on why Teresa seemed to know him. There's no way she just likes him for a silly reason, like his looks, hey? Well. Kaguya stole glances at him while maintaining her composure. Not bad. She admitted, appreciating Minoru's sharp, unyielding eyes. But that didn't mean anything for her. Yanagi-sensei, we want to nominate a new student for the student council treasurer position. Miyuki handed him a sheet. Minoru read the name and glanced back at them. Why did you choose a student who isn't even enrolled yet? The student council wanted to include Ishigami Yu, but he hadn't officially joined the school yet. Due to unresolved issues from his middle school days, Swan had mentioned that he was contemplating rejecting him, despite him being from Shuchiin Middle School. The school has already conducted enrollment tests, and I was the one who graded the math entrance test. Minoru recalled his first day on the job. And, Ishigami Yu's math score ranked second, right after this year's number 1 freshman. Maybe that's why? No. As I'd prepared beforehand, my investigation also cleared Ishigami Yu of those rumors. It seems their motivation is just a strong sense of justice. Well, let's see how this plays out. The truth is, we're worried that Ishigami Yu won't get accepted into the school because that rumor about him wasn't true. So, we'd like to help Sensei find the truth. Miyuki's concern edged across his face. But there was no change in Minoru's expression, not even a flicker. Maybe he didn't know a shit about Ishigami Yu? After all, this guy was pretty new around here. I see. The 3 of them reminded him of those main characters who throw themselves into all sorts of messes to solve a big mystery. Minoru finally let his poker face slip, his lips curving upward as he couldn't help but find their act amusing. They felt a glimmer of hope, but, why should I listen to you? Hey? They thought he was going to give them the green light. Miyuki felt his back starting to sweat as Minoru locked his gaze on him. Come on. Think, Miyuki. Chika silently urged him. We have the list of student candidates, sensei. Ishigami Yu isn't on it, and his rank should be somewhere in the middle, not outside of the top 160 students. Yet. Of course, Minoru was already aware of that as he smiled. Oh. Don't worry about that as I'm well aware of the situation. Minoru seemed to be saying, I'm the one who determines their grades. How the hell wouldn't I be aware? It was as if they were worried he might be biased or incapable of uncovering the truth behind the rumor. Miyuki was getting anxious, but Minoru continued speaking. If you were trying to pressure me, it's really not necessary. Leave the matter of the students to me. You three can just... Sensei, I don't believe that. Miyuki and Chika turned to Kaguya, whose expression had turned ice cold as she stared at Minoru. The already quiet room seemed even quieter, as if a sudden blizzard had frozen it over. But it wasn't just Kaguya. Minoru also dropped his smile and narrowed his eyes at her. Isn't it a bit harsh to accuse us of trying to pressure Yanagi-sensei? Kaguya's question held no friendly tone. She didn't appreciate Minoru trying to brush aside their well-intentioned offer, to the point where she was ready to assert herself as Shinomiya and shut him the hell up. Crap, she cut me off just as I was about to explain, just as I feared. Anyway, if I back down and listen to her just because she's Shinomiya, I might as well dig my own grave. The vice principal would laugh at me, and that means it's goodbye. Damn it, should I just follow Snape's route? I get that they still doubt me because the previous teacher was a dick. But that's just shitty prejudice. No, I know that I'm also an undercover teacher here. In other words, he'd lose his job as the head of school affairs the moment rumors started circulating that he gave in to a mere student and questioned his capability, as he also couldn't be foolish enough to go soft just to approach her. I see. Minoru locked eyes with Kaguya, silently asking, is this it? Really? Expected from our celebrity, not even letting me finish my sentence. Well. Kaguya realized her mistake at his words, but her personality wouldn't allow her to back down to a young teacher like him. Plus, his sarcasm was getting on her nerves. I conclude that you three won't be satisfied if I just give you my word. Then let me ask you this, have you proven Ishigami-Yu's innocence? How did you gather all the evidence when there's a welcome ceremony that should be our student council's priority? His gaze shifted to Chika as she shrugged and looked down at her lap. Minoru had guessed that she was likely the one who brought up this issue to Miyuki and Kaguya. Fujiwara Chika is from a family with a politician background. More importantly, her childish and eccentric nature is the reason behind this. She's pushing for this so-called investigation out of a sense of justice or simply because she enjoys playing detective. Well, we don't have proof yet because we haven't investigated this case. So. Chika mumbled her response, feeling responsible for this situation, thinking they could easily find evidence to allow the student council to investigate. Fujiwara, if students want to solve this, it could be argued that I'm not doing my job properly as the teacher by letting the students take responsibility instead. Nevertheless, I do acknowledge and will make a note of the fact that the students here have a solid sense of justice. Let's hope it's not mixed with any other, impure intentions. As Shinomiya said, that would sound harsh, wouldn't it? Ugh. Chika gave a wry smile, admitting her desire to play detective, mostly motivated by the fun of playing the role. Miyuki flinched as Minoru glanced at him. He, too, wanted to solve this to get Kaguya's attention, despite his typical main character-like kind personality. Meanwhile, Kaguya was just interested in Miyuki's attempts. Then what about you, sensei? In simpler terms, Kaguya was subtly hinting that he's just a rookie teacher, likely bluffing about knowing it all. If you're still that stubborn, Minoru rose from the sofa, wait here. He walked out of the room. Shhhhh. With a sense of anticipation, they heard the door slide open again as Minoru returned with a file in hand. Silently, he placed it on the table between them and took a seat. Read it. His cold, confident voice directed at Shinomiya Kaguya conveyed that she had made a grave mistake by challenging his authority as an educator. The three of them turned their attention to the file named Ishigami-Yu. What's this uneasy feeling of defeat? Kaguya couldn't shake off the sensation as Minoru's intense gaze remained fixed on her. Chapter 24, Chapter 21, Scandal. This is... They were in complete shock when Minoru presented his report on Ishigami-Yu, in which he firmly concluded that Yu was entirely innocent. With this report, I recommend that Ishigami-Yu be allowed to enroll at Shuchiin High School without any impediments. I propose the Shuchiin Middle School faculty issue an apology for their incorrect judgment in the incident and provide compensation to Ishigami-Yu for the psychological distress he has endured. Finally, Minoru said calmly, his gaze half-lidded as he fixed his eyes on the trio, your expressions are finally changing, but he wasn't done. Solid evidence regarding Ishigami-Yu's stalking incident. I still have more evidence, but it's rather unpleasant to watch. When Minoru had taken on this responsibility, his top priority had been compiling this report from his thorough investigation. The rumor had circulated that Ishigami was stalking his friend, Otomo Kyoko, and her ex-boyfriend had framed him out of jealousy after Ishigami had soundly struck him in front of a crowd. However, the truth was, that Ishigami was furious because Ajino Ko had recorded his sex with Kyoko and planned to use it as a stepping stone for his career in the entertainment world. How did Minoru manage to do it? Before he killed Murdoch Swan, he had already planned all the shit he'd done as the head of school affairs. Consequently, he worked so fast that everyone was shocked about it. To simplify, he had taken it from Ajino Ko's computer memory disk, which he found in Ajino Ko's bedroom. Once in possession of the video, he discreetly auctioned it on the black market by using Ajino Ko's name and then purchased it back at the highest bid to prevent its wider dissemination. The principal won't give a shit, he'll probably throw me a party for squashing Academy scandal, instead of giving a damn about where I snagged that video. But, I've got no reason to spill anything to these three. Anyway. Minoru glanced over at Kaguya, her eyes focused intently on her tightly clenched fist in her lap. Shinomiya Kaguya. His voice sliced through the air like a chill wind, and her expression seemed to silently question him. How could he possibly do this? Does this satisfy your curiosity? His words dripped with a sense of triumph. Kaguya found herself at a loss for words, her expectations completely shattered. Isn't he just a new teacher and recently appointed as the head of school affairs? Her pupils quivered as she met his intense gaze, eventually lowering her eyes once more. She wasn't alone, no one dared to look up. Why yes, sensei. She stammered. Do you acknowledge your disrespectful behavior, interrupting me without even hearing me out due to your foolish prejudices and arrogance? Why yes. Kaguya bit her lip. She couldn't find any words to defend her arrogance. It was a harsh realization that this man was nothing like Murdoch Swan, a harsh slap to her pride. Her cold-hearted father had once told her. I'm not interested in you, Kaguya. This resounding defeat triggered painful memories from her harsh childhood, where her father had always regarded her with cold indifference. She had tried everything to gain his attention, but he remained uninterested. Tch. Kaguya fought back tears as Minoru's gaze seemed to mirror her father's. For your behavior towards a teacher, which can be considered an act of rebellion against the teacher's authority, I could punish you. A warning was nothing unusual for students, but this was Shinomiya Kaguya, and no one had ever thought she would receive one. Even Miyuki and Chika were surprised by Minoru, the newly appointed head of school affairs, giving Kaguya a warning on his first day. As the head of school affairs, it is my duty to discipline students, and a penalty can be considered as one option. However, Minoru looked at them, particularly Kaguya, and sighed internally while maintaining his composed posture. Did I come off that damn intimidating? Why the hell did she have to act like that? If she'd just asked politely, I wouldn't have had to spill this shit. I ain't want the rumor to spread that the new head of school affairs was a pushover. Miyuki and Chika waited patiently, wanting to argue that it wasn't Kaguya's fault alone. They admitted to their own biases in thinking that Minoru was like Swan, yet, he wasn't. It wouldn't be fair if I immediately penalized you without giving you a chance to correct your mistake. After all, you have a flawless record as a model student, and that would be unjust. Therefore, I will let this slide for now. Thank you, sensei. Kaguya pride stinging. She felt Minoru's pity, but she had no right to refuse since she was in the wrong from the beginning. Phew. I'm glad. It seems sensei is a good person. I'm glad. And I'm sorry for my biased thoughts, Yanagi-sensei. Miyuki and Chika whispered to themselves, and now their perspectives on Minoru completely transformed. Now that I've shown you a little of the school scandal, I hope you'll keep this information to yourselves. They nodded silently in agreement. Good. You're already aware of an important event taking place in a few days. I trust that the student council will cooperate as they usually do to ensure its success without any issues. Yes, sensei. Please take care of us from now on. 3x. After that discussion, Minoru used the opportunity to delve into the details of the upcoming event, and in the process, he managed to gain their trust. But what mattered most was that Minoru had made such a strong impression that it had become etched into their souls. Dash. Minoru abruptly turned on his heels and strode off toward the teacher's room without uttering a word. Miyuki and Chika, finally feeling a sigh of relief, took in the fresh air. I guess we finally have a job to do, Miyuki trying to lighten the mood. Kaguya cracked a smile in response. Let's discuss our plan before we meet Yanagi-sensei again, okay? Kaguya suggested, even though it was already afternoon. The three of them nodded as they made their way to the student council room together. However, they couldn't help but worry about Kaguya after what had happened earlier. With a concerned expression, Chika couldn't hold back her question. Kaguya-san, are you okay? Kaguya looked at her, a faint smile on her face. Yes, I'm fine, Fujiwara-san. Despite the painful memories that had resurfaced, Kaguya didn't let on that she was hurting. As expected from Kaguya-san. Kaguya just smiled as Chika praised her. If it were me, sniff. I'd probably be in tears under Yanagi-sensei's pressure. Chika felt relieved, and even Miyuki, who was walking ahead, shared the sentiment as he eavesdropped on their conversation. Sigh, he mused. Yet another formidable rival. Well, he's a teacher, not a rival, but he's only 20 this year. Why does this have to happen now? I need to step up my plan to grab Shinomiya's attention. Miyuki had already felt defeated upon seeing Minoru alone. Unlike him, who had yet to graduate from high school, Miyuki was shocked to discover that Minoru had earned a PhD from Oxford at the age of 19. Wasn't that what some people admired in a person? On the other hand, Kaguya was determined. I'll show him what I'm capable of. Although she was a genius, facing that man had made her feel like an ordinary student for the first time. But she was determined to change that. She would remember this defeat and use it as fuel to excel at the welcome ceremony event. Let's finish the paperwork before heading home. Unbeknownst to Minoru, he had unknowingly sparked a fire in Kaguya's eyes and captured her attention. On March 29, 2014, just 3 days before the welcome ceremony, Minoru dropped a bombshell on the principal. This is. The revelation left Principal Henry stunned, and Minoru was worried that Henry might have a heart attack. Minoru took a seat across from Henry, who began perusing the files he had gathered about Ishigami-yu. There was also a disc containing a video of the incident, but Henry, convinced of Minoru's credibility, didn't bother asking how he had obtained it. He clutched onto that disc as if the entire fate of the academy depended on it. The expression on Henry's face shifted from shock to intense anger as he grappled with the reality that the student previously regarded as a villain was, in fact, the true hero who had become a victim. Yanagi-sensei, I need to have a word with the CEO, so please wait for a moment. But keep in mind, you have my full support in bringing this boy to our school, Henry declared. I understand. Minoru was aware that this revelation was a massive blow to the academy's reputation. With a nod, Minoru left the room. Time slipped away. Huff. Alone on the rooftop, he figured he might as well light up while he waited. So far, so good. Let's just hope Ishigami-yu decides to enroll here. With that thought, he took a drag on his cigarette, but he sure as heck didn't expect the rooftop door to creak open. He closed his eyes and tuned into the footsteps approaching, trying to guess who it was. Considering the situation and the fact that he'd just resolved a massive school affairs crisis, Minoru had a pretty good hunch. Just as I expected from our super rookie, SAE's footsteps slowed down, and she gave him a once-over with her arms folded beneath her chest. Looks like my recommendation was spot on. Minoru crushed the cigarette and shot her a glance. What's this about the CEO's decision? SAE didn't respond immediately. Instead, she pulled out a cigarette and lit it. You probably already know how they reacted. SAE flashed back to that meeting with Sumiragi Rika and the principals from Shuchi in middle school and high school. The CEO was so mad it felt like they could have snapped someone's neck right then and there. Anyway. Huff. SAE pulled out an envelope and handed it over to Minoru. The CEO decided to give Ishigami-yu a full-ride scholarship and refund his middle school fees to his parents. If he opts for Shuchi and university, they're offering the same deal. Even if he decides to study abroad, they'll still do the same. Minoru nodded and accepted the envelope. He planned on handing it to Ishigami-yu himself. He took another drag of his cigarette, and SAE couldn't help but look at the guy who was shaking the school to its core with his achievements. She couldn't deny a twinge of envy. How'd you pull it off? I don't get what you're asking. Don't play the fool. How did you uncover this scandal? Minoru's lazy gaze said he didn't feel obligated to say anything. I had my methods. As the smoke drifted from his lips, SAE couldn't help but chuckle at his predictable response. Their interactions were limited to work, even when they were up on the rooftop smoking like this. The two weren't personally close, and he was aware that SAE saw him as a competitor. Therefore, she never tried to be friendly, instead, she aimed to outperform him. Yet, he did the unexpected. Now, the CEO had her eyes on him with interest, knowing that it would be difficult for her to become the principal if the situation stayed the same. "Yanagi-san, how about joining my side?" Minoru didn't expect it. "So, she finally decided to pull me in, hey?" Had this woman finally let go of her pride and said those words to him? After all, there's no such thing as an eternal enemy. An enemy today might become a friend tomorrow, or maybe not. What will I get from it? He didn't trust anyone here, but he wanted to know what SAE would offer if she wanted to collaborate. "If I become principal next year, maybe I'll give you the vice principal position if you're interested." Oh, and Minoru wasn't interested in that position. However, he realized that this might be why she was wary of him. Perhaps he also had the same goal of becoming principal before her, and Henry might be considering him as a candidate. Crap! Don't tell me Henry's question was also about this shit. Minoru remembered when Henry suddenly asked him about the qualities an educator should have. At the time, he thought it was some sort of test. Ha 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 ha. Fuck, let's hope nothing happens. This was outside his control, and he couldn't lower his work quality to become a low-key teacher. Anyway, he just needed to decline if they asked him to become one. Sigh, I knew it. Judging by his tone, Minoru was not interested at all. TCH. Does he not consider me a big threat? Just how low does he see me? SAE was never a threat to Minoru, but she had a knack for distracting him with her melons, like right now as he tried not to be drawn to her exposed chest. Minoru, being the kind of guy he was, found it intriguing to conquer women like Shibashira SAE. However, he was now a family man. No. Even after her mommy kissed me yesterday, Ruby still hates me. Damn, I'm really a dad now, hey. Given his family situation and newfound dad mindset, he abandoned his adventurous spirit for a more stable path. SAE sensed that Minoru wasn't interested in this topic, so she decided to dangle a juicier offer. One question. Minoru nodded. Are you gay? He opened his eyes and shot her an unamused look, making SAE shiver under his dangerous gaze. Did he really need to prove that he wasn't? I like women only. Is that so? I'm glad, then. SAE cleared her throat and continued, here's the thing. I promise to treat you well. For instance, how about a daily blowjob under your desk? Minoru's inner soul was screaming, what the fuck? And more than that, he was dumbfounded as she said that with a straight face and tone. That was a genius move. There's a wise saying that goes, adult problems sometimes require adult solutions. However, there's also a quote from the bald man in the American Muscle, family. Motherfucker. Hey, man. I'm excited as fuck. Apparently, being a dad isn't as easy as it seems. Minoru didn't want his family beat the shit out of him. Yet, it's funny. He imagined that strict Shibashira SAE willingly sneaked under his desk every day to polish his weapon. He didn't care about her offer and he wasn't going to lecture her about morality either. As he was, in fact, also a deviant. Shibashira-san, are you aware that I've been digging into an academy scandal, and this could be a new one? I was aware of that. I'm just suggesting we become friends with benefits. So, what do you think? Her cheeks turned red, and she closed her eyes, annoyed. SAE was a woman who didn't open her legs easily. SAE is also an ambitious woman, as she is uninterested in romance but keenly aware of men's desires. So, she'd use this tactic to her advantage. However, despite her provocative proposition, she had little experience in adult things. She'd been approached by a lot of lecherous guys offering substantial incentives, but she always refused them. It was challenging to think of anything else to offer, as Minoru seemed to have everything, including money, but I'm confident in my looks, and if it's him, I'd be fine with it. Minoru was actually SAE's type, and her proposition hit two birds with one stone. Sorry, I refuse. Minoru's voice was cold. He walked away from her without a care for the conversation, knowing that by rejecting her, they were now close to becoming enemies. I see. SAE remained calm, taking a drag from her cigarette and exhaling smoke, her eyes narrowing as she looked out at the school garden. Sigh, what's this uneasy feeling? Am I not that attractive? SAE finally admitted these words as Minoru disappeared from the rooftop. She wasn't angry, but she didn't understand why he had rejected her sincere offer. Nevertheless, Sae was determined to make him pay for rejecting her. Chapter 25, Chapter 22, Assistant. Hey, did you guys hear Yanagi-sensei picked her as his assistant? I know, right? I mean, she's clumsy. Yeah, I gotta admit that she's pretty. Maybe he's into someone like her. No way, he must have chosen her because he doesn't want to bother his senpais, right? There's Chibashira-sensei who's more suited for him, I think so. Ya sighed as she remembered how the other female teachers talked behind her back. But she had a strong mentality and found it pathetic to respond to them. Should I just take them out? Ya shook her head. No, no, no. I'd be a burden to Yanagi-san. She had a double life as a trained assassin, using the teaching job to stay occupied. After university, she became a teacher due to her sports major, and her workaholic nature prevented her from being idle while awaiting mission calls from her superiors. Damn, it's him. Hush. Suddenly, a man entered the teacher's area in the cafeteria. This separate room suddenly felt different, as if his heavy aura filled the entire room. He silenced everyone without even saying a word. He walked over to his table while she ate her pudding alone. Ya lit up as Minoru finally came here for the first time, yet. Let's go. She was startled. Yet? Where to? Dash. After Minoru filled her in on the situation, Ya nodded in understanding, and now they were both on their way to talk to Ishigami Yu. Inside Minoru's car, she stole a glance at him, grateful to have such a kind-hearted colleague. Minoru had always been there to help her out whenever she ran into trouble. Yanagi-san. My keyboard is acting up again. She'd been typing so vigorously that her keyboard couldn't handle it. Yanagi-san. Why is the printer spewing ink like crazy? She had somehow managed to destroy the printer's cartridge. How? She had no idea. Why Yanagi-san? My work. No. Why is it acting like this? Her computer had suddenly started updating on its own, almost causing her to lose her unsaved work. Well, that was a common occurrence, but thanks to Minoru, everything was always sorted out. Yanagi-san, I don't know if I'm cut out for this job. Don't worry about it. We're a team. She felt extremely nervous because she wasn't confident in many things. I never thought she'd volunteer to be my assistant. Minoru recalled, remembering how enthusiastically Ya had offered to help with school affairs. Anyway, that's fine. He had chosen her because he believed he could manage her, but he also harbored some suspicions about Ye, so he decided to keep her close. Unfortunately, Hiratsuka-senpai can't join us, you remarked. Well, she's busy handling guidance counseling. Ya looked puzzled. Does that mean Yanagi-san isn't busy? Minoru just smiled faintly, his eyes fixed on the road. This is also part of the job. But, I'm surprised that Briar-san wants to help me. Of course, I want to help. Since you've always helped me. And this time, I'll help you, Yanagi-san. But, maybe I can't help you with everything, like paperwork, I'm terrible at that. Ya had finished her work and was available to accompany Minoru. Her last sentence lacked confidence, as she doubted her intellect but trusted her physical strength. Nonetheless, Minoru welcomed her as his assistant. It's okay. Our job is to maintain student discipline at all times. Unlike me, who uses the classroom for teaching, I think you, Briar-san, as the PE teacher, with your constant movement around the school, are a good fit. Besides, I've found that I can trust you. Oh. I understand now. You replied with a shy smile, her cheeks turning pink with embarrassment because Minoru was putting his trust in her. The car fell into a comfortable silence as they continued their journey. An awkward silence hung between them. Ya's nerves were getting the best of her. What should I do now? She is desperate to break the silence. She knew she had to come up with a topic to erase this uncomfortable void. Then, a light bulb moment struck her. She glanced at him, Yanagi-san. Have you ever heard about a horse named Yuya in our school tales? She expects him not to know about the story. I haven't. Oh. Well, first, you should hear a story about the founder of our school, who was a retired general. Ya explained excitedly, using her index finger to illustrate her points as she led the conversation with the story. The story revolves around a Chad, a general named Sumiragi, and his loyal comrade, Yuya, a black war horse with iconic golden eyes. Unfortunately, General Sumiragi decided to retire just as the Meiji restoration was about to begin. But instead, he built our school, Shuchiin, and became its principal, even teaching here. To honor him, Emperor Meiji sent his children to attend our school. Minoru nodded in understanding. I see. So that's why the school has remained prestigious all these years. Ya beamed with happiness as she continued. And, Yanagi-san, to honor his comrade Yuya, he chose black as the school uniform color and used Yuya's eye color for the Shuchiin emblem, the golden horse. That's the story, Yanagi-san. Minoru was aware of this fact but had never given it much thought. Oh, Yanagi-san, I've heard that Yuya's lineage still exists to this day. The CEO herself will bring Yuya-9 to the welcome ceremony because it's a tradition. This leads to General Sumiragi's last will. He said. She clears her throat. Anyone recognized by my comrade, Yuya, as worthy enough to ride my horse's back is worthy to become Shuchiin principal. Ya finished the legend with enthusiasm. As a result, Minoru was surprised by Ya's intense interest in this tale. He wondered if she had a thing for stories like this. But then, Ya's expression turned somber. And then, there have been several attempts by teachers, but, I don't understand it. Ya hesitated, choosing her words carefully, and innocently tilted her head. Hiratsuka-senpai once said that many teachers' balls ended up getting kicked by Yuya. In fact, this war horse only recognized strength, yearning to stand with an alpha. Its instinct to follow the strong was innate. Until now, Yuya had only allowed General Sumiragi to ride him because he refused a beta. Pfft. Minoru managed to suppress his laughter. I beg your pardon? Did Yanagi-san know what balls mean? Minoru cleared his throat, trying to regain his composure. Ahem, it's nothing. I'm just surprised that you know so much about this story, Briar-san. Ya stammered, and no. It's not like that. I don't have a thing for school mysteries or ghost stories, or anything like that. It's just a habit I developed when, I used to gather stories for my little bee brother back then. Her face turned as red as a tomato as she waved her hands in panic. Ah! Isn't that good? Ya simply covered her face with both hands instead of answering him. He hadn't looked into this legend before because he didn't consider it important for his mission. He thought of the legend as something similar to the Sword of Excalibur in the stone where whoever was worthy could become a king. It was a fairy tale, nothing more. He chuckled at the thought that the teachers were probably a bunch of idiots who knew nothing about horses. Then again, who cared about riding horses in this day and age? That's probably why Yuya had been so offended and resorted to kicking their balls. All right, we're here. His G-Wagon came to a stop in a parking spot near an apartment. It had been a year of this solitary existence, all because he'd crossed paths with a girl named Otomo Kyoko. Argh. Damn it. Fine, I'll do it. I'll freaking do it. I'll write this shit. The 16-year-old kid shrieked, exhaustion etched on his face, as he focused on jotting down the day's events. He wrote, erased, and repeated. Though it wasn't for her, but his stubborn pride wouldn't allow otherwise. Sitting alone in his tiny studio apartment, he thought about being kicked out of his home for refusing to write an apology on that piece of paper. That day had started like any other, with him gazing out of the window, pondering the purpose of his life. His thoughts wandered, wondering why he couldn't catch a glimpse of a girl's underwear, even when they wore short skirts. He mumbled, illogical. As his daydreaming led to cliched. Hey there, Ishigami-kun. Someone poked his shoulder, pulling him back to reality. He turned to see the source of the interruption. You dropped your eraser, Her smiled bathed in the captivating afternoon sunlight. Her cheerful demeanor, the sound of her voice, and the warmth in the air all brought back memories he wished he could erase, like a disease. She always smiled at people like him, the guy at the back of the class, lost in daydreams, friendless, and socially awkward. Until he discovered his friend's boyfriend was up to something shady behind her back, and Ishigami had been too naive. Knock, knock. The sudden sound startled the introvert in him. It's been a while since I had a visitor, hey. He cautiously made his way to the door, unaware of who was on the other side. As he peered through the peephole, he caught sight of a handsome man, probably with his girlfriend. A pang of envy hit him, thinking, damn, I wish I had one. Despite his curiosity, Ishigami hesitated, choosing not to open the door until he knew who the heck they were. He turned away, heading back to his cluttered bed. Is this Ishigami Yu's apartment? We're teachers from Shuchiin High School, the voice outside called. His ears perked up at the mention of his name. Curiosity piqued, he carefully opened the door to reveal Minoru and Yae, both wearing friendly smiles. Ishigami Yu, perhaps? The silver-haired man inquired. He blinked a few times in disbelief before muttering, yes. Glancing at the woman beside Minoru, he added, is this some kind of prank? Because I find it hard to believe that Shuchiin's teachers could be this attractive. Yae's smile faltered as she failed to grasp his humor. What do you mean? Like a TV show, you know? I can't believe Shuchiin's teachers are this good-looking. Minoru couldn't help but giggle. We're not here for that, Ishigami. Can we talk for a moment? Sure, but my room is a mess. They settled inside Ishigami Yu's cluttered apartment. First of all, my name is Yanagi Minoru. I'm a math teacher and also temporarily the head of school affairs. This is Yae Briar, a PE teacher who will assist me in school affairs. My name is Ishigami Yu. Then Minoru grinned like a carefree person. Alright then. Congratulations on being accepted into Shuchiin High School, Ishigami. Yae joined in with enthusiastic clapping, making the atmosphere a bit awkward. I never thought I'd be accepted, Yu admitted. How? He couldn't shake the feeling that he'd be kicked out due to his past. Oh, wait a second. Minoru retrieved a file and handed it to him. After we took over school affairs, our investigation showed that Ishigami Yu was innocent. Therefore, the Academy wants to correct this mistake. As he read Minoru's report from top to bottom, Yu's hands trembled. He hadn't expected his secret to be revealed in such detail, along with evidence from Otomo Kyoko's video. Ishigami felt immense relief that someone recognized he wasn't in the wrong. I don't understand your motivation for doing this, but Ishigami, you've worked hard. Thank you. Ishigami felt like a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He genuinely meant those words. With an amused smile, Minoru noticed a crumpled sheet nearby. He guessed that Ishigami had attempted to write an apology but kept erasing it repeatedly. Alright then. Minoru picked up a nearby pencil and handed it to Yu. Now, you can write whatever you want. Yu hesitated, glancing between the pencil and the grinning Minoru. Is that all right? Minoru nodded with a smile. Yu took the pencil with trembling hands, his gaze fixed on the crumpled sheet beneath his long bangs. He knew exactly what he wanted to write all this time, and he began to write it down. Sensei, this is what I want to write. Yu showed them his message. Fuck you, bitch. Ha 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 ha. Alright. Put it down. Minoru burst into laughter, while Yae smiled awkwardly, finding it a bit too harsh for her liking. Nevertheless, they had succeeded in bringing Ishigami Yu to Shuchiin High. April 1, 2014. 3 days had passed since then. Everything was supposed to go according to the plan, well, not exactly. His butt still throbbed from the showdown with Agent Twilight, and he hoped nothing major would happen. But he had prepared for this day. The welcome ceremony. It was the event that would determine his success as the temporary head of school affairs. If he failed, his mission's progress would hit a roadblock. But time wasn't on his side. Minoru had already completed his Russian psycho morning routine. And he was ready to emerge from his nest and head to school as the new teacher. He gazed at AI, are you sure you can do this? His perfectionism kicked in, and he felt a bit uncertain as AI adjusted his tie. You doubting your wife's skills? AI playfully grinned as she fixed his tie. Meanwhile, the twins observed the scene from the sofa. Could you two, stop flirting in front of us? Minoru glanced at Aqua, grinning even wider than his wife. He then winked at Ruby, prompting her to give him a cringeworthy glare that practically said, drop dead. Geez, stop moving your head around. Ouch. Ha ha ha, sorry, Mom. AI stomped on his foot as he playfully continued to tease her. But they couldn't resist making jokes and acting like a newlywed couple, even though they weren't. Aqua couldn't help but smile helplessly as he watched AI's happiness. He was happy too. Then he looked to his right, and his left brow arched. Ruby had crossed her arms, a clear sign of disapproval. She was jealous of how much attention AI was giving Minoru. HMMPH. I bet he'll enjoy his time with lots of girls at his school. Ha ha. Typical Eichmann. Ha. Ha. When Ruby made her remark loudly, AI suddenly tightened her grip on Minoru's tie, clearly agreeing with Ruby. Minoru felt the pressure on his neck increase, mainly from the mental strain of the situation. He met AI's scrutinizing gaze, and she seemed suspicious of him. Ugh, again? Why are you so stubborn? Don't lecture me, Unii-chan. I'm in a bad mood. Both of you, stop talking. A chilling tone silenced Aqua and Ruby, and they looked at AI. And get ready for her school. She switched to her new mode, Asian Mom. AI smiled with a cold, icy beauty as she didn't hear any response from them. Your answer, please? She asked gently, but her demeanor was terrifying. They both gasped and saluted, why yes, ma'am. Before making a quick escape. But it wasn't just the twins. After AI finished with Minoru's tie, he grabbed his leather briefcase and started to walk rapidly and stealthily. Thank you, AI. Alright, wish me luck. Era. Where do you think you're going? We still need to talk, right? AI wasn't finished with him. Ruby had a point. She needed to make sure Minoru wouldn't cheat on her as he started his teaching career. Minoru felt her piercing gaze at his back. You see. Thanks to his work experience, Minoru had a knack for sensing someone's intent. And he was damn sure he was right. Not only was she giving him a dangerous look, but she also had a slipper in hand.
Thanks for listening.